Gentlemen, welcome back to the LCO.
It's a base race. They're marching, they're flashing, they're going to go this one. I don't believe this. I do not believe this.
All they aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who won it? No problem. We mobbing in the city.
Champagne!
Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping, throwing rings, you know they fierce.
Just evaporated. Gudo locking them all in place, linking up with Kiyose. That's an ace.
LCO Split 2 playoffs here at DreamHack Melbourne. You've been waiting, and we've got the games to bring to you very, very shortly. So much at stake, of course, over the course of this entire weekend. At the moment, Order, Pantanet to play today, and then the undefeated Chiefs on Grand Final Day on Sunday. So much to get through, so many games to be played out. We've got an amazing live audience as well here for you as well at DreamHack. Make some noise! You can hear them, you can tell that they are ready. Hopefully everyone at home is ready as well, and hopefully our wonderful, talented people on the couch, they can bring you through the next segment.
Thank you so much, Xenox. Did he just call us wonderful and talented?
He hasn't said that
I believe
before.
so.
He's being so nice to us, and the weekend just started for us. Hello, everyone! DreamHack Melbourne!
Hi!
This is your lovely desk that we have for the weekend. Of course, we have LCO analyst and honestly fashionista Kitty over here. Hello, darling.
Hello, everyone.
Then we have, of course, tall, smart, handsome, Maximize. And then, I don't know, I just met this guy. He threatened me with koalas. He seems to be a no, don't call them that. Don't call them that. They're cute, they're cuddly, and I really like them. But it's a Melg.
No.
And of course, I'm filling in as your host for this week. I'm Avalie, and this is my first time in Australia, and I have been loving it. I have been absolutely loving it. There are so many fun people. Everyone here is so nice. And I do want to just tell more people who are, not currently living here to come on over and visit. Shouldn't more people visit Australia?
I think so. I'm from New Zealand, and I think Australia's pretty great. So.
How's your time here, though? Yeah.
It's pretty good. Yeah, no, it's great. I love Melbourne. I'm honestly thinking of moving here potentially. We'll see how this goes.
Ooh.
Maybe.
Well, okay, maybe I can do a little bit of convincing for you, because on my solo day here in Melbourne, I went to the zoo. And I took some pictures that I want to share with everyone because, listen, I'm not calling myself a professional photographer, but that giraffe stared straight into my soul, okay? I saw lemurs, I saw monkeys. I think that monkey kind of looks like Rusty a little bit, right? Don't you think so?
I see it.
Yes,
Any
his
of the
features, yeah.
Right? Yeah, I think, Kitty, you are that cute little meerkat right
Aww.
there. I think you're adorable. Everyone who's in the chat right now, go ahead, match an animal to a caster or to an analyst. Let us all know. Who do you guys think looks like the lizard? Scream out a name. A Melg? I heard a couple of Melgs. I heard a couple of Melgs. I do like that. But you know what? Saying some of the animals may look like the casters, I think all we have to do is we need to bring the casters in here. Rusty and Skimmy are standing by. Hello, gentlemen.
What a pleasure to be here. What an absolute pleasure to be here. Finally, in an actual live environment, a chance that you obviously had many in the League of Legends scene, so I'm keen to get this game underway.
It's been 3 years, can you believe it? Since we've had a live event, 3 years.
3 years, and look at the crowd that we've been treated with for the return of live audiences. Everyone here looks pumped. They're excited to see some games. And casters, you look especially spiffy today. I'm really digging the outfits.
We're trying.
Trying and succeeding.
Extremely
Why
hard.
not? Why not?
All right, well, I'm going to say goodbye to you, let you guys save up the voice because we have incredible and exciting games that we're going to get to. But before we do anything, we need to take a look at how we got here, guys. So let's go ahead and take a look at the brackets as to how everything has played out so far. And look at that first match that we see in the round 1. That was the order taken on Penta Net GG, that full 5-game series, guys. And of course, that's how Penta dropped down into that lower bracket where they went on and faced Kanga 3-0'd them. And moving on through that lower bracket is where they ended up meeting Order, who got 3-0'd by the Chiefs just that last week. And what a series that was, which leads us all into today's games, guys. Order taking on PGG. But listen, we do have to talk about one team that we did have to say goodbye to, as PGG did take them down. And that is a farewell to Kanga. And Kitty, I want to come to you first, because Kanga, they actually outperformed a lot of people's expectations coming into the second split.
They did, and they had significant growth throughout the entire split, especially throughout the last segment of that regular split. I've always praised Lima's for split 2, where I think he has improved the most out of the entire players. But most players, honestly, they all improved in their own ways, especially Fido stepping out as Faker of mid lane in Australia, you know, Australian Faker, my man. It's a shame that we don't get to see Kanga, but I'm sure they have tons of progress for us next split.
Maximize, what about you? What do you think about Kanga?
Yeah, absolutely, Ovely. This is a team that no one really thought would make it to where they made it to today. I mean, starting the split off at 2-6 and being able to come in and challenge, you know, some of these top playoff teams that we're seeing here today, that just really turned around the second half of the split. And I'm sure with a bit more time, this team will be pushing towards the top of the standings.
I love that highlight that we got to see. Anything that you'd like to add to that, Amel?
Yeah, I mean, they really did turn it around. Like, they had a weird start to the season. They had like a lot of roster changes. They weren't really able to settle on the core 5, but when they did, and it was led by Fido, who got the most improved player award, and it was well deserved because he really just brought them back from the dead. And also got to mention Bendy as well, late split entry. Really given the goods, you know?
Absolutely. So then with all of this improvement, it's only upwards for them to keep going here, and can't wait to see how the team shapes up in the future for the LCO. Yeah. But I'm noticing that we have like a little bit of a spiffy costume change as we are going through some of these final highlights as a goodbye. Who are they playing right here? I can't see. My eyes are straining.
That's Mammoth.
Yes, and I do want to add that they actually had very fluid drafts towards the end of the regular split, where I believe it's the addition of Benvi and the coach Calvin that made them succeed to this extent, where they were able to challenge some of the best teams, even pulling Chiefs to a very close game, I would say, and no one's ever actually been able to challenge them like that. Foreigner, let's go, boys!
Oh, I love the celebration there. And all right, so I see that you three got a costume change, and I'm here left alone, and I didn't get the memo. So where's my really cool Menulog jacket? Did you take mine?
You have to be an OS resident. We don't want any of those North American specimens. I'm sorry. You're gonna taint it, honestly.
Taint it? Taint it? Okay, so just because of what Amelg said, I'm not going to give everyone watching at home and watching in the stands the super special gift that Menulog gave us. Should I do that? Should we let Amelg tell you what you don't get today? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because for everyone who's watching, what I want you to do is whip out your phone and start using MenuPog in the chat to win a $30 voucher from our friends at Menulog. And would you look at that? Up in the stands, it's Menulog Man, who is passing out vouchers to all of these happy and excited fans. Which, guys, as soon as I landed here, I pulled into the hotel, I downloaded Menulog, and I immediately ordered myself a burger, and it was fantastic. Just what I needed after a 16-hour flight. What is your favorite meal to order, Kitty?
My favorite meal to order is probably pasta. I really like bolognese pasta, especially with that cheese on top. You know, you put that cheese on top, is pretty good.
Can we get that one more time? Was it a she? Max, what about you? Pasta your go-to?
Nah, it's going to be a burrito bowl for me. Bit of
Burrito
GYG. Yeah, can't beat that.
Do they have Chipotle here in Australia?
No?
I don't think so.
Chipotle doesn't exist in Australia.
No, unfortunately.
Well, at least Menulog does.
It does.
To help
That's-
you find
that's
the burrito
exactly
bowl
right.
that you need. All right, Amelg, what about you? What's your go-to delivery option?
It's gonna sound a bit weird, but I like Chinese style like cold noodles. Those actually slap way more than they should. It's like so simple. It's just like cold noodles with like some like chili sauce, and it goes hard.
Oh, that
I
sounds...
could go for one right now.
Whip out the phone. pull up the app, maybe try to hunt down Menulog Man for a $30 voucher, and then buy for everyone here.
Yeah.
What? Okay, so I need to ask this though, because remember, I'm the tourist. I have no idea what's going on here. What is like Australian cuisine?
One word.
One word.
Vegemite. Have you tried Vegemite?
Is that the spread, right?
It's the brown bread spread, yeah.
Okay,
What
I'm
is it
seeing
doing?
boos in the audience right now.
Marmite.
Wait,
Any
does
Marmite
she?
fans?
Does she have a?
No way.
Is that a Vegemite T-shirt? That's a Vegemite sweater. Does that mean that I
Vegemite.
have
So
to
much
try it
sweat.
now?
We have to try it on broadcast.
That's true.
I have to try it on broadcast? Do we have it right
You
now?
have to try
We'll
Marmite.
schedule it, don't worry.
Marmite, it's like better. It's like Vegemite, but like S tier. You know?
What's the difference between Marmite and Vegemite?
You can't explain it. It's just better.
What do you mean you can't explain it? You can explain the difference between like ketchup and mustard, apples and oranges.
Yeah, but they're both like the same color. You know, they're both mite. It's just the beginning of the word is different. It's better, trust me.
I don't want to talk to Amelg anymore, which is great because I do believe we have Xenox standing by with our team. So let's go ahead and hear it from him.
Firstly, all I can say, I'm absolutely starving after that little segment. Secondly, it's only Vegemite, right? Yeah? Of course, though, what you're all here to see, it's not us, it's the players, it's the games. So let's get them on stage, starting with your Split 1 LCO champions and your MSI representatives. It's order. They had an absolute incredible journey in Split 1. Champions, they ran the gauntlet all the way. Can they be kings once again? Their opponents, though, is a recent opponent. It's Pentanet, and they recently lost to Order. Can they get revenge? Please welcome to the stage, Pentanet GG. Well, a mix of applause and boos. I don't know who you guys want to win, so let's get that out of the way very quickly. Who's with Order? What about Pentanet? I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Pentanet might have just edged that one out. We'll see if they can edge them out in the Rift as well. For now, of course, we throw it back to our wonderful couch.
Thank you so much, Xenox. Okay, wait, guys, don't turn around right now, but I think the players are literally right behind us. Just
Oh shit.
take a quick peek, take a quick peek, take a quick peek. Yeah, they're behind us right there. Guys, we have an amazing match set up for us today. Order taking on Pentanet Gaming. Let's go ahead and take a look at our first team, which is, of course, Order. And as we saw them standing onto the stage, I think BioPanther was throwing out some shade, was that? It was a little bit of confidence. We heard some cheering. We heard some excitement standing right behind me. They're now walking over to their setups to get set up, but this is definitely a team that a lot of people have their eyes on.
They do, and Order, you know, coming back from a series up against the Chiefs, it was a best-of-5 series, but we saw slow progress throughout the entire series where they got improvement, and with such a quick learning team, I'm worried for PGG because they're just unstoppable.
And this is a team that's very comfortable in these lower bracket elimination type games. I mean, last split literally running the entire gauntlet to come victorious and to represent the region at MSI. So if there's anyone that is comfortable in these situations, is there anyone who's not going to crack under pressure, it's Order.
Yeah, I mean, we know that MSI, you know, they didn't have the best performance there. Not great. They did have one close game against G2, but ultimately weren't able to secure a win. And in Split 2, obviously, they lost Kevy, their star player, got Gudo. He's not a bad player, right? But they kind of had to rebuild their whole identity from scratch. And they were looking shaky at the start of the split, but they gradually scaled up. And right now, I'd say they're honestly peaking.
Now, but Max, you have a little bit of inside information, no? Since
Yes.
you're, I don't know, a current sub and player on that squad. So give us the inside info, okay?
Look.
This team, I know they're coming off of the loss against Chiefs. What makes them ready to take the win today?
I think that loss against Chiefs didn't really rattle them at all. I think Seri said it in an interview, but this is very much, they viewed it as, it's going to be 10 games against Chiefs, right? They always thought that they're going to be the ones in that grand final matchup against them. So I think, it's just one of those hurdles that they had to go over to get where they are now. And yeah, like I said before, this team, they know that they have momentum in their favor. They know that they can get things rolling and keep them rolling all the way to a championship.
Absolutely. And Kitty,
And Order's always been that best of 5 series. When we go all the way back to Split 1, they've said that they adapt the fastest, and they've definitely proved that throughout this playoffs. And going up stage, although they've lost Kevi, I think Gudo has molded himself as a perfect duo with Kisei, where they were able to take a lot of games from those top teams.
Now let's go ahead and talk about their opponent, because Order is just one team that we're seeing today, and of course they will be playing Pentanet GG. You see the players on the screen right now: Winterer, Balkan, Yuri, Predeath, and Rogue. We can start to hear the chants and the excitement from the crowd right now. But just to start it off, Max, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but Pentanet always kind of talks themselves up a little bit, like they're the team to beat, they're the best team, and yet they have yet to really prove that. So
exactly.
Are they going to be able to today?
They've been the team since the start. They've always said, we're going to go head-to-head with the Chiefs. We're going to take these championships. We're going to be at MSI and at Worlds. And just so far, they haven't been able to reach those heights. And this is their last chance, I guess, before next season to really prove that they are the roster that can beat everyone. They are the roster that can represent OS internationally.
Yeah, definitely. I think that not only do they place high expectations on themselves, but also everyone else, right? Because at the start of the season, they were being hyped up as like one of those super teams, right? But then Split 1, losing the low bracket final to Order, and so far in Split 2, looking a little bit shaky, honestly. It's like 2021 PG, everyone loved them, right? But 2022 PG hits different. It doesn't hit the same. It just hits different.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping to see them, trying to bring it back.
There was a quote from Rogue, I think, in one of these player packages that we had, where he was saying something along the lines of like, the only people who can defeat us are us, or something like that. And I really like that quote because, it's having the full confidence in yourself. But Kitty, remember, they did lose this series before in the early playoff round. So what makes them think that they're going to take the cake today?
Well, my favorite quote from Rogue OC is, I can't stand from the Chiefs that they are having an undefeated split in 2022. So that is my favorite quote. But, PGG, they've always been that super team. We've had amazing rosters coming out of them. They have the Korean duo of Balkan and Yuri, where Balkan, he's kind of been affected by the meta where it doesn't suit him because he is that carry factor. But with Yuri coming in and stepping up for Split 2, all these majors, he's actually performing extremely well where he can go up against Kisei.
Yeah, it does feel like Split 2 has really just been the Yuri show, right? He's been consistently performing and bringing the goods for PGG, and I think that when Balkan and Yuri are at their peak, they can honestly challenge any team. That's what makes this team so exciting to watch.
Now, one thing, or another element that I should say, rather, that's going to make this very exciting is that this is also a rematch. Remember, PGG lost to Order 3-2 in that best-of-5 series. And let's actually take a look at some of the replays and highlights from that series because it was quite a banger. Well, 5 games, we thought at first, Order with the lead, that they were going to be able to pull it off, a quick 3-0, but then it was PGG who ended up coming in off of so many interesting draft picks there, Kitty.
We do have some priority picks coming in from the last best of 5 series where Order went 3-2 up against PGG, but I do want to highlight Zeri. This pick is absolutely broken. We see it all across the world. It's either getting first pick or it's getting banned, and in the current playoffs, it is a 100% presence with 0 losses. But paired with a Yuumi, I believe that's pretty illegal to have Yuumi on the same team as Zeri. But we've seen from LCK that LCK has counters such as Gen G picking out the Singed, where they intentionally let out that duo. And talking about Silas, we have 2 amazing Silas players on today's games, where Kisei and Yuri both prefer it to be blindable. And I think that's quite an OCE exclusive pick. And with Ornn coming in for that top lane, it's such a good blind pick and overall reliable good laning phase. I think this champion, or these champions overall, will be the highest priority for tonight's games.
Yeah, I think Ornn on Biopanther on Ornn is honestly just like a different beast, right? It's like it's one of his favorite comfort champions where he can really embrace that sort of frontline tank identity and just, I don't know, he's just so good at everything when he's on a tank. It's crazy.
And we need to mention that Soraka was picked in that top lane.
Yes, that's what I want to get into.
Yeah, I think that the main thing looking at this series was the draft and just how many spanners were thrown in it. I mean, Zilean top something you just don't see every day. And then it took a while for Order to really figure out what they wanted to play into it, right? And that goes back to the whole point about adaptation and these best of fives really being a war of attrition. You know, game by game, it doesn't really matter as much as you getting a grasp on your opponent as a whole, right? So coming in today, I'm sure both teams have a more solid understanding of draft, of how they want to approach these games. And hopefully we're going to be able to see these teams playing at their peak with drafts they're comfortable on.
So that being said, I'm going to bring it up again. We've talked a lot about Order, but how is PGG going to pull out the win? Is it going to be focusing on the draft? Is it going to be, I don't know, maybe not picking red side when you have side pick? Like, what is that factor going to be?
I mean, yeah, that'd help. I think blue side is incredibly broken on this patch, so if you're not really picking it, you're doing something wrong. But I think PGG, the way they play the game, it's very early game centric. They love getting a snowball, particularly through that mid jungle like we're talking about, Yuri and Belkan. So I think it's more from a gameplay perspective, you know, just trying to make sure that into the mid game particularly, the plays that they make are being executed cleanly. They're not giving opportunities for the opponents to come back into the game.
And that makes sense because we do have Draven being blind picked from Praetors, where he's been playing this champion like crazy. It's like his top priority champion. But talking about the next champion that I think will be extremely popular is Lucian Nami. We haven't seen enough Lucian Nami where it is extremely popular in the other regions, but in the current playoffs, it is currently 0 wins and 2 losses.
Yeah, I think LS definitely has some opinions on that, right? I've seen him on Twitter complaining about how it's just like not actually strong at all and people getting baited into it. And I think it's really hard to tell, right? Because obviously it does have that strong laning phase, but past that, it does feel a little bit lackluster as you get into like the mid and late game.
Now, it's an Order game. It's an Order series, I should say. So we're definitely going to be in for a treat for a lot of interesting draft picks. Personally, I want to see the Morgana jungle again, but that's just me. But before we get any further into this game, we do have to point out the fact that this is the 100th game of Split 2. Look at that. Look at all the happy Gragas. We're barbecuing. We're slumber partying. I forget what that Gragas skin is called, but he's holding a pint. I see a couple people in the crowd holding one too. It's fantastic, but listen, that being said, 100 games in the bag. We do have a special interview on stage right now. So let's go ahead and let Xanax take it away with Coach Series of Order.
Yeah, so we were just chatting about how exciting it is to be sort of back here in Australia with a live crowd. What does it sort of mean for you and your team, I guess, back home with a local crowd? Does it just make it more exciting of a matchup?
Oh yeah, all the boys are 100% hyped. The time that they went to MSI, obviously there wasn't much of a crowd, so it's way better to be back here with the home crowd.
Now, obviously, your opponent, a bit of a recent opponent back in the upper bracket semi-final. Now, you did get the win there, but they had a little comeback. Games 3, Game 4, they got a bit of a run on. Did you take some learnings from that?
Yeah, look, we were playing around a little bit with the draft. We were experimenting, seeing what we can and can't do. I think we're coming in tonight knowing exactly what we want, and we're expecting a 3-0.
Now, back in Split 1, you guys were the champions. You ran the gauntlet, you ran the lower bracket all the way to the end. You got to MSI. Probably surprised some people, I would say. Now, potentially some expectations here in Split 2. How do you sort of play into that?
Yeah, obviously, we're coming in here as defending our championship. We fully expect to make it back to Sunday and challenge the Chiefs. I don't really think that it plays with anybody's mind. No one has losing on their mind at all.
Now, before I let you go, one last thing. We've got that local crowd. There was quite a bit of an applause for Order. Anything you'd like to say? Yeah,
look, obviously we're in a really unique situation. So we fully appreciate everyone coming down here and still supporting Order, even though we're not around anymore. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you, everyone. Round of applause. I didn't even have to say it for series. Congratulations for that, and best of luck in their series against Benton. For now, though, back to the couch.
So much love from the audience for series and Order as a whole, but I don't think we can just ignore the fact that he said that he's expecting a 3-0 for the squad. Bold words for a previous series that went to 5 games, no?
Incredibly based. I think, Series is a stand-up guy. He says it like it is. If he thinks that they're going to 3-0, he's got my vote.
Absolutely. No doubt in your mind. Can you back this up, Max?
You got to believe it. I mean, if you're the coach, you got to come out and you got to say you're going to be 3-0. Make all the boys believe it. You play with confidence, you can get that 3-0.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm such a big fan of Coach Sarah's drafts where he was able to pick the Morgana jungle, where we flexed the Jarvan first pick to support in the last Best of 5 series, which was absolutely insane learning from LCK. So I'm personally the biggest fan of Coach Sarah's.
I'm gonna throw a little curveball in here a little bit. It's not a curveball. I don't know why I said that. I want to add spice. All right. I heard in one of the previous interviews that we had with BioPanther, kind of talking about the squad a little bit, he spoke about Goodo, saying that if anything, it's his nerves that get the best of him sometime. That he's a fantastic player, but just needs to work a little bit on the confidence. Well, look around. We are now in an arena, DreamHack Melbourne, playing on stage in front of people and in front of everyone who is watching at home right now. That's got to be adding on to the nerve. So do you think that that's something that would affect him today?
Oh, look, it certainly has to some extent. I think, at the end of the day, once you've settled in, maybe there's some game one jitters, but once you settle into that series, you are locked in and you are solely focused on the game. And I think throughout this whole split, Goodo has really shown that he has settled into order. He has become, not just Kevy's replacement, as BioPanther said, but his own player. He is Goodo, right? And I'm confident that he's going to be able to show up today and deliver what he needs to for the team.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I think playing in front of a live audience has such a different dynamic because it's also the first time for Winter and Praedith as well. They haven't played in front of a live audience before. And there's just that added pressure, right? All eyes are on you physically. And I just hope they can play up to their normal standard.
Well, we're just going to have to see what happens. But right now, we do have an interview standing by with PGG's coach on stage right now.
Yes, I'm here with Chippies, who's very much excited to maybe get some revenge on Order, of course. Chippies, you did have that upper bracket semi-final loss. It was a close one, 3-2. What did you guys take away from that and what you can maybe look to improve on here for the next matchup?
The thing about the semi-finals is everyone was playing it in their bedrooms, but now on the stage event, our element, there's just no way.
Well, I mean, that obviously is a really good point, isn't it, right? What's the preparation like when you come to an event like this here at DreamHack for the playoffs, knowing what's on the line, what is awaiting you if you do win this? Do you prep differently to what you would say for a regular season matchup?
I think it's pretty similar prep, but I really wanted to make a really aggressive game one comp because I feel like these guys are going to be playing like pussies on stage, so we're going to dominate them.
Fighting words, but you've got to have that belief, don't you? You've got to believe you can win. Do you also believe potentially in this matchup, whoever can play to their strengths better is just going to be able to take the victory?
Yeah, I think having the stage experience from today will help a lot versus Chiefs, so I think we have a good chance.
Do you have a good chance against the Chiefs if you do make it through?
Yeah, we'll smoke those losers, bro, don't worry.
Oh, love the confidence, love the confidence. Listen, when we had the walk-ons, you guys got a massive, massive round of applause. Anything you'd like to say here to this wonderful crowd?
Thanks so much for coming. It's been so long since our last LAN, and seeing everyone here supporting us in real time, it's just amazing.
Thank you so much, Chippies. Best of luck in your match. Of course, it's not too far away for now, though. We go back to the couch, and hopefully soon the games will start.
I'm a Pentanet fan now.
Welcome to Australia, Alvi. This is Australian esports for you.
I love it. I love the trash talk that we've got. I love the crowd vibes. I love whatever that was. Chippies has my vote. I feel like, I'm not saying that there's caster or host bias right now going on in the desk, but that's my fan vote. That's my fan vote right there. But speaking of which, I do believe that coming up shortly, we're going to allow our audience members to participate in the vote. But before we do that, we have to figure out what side Order is selecting here today, and that will be revealed very shortly. Of course, it's blue side. Was there ever any doubt in our mind that it wasn't going to be blue side?
Blue side has been the winner of the entire playoffs throughout this split to LCO, and I just don't think a team would give up this blue side when you do have that pick priority over the other team.
Yeah, there's just so many first pickable champions that provide such a big power in the draft, right? Like the Zeri, like the Wukong, all this stuff that's getting permanently banned. If you can just have blue side, you can be able to take one of those things away. You're in such a good position for the game.
Absolutely. Now, as I mentioned previously, for all of our fans who are watching in the arena, well, you guys can scream it, but for everyone who is watching at home, we have our Dare fan vote. So just go ahead and use all of your Twitch channel points and vote for which team you think will be victorious in this first game and throughout the day. If you guys had channel points, throw them all in. And listen, if you are watching in the stands right now, pull out your phone. There's mobile apps for this type of stuff. Now, that being said, I want to hear what everyone on the desk thinks in terms of their predictions. So let's go ahead and take a look at our first batch. Analyst predictions, here we go.
Oh.
We have MLG, Maximize, and Xenox all going 3-1 for Order. I'll explain mine in a second, but I want to hear 3-1 for Order, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people know, but I've been an Order fan for quite a long time. And honestly, I think that in their last series, it seemed like PGG sort of got figured out by Order, like especially in their Game 5 draft, right? It just felt like Order were always one step ahead, and I feel like given that they have all this knowledge now, it's hard for PGG to come up with new stuff.
Maximize for you.
I agree. I think Siri said it right. They were literally just experimenting in those games 3 and 4 where the draft didn't go as planned, and I think that has what made the series seem a fair bit closer than it actually was. I've put 3-1 because, you know, there always is that element of stage nerves like we talked about. You know, something can go wrong if there's something completely unexpected. But I think consistently, Order is just the more well-drilled team. Their fundamentals are better, and they're going to take the series tonight.
Kitty, we don't have yours on the screen, but would you mind revealing it?
I went with the Order 3-2 because
3-2?
it's already been done from the last best of 5.
That's
Why
true.
can't we do it again for the live audience?
I like that, a full 5-game series. There we have it on the board. And Kitty, are you in the lead right now with your predictions? No, you are behind Mac right now, who is currently at 75. And I don't know if you guys saw, but Skimmy, the only one predicting a Pentanet win right there. 3-2 believes it's going to go the distance for this series to a full 5 games. Guys, I predicted a koala because I still really want to see one in the wild. I saw 2 in the zoo. They were sleeping, and honestly, I feel like seeing a koala just drop out of the sky here today would be a win for Australia. But also, Chippy sold me. I think, can I vote for Pentanet? Because I think I'm going to go ahead and send my bias over there. Have a lot of people who are very excited, and we're about to get into this game very shortly. Fans are pumped. People at home are pumped. We have everyone using their channel points to vote for who they think is going to win right now. What do we think about Skimmy choosing Pentanet, though? 3-2.
Look, I love Skimmy. He's my New Zealand brother, but he's really got to get his eyes checked, man. I don't know what's going on over there. He's giving me the eyes now. I'm sorry,
We
man.
can see him.
That's not
Everyone
it.
can see him. Kitty, duck a little bit. Kitty, duck. Whoa.
I'm not going to the green room after this. I'm scared.
Those are some bold pantomiming that we're getting from the casters over there. So you know what? That's fine. We're going to let you use your words instead of just gestures. So casters, go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, not too surprised there by Melg. You know, he is from Auckland, so it is the lesser part of New Zealand after all. So it is what it is.
Kiwis in shambles.
South Island, that's where it's all at. Rusty, mate, we're finally here, right? The game's about to start. We're on a stage performance. Some of these players never have been in this situation, right? And that's the most exciting part for me, right? You've been playing in your bedrooms. You've been in that element of comfort. Now suddenly with this massive crowd to get around you, you make that one misplay, you make that hype play, it's all going to come on through.
It's a different game, right? You get onto the stage, you have pressure that you didn't have before, so lots of pressure on the line, and particularly for a couple of players there, Goodo, right, who the analyst desk spoke about, lots of nerves backing him up. First time that he's going to be there, so lots of points to prove for Order through their jungler. Remember, last split they had Kevy. He was the star of the show. He's gone off to North America, so Goodo has to step up to the plate big time on a stage.
So he does, and he's found that level of success as the split has gone on, right? Certainly it was a bit of a shy individual at the best of times early on into split 2, but as it's gone on, they've found their success, they've found their ability to almost redefine what makes Order so strong. They're here, they're keen to showcase what they can do again. And do you know what I found out is a really, really fun fact in what has been such a short rivalry between both these teams, only 2 years between them. Order have always won best of 5s. Pentanet have never won a best of 5. So you know what, I'm going out on a whim. That's why I've said I reckon Pentanet can do it today.
I mean, Pentanet did win the regular season head-to-heads, right? 2-1 if you actually consider the entire split. They're 3-3 tied up. So this best of 5 is the difference maker, right? If it goes to 5 games, someone still has outright head-to-head, and they get to take on the absolute demons waiting in the finals in the Chiefs.
They certainly do, and it is going to be a big ask for these teams, right? I feel like game one's going to really look to try and set the tone, especially from a side like Pentanet, who are known for being so, early aggressive focus, right? 25-minute victories where you're just crushing as a result. If that happens, suddenly the crowd's around you and you're thinking, hang on a minute, is this looking like a bit of a cheeky 3-0? We're really garnering the idea that a potential 5-game banger, the only one that we've had so far, is going to happen again here on LAN.
Had a couple of conversations about this as well. One was Shock earlier today, but it's very hard to predict a 3-0. Looking at the way both of these teams match up, you feel like it could be a 3-0, but you feel like it could just as easily be a 3-2 and go all the way to 5 games. There's so much to be proven in game number 1 of this series, right? We're looking at nerves. We're looking at building momentum because there's been such a long time between games played as well, right? The full week to rest. Last time we saw Order run the gauntlet, they started the gauntlet with back-to-back series, right? They found that momentum. Very easy to follow that through with the rest of the tournament. A very different story for them here this time around, where they have to start from scratch and do it in a much bigger environment.
They certainly do, and there is no bigger environment than this one. As you already told me, 3 years since we last had it. Time has really flown on by. I come over for the OPL, I'm like, sweet, brand new game, a chance to try and showcase what I can do. COVID happens, I'm like, well, I guess I'm just hard stuck living in my bedroom for the rest of this time,
The
right?
weirdest thing that happened as we got here is that whenever I talk about the Chiefs, they're directly in front of our point of view in the audience. So there's just Chiefs members looking at us.
Yep.
It's like, what are you going to say? Be careful.
They want to know. They want to see what the competition is, how we evaluate the game itself, and sort of what we have to say about them, perhaps. You know, maybe Tally's out there in the crowd just watching and thinking, name drop me a few times. Regardless, though, I mean, coming into this one, right, that is the biggest thing for me. Both of these teams have had their stardom, right? You have Order having just been to South Korea for MSI, right? Not in that live environment, but regardless, on a stage, then Pentanet have done it as well in yesteryear. So these players are akin to the stage differences, right? And I mean, you can certainly have conversations about like, oh, does it feel nice? You know, is the desk the right distance? You know, is the monitor in the right position? Right?
Player from the LJL that has the ruler for the mouse pad.
That's it, exactly. You know, all those minute differences could really look to try and play an effect here. But yeah, I mean, I'm just so excited to see how this game really looks to try and start off. And sort of what champions we look at, right? Because last time Zeri was permabanned. You're looking at like, what, LPL, LCK. They don't care. They don't care.
Of course, Pentanet going to get in the huddle here, get their cheers going, ready to go, get pumped for the game. Order in their lanes. They're moisturized. They're flourishing already. They don't need those cheers. They're ready to go. Big best of 5 ahead. If you saw BioPanther's walkout, he was pumped. He said out loud, I don't know if you all heard it, I deserve it, is basically what he was saying. So I've never seen someone more confident in himself, ready to try and get to that title match against the Chiefs on Sunday.
And he's been evolving, much like a Pokemon, right? His hair color just continues to change. You know, it starts off one way, and we went from black to orange to blue, and he says, you know what, I don't want to look like I'm actually representing the Chiefs right now, so down to purple we go. That might be the good luck buff they need. Feels like a lot of these players coming into playoffs, right, have just dyed their hair to say, you know, new me, new ideas, playoffs doesn't faze me.
Certainly a way to go. Get a bit of confidence in yourself as you go on stage as well, right? Look good, feel good. Definitely a strat that is real.
For sure.
Believe it or not. But we need to get into the nitty-gritty a little bit more here, Skimmy, as well. You spoke about the pick bans just briefly. It is going to be a major factor, right? We have seen best of 5s around the entire world right now. Playoffs happening in every single major region. And so the LCO squads have had so much sample size from every other region and what they're able to pick and what they've been bringing out. And you mentioned Yuumi, you mentioned Zeri. Absolutely, those two are going to be prolific factors. But a couple of ones that don't exist in other regions are like the Renekton, specifically for Pentanet.gg, because they're the only team that plays the Renekton Nidalee as a combo very successfully and often forces that ban. That is going to be a very big factor for them. They're also Zillion top players. But last time they played that against Order, it was a Soraka top 5th pick counter on red side.
That was the Game 5 decider, right? So, I mean, that's the big question for me is, much like the analyst desk were discussing, are there any more surprises that can come out here to look to try and either kickstart the series or to close out things with a bang, right? And said that the prep was sound, that we've had that time to reflect on that previous series, had a chance to go into this one and understand the circumstances, and yeah, nothing's going to be there to try and catch us off guard. And I mean, you know, you sort of look at some of the combinations. You mentioned the Renekton before. We saw in the LPL in those grand finals yesterday, went for a Pantheon jungle as opposed to Nidalee. I mean, we saw Pantheon come into the fold of things. I think everybody played for 1 week when thinking it's broken, and now it's just gone.
Yeah, it was actually
Where is it?
legit 1 week.
Disappeared.
I mean, Order have got the Morgana they've been playing as well, right? The Jarvan. They've been playing Jarvan in the support
the
role.
flex,
So yeah, they've been flexing that between positions. So they've got a lot of tricks up their sleeve. And you heard from both coaches confident that it'll be a 3-0. Chippy's, of course, saying he's going to smoke him. So a little bit more confidence coming out of him. But 3-0s across the board. And I do think the draft is a major reflective factor on exactly that, right? As we get into it, do teams have their identities? Because we know, and if I was to visualize this matchup, I would say it's a sword versus shield, right? You've got Pentanet as the sword. They're aggressive. They want to make plays. They want to get early leads. Order just want to coast. They want to get to the late game, get to team fights. Just take it to them in a 5v5 setting where they feel the most confident and comfortable.
And that's, I mean, I suppose, mostly evidence from the series they had up against the Chiefs, right? 20-minute into 30-minute into 40-minute game as the day went on. They were finding their mark in that series. And ultimately, it really is that interesting situation. You can almost get the idea very early on into a match as to who's really going to look to try and take out that match, right? If we got a 10k gold lead at 20 minutes, you're thinking, okay, Pentanet have certainly done something right here. You're looking at a situation for Order, maybe a 5k gold lead. They've got an Ornn, you're thinking, well, smooth sailing, right? The Ornn's going to start to come out. The team fighting prowess is there. They've got the collapse. They've got the ability. I'm just curious to see sort of what other champions have been discussed internally, right? To try and, especially in Game 1. Game 1's always the most exciting for me, right? Because you're nervous. All this tension, all this build up to this one moment. You know, you're just sitting in these chairs anticipating. Champ select can't be too far away. You're looking up and you're seeing a crowd in front of you and you're thinking, I just want to be into the game, right? I played thousands of hours That's my element, and that's what I want to sort of shrug off and return to.
When you're on the Rift, it's back to business, right?
Sure.
Everything's normal. You're just staring at a screen. Nothing else matters. It's just bright lights, and you're focusing on what is in front of you. But let's quickly hit on that just a little bit more. What does it mean to be able to just sit on stage and kind of be isolated from the world, right? You've got the nerves. We're getting into Champion Select, so we can hold that conversation. Let's get right into the pick ban.
Let's certainly do that. Order have elected for the blue side here, so they've decided, you know what, we're going to stick with a lot of those same bans that we did in that series last time. Renekton, Zilean, right at the gates, mind you, as well as the Wukong. Response from Pentanet straight away. Silas has to be taken away. Zeri continues its 100% ban rate, and the Ornn always targeting Biopampa's ability.
Yeah, so business out of the way, right? Renekton, Zilean, they have to be banned. You've seen Wukong most played by Balkan in the playoffs, so they're going to target this from him as well. This leaves up Trundle, which is the #1 priority jungler for Order. However, with no hesitation, the aggressive team will pick the aggressive ADC.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, you'll see a Leona or an Alistar or a Nautilus paired with this as well, so expect a lot of action early in the 2v2 in bot lane, and of course, bringing the junglers to get involved. Order, of course, do have the opportunity to counter, and very smart to try and take the Jarvan, but it's not a flex this time around as the Trundle was
It
lost.
certainly is not, but regardless, it's a champion that we know that Balkan is very proficient at, allows him to be very aggressive, level 2, level 3. He's looking for something, right? He's looking to try and connect, be it on a Scuttle Crab invade or a potential 2v2. We saw Yuri on multiple occasions sacrifice his own ability just to make sure that Balkan can make that aggressive move, cross map, maybe a bit of cheeky counter jungling as a result. Order now going to decide right at the gates, we're just going to go for the Akali. You know what? Kisei has that star factor. He wants to showcase it. Game 1, no nerves.
Yeah, mobility makes the Jarvan just a little bit less effective. Has kill threat against the Draven as well. So far, this Akali pick can be seen as quite a good option for them. Sejuani going to round this composition out as well for their top side. Trundle, Sej, very high kill threat when working together.
Yeah.
Because of that Sejuani passive, and Trundle, of course, with the auto attack resets. Also, 3 melee champions to go with that Sejuani when it comes to team fights. So very easy to hit those stuns. As a very easy follow-up here from Pentanet.gg with the Vex. They see the Akali, they try and choose a preferential matchup. And if anyone knows what Akali does, it is Yuri, who I would say is a top 2 Akali player alongside Kisei, 2 of our assassins of the league.
No doubt about it, and that's what we love to see, right? As we want to see those assassin champs. That's where they get to showcase their individual mechanics, their brilliance as a player. And I mean, Yuri has one of the biggest champion pools in this entire league. I think last time we checked in, like 17 unique champions played. Coming into this one, he's already had 7.
Yeah.
He's yet to have a Vex play this entire split, which is crazy to me, given he's played literally everything. So excited to see what he can do as the bans from Pentanet heavily now targeting the bot lane with a Neela and a Misfortune.
Yeah, Neela ban is an interesting one. I don't know how that would go into a Draven as a matchup is concerned, but perhaps they know something's up here. Puma and Corporal might have some strats in the playbook ready to go. Could be a Sejuani going down there as well. Potentially Neela Sejuani is a dangerous duo.
Yep.
So that might be what they have considered here. Misfortune also very specifically away from Puma. Looking at PGG's 4th pick here, however, heavy dive is the play, right? Being aggressive, that's what they're looking for. Amumu fits it to a T down in the support position with that Draven. However, it is blind, so they don't know what they're playing against just yet. The entire bot lane of Order is yet to be seen. Zeri gone, Neela gone, Misfortune removed as well.
Ooh.
Kate Lux is an option. Caitlyn and who is the question?
Caitlyn Lux, Caitlyn Morgana, Caitlyn Karma, a whole host of different options, right? It feels like an eternity ago we used to see this be the go-to, right? You just spam that bot lane, you're getting as many turret plates as possible for free with pressure that you just cannot attend to. The Herald gets achieved, you pick that one up, the turret's gone, the map is under full control for you. They're going to go for the Morgana here. And that spell shield should offer a lot of protection, especially against that bandage toss, or even the Shadow Surgeon from Vex.
Yeah, I feel like it's a really smart pick just because Order have shown that they can play at jungle as well, right? They've revealed a flex, could be a Sejuani support. You know, these things are going to be questions, right?
Sure.
Trundle goes top lane sometimes. You never know what Order are going to do until they've finalized their draft. PGG on the other side here, they're going to get the Nara as their 5th pick. They're going to round out their composition well. A split pusher that wants to team fight just as much around those mega cooldowns. Big explosive action to be seen from PGG's side here, our red side in game #1 Order. More of a siege composition, but heavy skirmishing through the early stages, through their mid, jungle, and top.
No doubt about it. I mean, for me, it's looking to try and dissuade the amount of pressure that a Draven's looking to try and achieve in those early portions of the game, right? Yes, you're strong. Yes, you want to cash in that passive. Get that adoration goal, but the Caitlyn can look to try and be a menace. The Caitlyn is strong, the Morgana will be oppressive, the Sejuani will lock you down, and all those melee champions will come together and say, hey, Pentanet, you've just overstepped one bit too much. We're flipping the script and we're turning this one around.
Certainly a possibility, mate. I mean, getting into this first game, a lot of excitement, a lot of nerves to be considered for both of these teams. Everything on the line, game number 1 momentum is huge. I think the identity of both teams, they've drafted for themselves this time.
Yeah.
Right? They haven't gone into their opponents' play patterns or tendencies, just waiting to see where Order finishes their champions and where they are going to go. Kate Morgana, of course, does make the most sense. So to no one's surprise, it's going to be a bit of a lane bully bot lane here. I'm expecting a lot of action to be seen early in that 2v2.
So Liam, both these bot lanes, highly aggressive, can farm up a storm, and I've certainly seen in the past splits, past seasons even, that they've showcased exactly what they can do. I'm curious to see exactly where that first blood comes from, because I look at people like Rogue, for instance, highly aggressive with the kill participation up there. Even Puma finds himself up in the mix, despite we see just how much Kisei's influence is felt, right? And Akali wants to get in on the mix, wants to get those kills, wants us to look to try and dominate. But looking at these finalized comps, which one are you looking at? Which one should give you the slight edge, especially in the game 1?
I mean, I can't say one team is better than the other just because of the variance of Order's bot lane, right? That could be so oppressive, it could just remove a Draven from the game, and then how do Pentanet work, right? How do they operate is the question. But we'll see what happens, Skimmy, because they're ready to get into it.
That we certainly are. We're at DreamHack Melbourne to kickstart the very first game in a best-of-5 lower bracket final. The winner, of course, goes up against the Chiefs. A chance to try and make it 2 worlds to represent Oceania. It's a big one for these teams. They have met on 20 occasions before, and Pentanet have never won that best-of-5. They'll be hunting for it. Oh, no. We're into a pause.
Sorry, it's the OS League tax. Everyone get used to it.
No.
We'll be back out as soon as possible. Small pause to start the best-of-5. Hey, it wouldn't be OS
It's a
otherwise.
formality.
Wouldn't be OS otherwise.
It's a bit, isn't it? It has to be.
It's got to be a bit. Oh, what a shame.
Discussions at the window, the hype, the tension, the drama, the crowd cheer. Now it's all just simmered down.
Of course, we've seen the drafts, right? We get to actually sit here and ponder just a little bit more what they're both going to be able to do. Finalize compositions, right? We were talking about the bottom lane. Of course, we were interrupted by them loading onto the Rift, but we've got some time now to discuss that a little bit further. I'm just looking at the Menulog logo. The place for me that is the point of difference is not just the bot 2v2 and how that plays. I would say, in fact, Order want that to be isolated.
Okay.
It's more what a Sejuani can do with the whole top side of the map, right? So what I would really like to see from them, because it's a Gnar, you can attack that super early. You can be aggressive to that super early and try and punish Winterer on his Gnar. And then suddenly it's a different game, right? They just don't get to play League of Legends if bot lane's isolated and losing and top's being ganked. So I think that's probably what Order are going to be looking at as a generic strategy until the Balkan effect comes into play, which is you never know what he's going to do, but he's going to do something.
That really is the big question, isn't it, right? Which version of Balkan rocks up here today? Is it going to be the 10-0 one that just takes over the Rift? Is it going to be the 1-8 one that suddenly goes, go next real quick, regardless. I mean, those are the kind of individuals you really want on your team. You want that star power. You want that ability to try and take over. You want somebody to rally around that can put in a hard shift and say, boys, game 2, we're only one step closer.
Just kind of looking at the faces of these players, Kibby, to see how
Why
they feel
not?
it, because now we've got some time.
We're vibing.
It's almost like ADHD check, isn't it? Who's just constantly bouncing
Who's
uncontrollably, yeah.
Did he still use fidget spinners? I feel like I've not seen one in like 5 years.
Bro, you're showing your age.
I don't know if Kitty knows what a fidget spinner is.
Kitty did quote a Vine once. We'll give her
She
that.
did? We'll give her that.
She stepped up one time.
Clippy from Microsoft Word, though.
What's that?
We can't talk about that. Ah, dear. Well, once we find an update as to what the delay is about, then obviously we can update you guys and pass it on and continue to give you these beautiful bird's eye view of the players strapping themselves in, keen and hungry, raring to go. Best of 5 action, game 1.
Bold check. No one bolding, we're good. We should talk about the clutch factor, actually. That's the thing that we didn't get a chance to talk about too much. Oh, that's really, come on. Come on.
The cameraman's just done him dirty there,
Cameraman's
hasn't he?
listening to me, caught in 4K.
Hey, wake up. And I think it's a good conversation.
Is that BMO? Hell yeah.
Oh, it's Menulog Man. I see him there.
A shout out to the Kanga boys that are here as well.
Absolutely.
A couple of them in the audience. A lot of LCO players that aren't competing today have been seen in the audience, which is good to get around the squad, right? Support the LCO.
Why not?
Don't get many opportunities to go to LANs at the moment, so it's very exciting to have one in the first place.
Some have had a bit of time over at the booths as well, 1v1ing, meeting the fans, having a a little hello and a how are you with them.
What was I going to say about Clutch again?
Well, I think the big thing for me in Clutch Factor is which individuals do we look at, right? I always, from the side of order, look at Kese. I think this split more so even than last split, right? How many moments did we see, especially in playoffs, he will take over a game. The classic clip of me just screaming out of my mind when he plays that Game 5 up against the Chiefs with the Silas, just wombo combos in. That's enough to try and take them to MSI. I think you always have to look at an individual like him and say, he will offer you that ability. That Silas, I feel like it's just going to be permabanned all the way through.
Oh, for sure. Alongside the Renekton as well, right? Two champions that I don't think we'll see any of unless there's some kind of secret strat in the playbook from Order in particular. I think the other person also has been known to clutch is Bio, right? Just ice in his veins, plays real relaxed League of Legends, never makes mistakes, loves the micro of top lane, which is, you know, maybe 1% of the 1% because I just said likes top lane. But
they're a rare breed.
They are a rare breed, but Bio loves what he does.
They keep getting nerfed. They keep getting nerfed, but he perseveres.
At this point, you just get used to it. Releasing 3 new champs, going to be bot laners.
The most impressive thing for me, though, about Bio is the fact that he can literally play anything. I mean, the confidence to say, I've not played Soraka in a year, Game 5, whatever, I'm going to lock that one in. That was enough to win them that series, right? The ability to say, I don't necessarily need to practice these champions all the time.
But that's what makes him clutch, is that he doesn't just play anything, but plays it in a stable way, right? Like, we'll diffuse the opponents. They want to pick something like a Rumble top, which was a split one. PGG tech, he diffused it. It wasn't an issue. Where Kise is more like the X Factor clutch, right? Like, he may not always be clutch, but... Was that Mac?
Oh, there he is! Big Mac, mate.
Could hear Mac from a mile away.
He's front and center, isn't he?
Oh, the Mo has arrived. And my knees are not getting out, Mac, sorry. It's just not happening. I'm a quick runner. You cannot get me.
He's going to have to jump the fence to get one.
It was Praedyth, that's what I was going to say. Praedyth on the other side, he's really the clutch for PGG, right? When you really think about it in the past and in the present in best of fives, Mr. Consistent just been scaling in the regular season. When it comes to playoffs, he brought out the Twitch, was 1v9ing, right? Brings out these plays and it's just so cool, calm and collected when he's in his best of 5 series and seems to only improve with time. That's the crazy thing, right? A lot of people get tired, but remember, Praedyth wakes up at 5 p.m.
That's right.
It's lunchtime by the time he's in Game 5. He's ready to go.
The serial, he's logged in, he's ready, he's checked, and he said, you know what, I'm locking in Draven. A few mechanic checks for me. That's ultimately, for me, would be the best way to check, are you awake? Can you catch the axes? Can you land them? Can you get the job done for your team?
It's a coffee counter for Praedyth, but for Rogue, it's an orange juice counter. In his last best of 5 that went to 5 games against the Chiefs, I think he went through like 3 liters of orange juice and said, I'm in shambles. That's just way too much.
Sugar levels through the roof by that point, no doubt.
Might be a consideration for why the Game 5 was
I keep asking, though, so every time I get a chance to speak to Winter, I say, when's that Azir top coming out, right? And I think at this point, he's getting a little bit sick of me saying that. Even maybe the coach from Chippy's is like, oh, sometimes we discuss her. The same could be said for Praedyth. I want to see Samira. Like, give me that Samira that I saw from MSI where it looked to try and really upset a lot of those big teams, a lot of the major regions.
It'd be fun. I would like to see. I'd like to see something aggressive.
You have the Alistair player, you got the Rakan player. I mean, surely.
No, but Skimmy, Zeri, Yumi, XD.
Oh, but it's banned.
True.
When it's permabanned, surely. But I mean, if Draven's up, why would you go Samira?
It also complements Rogue nicely. You want to be Samira, right? He is touted as Leona Alistar, right?
Yeah.
He's got the engaged style to a T. Is an original Thresh player. There's some hidden montages on YouTube from him back in 2015 when he was real chuffed with just hooks.
Yeah.
We better believe he's made those montages. But Thresh is a champion that can be played right now.
And he gave us like one of the only Thresh performances, right? Like the champion is not in the best state right now, especially when Enchanters have been running rampant. But he said, but look, if you're going to be playing a composition where it's going to lock us in and punish us having no dashes, look, that Lantern's going to be invaluable, right? So certainly another consideration that these teams need to be able to address and understand and be prepared for. Even in some cases, actually warranted a ban.
Absolutely. I mean, into Jarvan, right? That's always going to be the particular place where you see that Thresh. Probably not going to happen in this series, but Jarvan does seem to be a prolific feature between both teams, of course, right? We saw it from PGG Game 1 or the last series. They were playing at support. So they've got options. It might be that we do get the Thresh angle. We get the Rogue montage angle starting to line up. Thank you so much for bearing with us as well, guys. This is not obviously an intended pause. We'll be back in as soon as we possibly can.
It's a chat show at this point, quite honestly.
Coming a podcast.
Mean, Mac, I'm looking at you, mate. You come down here real quickly. Oh, well, that's a shame, isn't it?
Oh, God. we don't even need to do this. Look, we'll just let Mac go.
Mac is with us in spirit. Love your work there, mate. Wish you were here joined
Absolute
with us.
blessing.
But yes, we should not be too far away from this one. Still waiting for an update as to what is going on, but just adds a little bit extra drama, right? Just another layer of tension to think what's going to happen next. When the game finally starts, you're thinking, get me in. I've been thinking about this one. I've been prepped. I'm ready to go. The coach has already given the instructions. The strategy's been outlaid. It's time to play.
Just quietly looking for the drag coup in the audience at all times. Where's that guy flexing his quads?
Oh, for sure. He's always searching for a mirror. There's no doubt about it.
Mirrors find him. That's just a fact.
They do. And a selfie comes with it.
He's a fit man.
Oh, for
He's
sure.
earned the right.
You don't want to flex what you got given.
Yeah. I suppose you would.
Why not?
Thanks for that.
That's my 2 cents as an analyst, so I'll stick to my role. What interesting champions did you see, though, from, say, the LCK and LPL finals? Like, anything that you've noticed? Because I remember we've had a lot of these conversations over the split. You know, once upon a time coined the rusty rants of, like, we see it here, why is it not here? We asked a long time ago, where's Kalista? Are we seeing now
That was what I was going to
mind?
say.
Are you still on the Kalista bandwagon?
I do. Yeah, I like Kalista. I think she's so much fun. Also, Ashe support, something that we've seen in some other regions here and there. Not so much in the playoffs, but I think that as a pocket pick is going to be invaluable. I was also going to say Misfortune.
Sure.
Because I just think that it has its place. And I'm a little bit sad that of the 3 teams remaining, of course, deserving of their position, all of the Bard mains are gone.
True.
They've all been eliminated.
Just one man here.
They eliminated each other, in fact, in the
true.
lower bracket, which
That
is
is true.
a tragedy. But that's always going to be my answer, to be fair. And one champion I want to see more of.
We certainly love those magical journeys. What have you made of the Kalista Draven matchup? Have you seen it often? Because I feel like that is the ultimate...
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Who cares?
Let's get in the game.
Oh, we're in. Well, finally, we're here. It's the longest pause we've had, but you know what? It wouldn't be Oceania without a cheeky pause. We're doing it on land. We're doing it live. We're finally into the action. No coach interview to miss any of those lovely first bloods like I've unfortunately had to curse time and time again. But a chance to see how these teams set themselves up. Will there be any level 1 action?
Just standard starts here from the moment, right? Blue buff start going to be seen from the Trundle and the Sejuani. Opposite sides of the map here. Pathing red to blue for Pentanet. Bit of early action here in mid lane. Vex, one of the best auto-attacking based champions. So no surprises, are going to try and bully early and try and get some extra health down, especially with that Electrocute proc, and Yuri being an absolute menace. Makes things very easy for your jungler to play the game, and that's the life. If you're not familiar with Pentanet.gg coming into this match, their jungler is the life and soul of the team, and sometimes that backfires. But they will play for his success, and he's on a ganking champion. You can't ask for much more.
He certainly is, Jarvan. Very proficient at those individual mates, and well, what a split vote we have here. 56-44 despite the crowd here in Melbourne being big fans of Pentanet. The audience online slightly swaying towards Order instead. Here we have a rather big wave stacking up in the mid lane as Kisei and Yuri have copped a bit of a beating. Junglers hovering in the area. Balkan still on site for the blue buff as Gudo's going to be zoned away for the meantime. Going to go for the wraparound. Looking to try and tease out when the pillar goes down. Can he burn a flash? It goes out. Is that enough to cause any action? There is the Jerkin flip away.
Not really
Balkan's
going to
got
have
other
kill
ideas.
threat. Not really going to have kill threat, right? A Trundle and a Akali, especially with the teleport. So just a bit of pressure crossing through as he's going to go from his blue side towards his red side. Balkan, however, has skipped a couple of camps here. He's ready to go. Scuttle Crab ready to disengage towards either way. It doesn't want to take any needless risks, and Rogue not going to be sitting in the bush, not really hunting for a crazy angle, but is still posturing like at any moment he could throw a bandage out. Otherwise, it has been a very reserved start to this game. What does stand out to me, though, is that so far the Caitlyn Morgana hasn't found an opportunity to do anything. Kisei's health bar getting dangerously low.
Yeah, certainly been handled in the bot lane, haven't they? Running a cleanse and an ignite to try and match that of Pentanet's bot lane too. But Yuri really looking to abuse his ranged advantage, constantly keeping Kisei at bay. Zoned underneath his turret, there's going to be fizz, there's going to be pain, there's going to be pressure. And at some point, Kisei's going to be forced to go back to base and use that TP.
I mean, it's going to have to happen now, right? It's a cannon wave. It's the best time to recall. Psych, there is a dematerializer. But no mana there for Yuri, so it will take him a little bit of time. really nothing beyond that just yet, right? Pressure to be seen. A couple of CS here and there, a nice little recall, bit of experience, but scaling into this game is certainly not the key factor for either of these teams, right? We're not looking at the Zerayumi or the Jinx or anything of the likes. As yes, we are aware there is no sound, but we'll get it back for you guys. Don't worry. Just for now, you have to listen to us, sorry.
It's ASMR. Oh, we're back.
Ah, there you go.
ASMR on the ref. That would have been a beautiful sight.
Yeah, it's hard to speak loud when there's no leak sound.
It is. You naturally go a little bit quieter.
Yeah, a little bit quieter.
You really do. You really do. All right, so ultimately a rather quiet affair for both junglers. Have opted against any early invades or a cheeky little fight. May just be going for that first reset into a full clear, rushing level 6, giving themselves that big impact to be a bit of a menace. Constantly got to keep our eyes locked in on the spot lane, right? Because it can be so explosive.
There's very interesting trade patterns as well between them, right? Like, Amumu doesn't really exist if the Morgana is good. He gets to harass, they get to push, and it just kind of continues like that. The Draven and the Caitlyn can share blows, they can trade blows, but ultimately, if your Amumu can't engage, you're not really going to be able to follow up. So a lot of this comes down to either baiting out the spell shield usage or bringing it to more of a skirmish where there's more people involved, right? Morgana, by design, counters one champion with a spell shield, but Amumu has an AoE ult at level 6. Jarvan has an AoE ultimate as well, as does the Gnar. As Gudo looking bottom.
Corporal looking for the binding. Rogue jumps in with a bandage loss. Black shield goes out, a flash away. Instantly the binding doesn't connect.
Bell cut in.
It's a flash EQ drag on towards Puma. They're looking for the first spot. They're flashed away. Shadow Surge and they go first spot. Found by Gudo. Gudo's going to die. The gold has been cashed in. And Pentanet are going to find themselves too. Yuri still with the reset on the ultimate. He's found Kissy. That's a fully topped up Akali. You don't want much more than that.
Puma going to have to sit under the turret with very low health. Does seem like Kissei should be able to escort him as this wave is crashed down. 2-for-1 trade in favor of Pentanet.gg, but like you highlight, Draven gets to cash in those stacks. Makes a whole host of extra money over the order bot lane. They're the ones who start the play and they're the ones who lose.
And that does really feel to me like the game of chess you play in the spot lane between both marksmen, right? You've got the Draven that you're looking to try and kill nice and early to remove all those stacks to get the bonus gold, whereas the Caitlyn is looking to try and achieve lane pressure to push you in so they can get those turret plates. That's the equalizing factor in my mind. And right now, they've been faltering on both fronts, which is a dicey story given just a track record Pentanet have once they get a gold lead.
And yeah, the big thing for me here is that Praetor doesn't just get that kill, he gets it while keeping both summoner spells.
Well, that's it.
So for any forthcoming skirmishes, he's going to be unbelievably powerful, right? 6 minutes, Drake spawns, 8 minutes, Herald going to be up as well. Neither team considering an objective just yet. However, with that in mind, Jarvan's going to be on the top side. Gudo is going to be on the bottom side, so they could split objectives depending on how the lanes play out, as Biopanther fancies himself a little bit of a waddle.
He'll cheeky roam down to mid and see what happens. Ultimately, nothing going on right now. Just going to go for a delayed recall in that regard. Get those plated steel caps online nice and quickly. Make laning phase just a fraction easier for him. And there's going to be a truckload of AD damage for him to contend with, right? Once he starts to group up with the Draven, even the Jarvan can fack a paired punch, given a chance to work its magic with the passive. So keen to see where that next moment takes place.
Here with a nice little bit of advanced vision there in the river to see if they're going to walk towards the Herald. Order with a ward on the Herald themselves. It feels like with this patch, both teams should put a bit of extra preference toward the Drake. I really do like getting Drake. However, consider that these comps like skirmishing early. That's where Herald can find a lot of value, right? Because it can break turrets, it can threaten dives. Pentanet.gg are going to be the team to start this off. They have their support hovering. That is an advantage that Order do not have. And Gudo, even if he suspects it's being done, cannot face check because he would risk dying.
And they're just not committing members into the area, right? I mean, right now, Praetor is holding bot lane on his own in a 1v2. He's going to sacrifice a few of these plates, at least just one. As the Whirling Death comes across to try and trim that wave. Another wave coming in, holding quick. But level 6 is now online for these junglers. Cataclysm, Subjugate, huge impact.
Massive breakpoint for both teams. You can see Pentanet with intent, however, are going to see Order doing the Drake. They're going to collapse. They are looking perhaps to take this skirmish. Just waiting for the Draven to get here. Binding just goes wide.
They've been zoned
They're going.
off. They're in. That is the Cataclysm on towards Goodo. The pillar goes down. Yuri jumps in. Kissy looking to try and assassinate a key target. He's
Balkan
found.
dead.
Balkan, there is no smite. The dragon is still there. Down to 50%. Yuri is limping away. He doesn't have a flash. That's him dead. Kisei's got the double kill. He's on the assassin champ. It's a perfect 2-0.
2 kills for the Akali. An iconic pick for Kisei and comes in very clutch in the second skirmish. Both teams back and forth. 9 minutes into this one. It's going to be an objective apiece. It's also going to be very much an even playing field, an even battlefield. Quick check-in with top lane. Awesome. Let's look at the rest of the map. The big thing here is the Akali getting those 2 kills,
sure.
right? It was the Sork Shoes rush, trying to maximize not just the movement speed, but the early damage that comes out from that first ultimate usage. Finds Purchase perfectly. It is still Praetor monumentally ahead. Has his completed Mythic Skimmy 9 minutes in. He is a very big factor for the next coming couple of
A
minutes.
huge factor. And things like flashes, stopwatches, going to be imperative at this stage, right? Looking to try and disrupt the flow of the fight. Obviously, the zoning tactics to prevent Kisei being in a position like that in the first place, just to run rampant and take down those key squishy carries. But a promising sign. That is the bark, the bite, the comeback that you really want to see from Order to try and keep this game 1 as close as possible.
Absolutely. I mean, game number 1, consider momentum, first of all, right? Consider that these team compositions are really good for each other, and I think they were really happy with their bans. So if you lose this game and you think there is a serious issue on the opposing side, then you're going to be in hot water. I will say, so far into this one, there hasn't been any kind of draft worries going into that second game. Right now, it's just about mechanics. It's just about execution. And it is just about being better than your opponents, and you can't ask for much more coming into the first game.
Has anything defied your expectations? Did you have a clear idea, a blueprint, if you will, of what you were looking for? I mean, given that we've seen them go up against each other multiple times, is it business as usual for you?
This is a little bit different. Draven, binding, just going to go wide. Praetor is able to use that W and limp himself away. I think for me, it's the choice of the Morgana going into support with the Caitlyn. That's really the point of difference. One big thing about this pick, right, is you would love to be able to break bot. That's where Herald is crucial, but they've given away that Rift Herald, so it's not going to be the case. And you would love to plant the Caitlyn Morgana mid, right, just to be able to be a siege composition, have a flanking assassin in the Akali. Sejuani dangerous as well from Fog of War. Not happening so far. I think the expectations were defied in the draft, and the play's just been really nice from Penzina towards bot side to stop that.
For sure. And the big thing for me is the surprise factor, right? The fact that a Vex and a Kali can disappear from the shadows, suddenly pop on your head, and a fight that may have been a fair 2v2 suddenly becomes something far from that fact.
4 members strong here. They do have a bit of time before the Akali will arrive. Will be spotted as well, most likely on that control ward. So it does seem like they acknowledge that it could be someone here. Could be a 4v4. They will just take the Rift Herald charge, and it will be successful. 2 plates into the pockets of Pensinet, 320 gold. Yuri being disrupted there sucks for him. There's a lot of minions that he'll lose in mid, and that's actually a big thing to look at right now, right? 96 to 111 CS.
Absolutely.
2 kills as well to the 1. The experience difference starting to really creep up there and encroach in Yuri's ability to play team fights out. And if you're Vex and you can't play those team fights, you really do just die.
It's annoying, right? Because certainly you want to go in and hit that killer punch so you can get the reset as quickly as possible. If you don't have the damage to achieve that, then you're a sitting duck, ultimately, right? You don't have the same level of mobility that a Kali can look to try and exert on that map. Does speak volumes, though, about this game, right? The fact that he's willing to sacrifice his own individuality to make sure Praetor is strong, with investing in him, make sure that this Draven is the star of the show.
I think for me, that's always kind of been the identity of Yuri for what it's worth, right? I would coin him as, well, he's the star player of the team. He's more about diffusal. So it comes down to how he plays those team fights out. If you can diffuse these assassins, these dash-based champions with the fears, right? Get those resets with his dive composition that's there. Big point of note is that Rogue also being level 6. Yet to see that Amumu ultimate used as Winterer going for a hefty bait attempt.
Looking to try and stack up that Mega as quickly as possible. I don't think anything really was ever to be on unless this wave was to crash. Yuri's in the area right now. Nobody from the side of Order would be near. A potential turret dive, but we've seen turret dives go pretty pear-shaped against Sejuani's in the past.
I don't think you dive a Sejuani with this much health backing it up, even with the Mega Gnar. The Ignite could be a bit of a difference, but if he face checks you, too clean with it. Boro's got some footwork.
Good heads-up play. Ward goes down, completely wastes the time of Pentanet and just allows the likes of Goodo to say, well, I was just farming up a tree anyway, so I just continue to get further ahead.
And it's just chipping away, right? Turret plate's about to drop. Turret's a little bit more brittle. a lot easier to take down with that single Herald play. I would love to see Order play towards the second Rift Herald as it spawns. It's going to be up simultaneously with the Ocean Drake, and they already have first Drake of the game, so they're not hard pressured to go for this, but Order, bottom.
Order, first move to go. Costa Sad Mummy is going to go out right now. He's going to go golden right afterwards. Praetor with the Whirling Axe. He's going to try and put in as much damage as possible. Flashing in. Shadow Surge is missed. Praetor's in trouble. He's burnt Flash, Cleanse, and the Binding's out of range. Gudo's just going to solo him. He's gone. Corporal's flashed away. Winter is here with the Boomerang. And Yuri's going to go gold. And Kisei now looking for some shenanigans. He's got Flash, he's got ult, he's got damage. But his jungler is dead. He's in a 1v3. Pentanet claim dominance.
And they do find a very favorable trade for them in the end. Gudo just comes in and chomps Praetor, but otherwise, Kisei.
We're in. He wants more. He finds more.
The assassin player of the LCO once again finds a pick on the backside of a skirmish. They'll lose the objective. He'll get a kill, however. So much money keeping Order in this game, finding those picks, finding those opportunities. BioPanther having a field day top lane as well. Still a nice fight from Pentanet, but the cost was so high that they don't actually gain much from the team fight as a whole, other than the Drake.
Well, ultimately, it was a 4v5, right? You saw BioPanther proxying the next wave, buying more pressure to try and take that turret down in an absolute heartbeat. The fact that Kisei is able to spot out a rather greedy Vex, just still chilling in that lane with no mana to the name, so able to continue to become that much stronger. Now the only individual with a bounty.
He's definitely stepped up to the plate quite nicely in game no one. You were talking about clutch factor. Remember that Order went to MSI. They've seen the big stage. They've seen the nerves. And something like this will never stop them from hitting game number one at a sprint. And Gudo, I would say, showing no signs of nerves so far. And he was really the one person that you would say you're a bit worried about.
For sure.
But it's not that PGG have bowed down either. They are constantly looking. Herald to be started here as well. And once again, just numbers advantage. As the Corporal seems to be attached to the hip to Puma.
He's guarding him like his life depends on it, that's for sure. Wants to make sure this Caitlyn can look to try and cruise into that mid game where it can get a little bit spicy, right? You can fall down and grace as to a Draven 2-item spike compared to what you can achieve, right? Obviously, once you get to the later stages, you are just one-shotting people from a million miles away off screen. But the game plan from Order, take turrets, gain map control. Pentanet are always the ones hunting for these fights.
BioPanther, no teleport. Wants to walk away from this turret, it feels like, but he's not sure if he's going to be dove or not. There's got to be a part of his brain that says 3 people maybe not enough because I'm that tanky right now and full health with Ignite and ult. There's no cleanse on Praetor. Herald to be summoned, however. Look at the reinforcements from Order. They make their way up the river.
Bio's pushing him out, saying, this is my swamp, get out of it.
Bio.
There's the Glacial Prison, he's looking for that cheeky kill. In comes Kisei. He's got himself that rocket belt. He's going to get sidestepped for the meantime. Nice little dissuade from the Draven.
Proto Belt finds purchase with the wall, not with an enemy champion. Doesn't have enough movement speed to keep up or catch them, but Order, relentless. They see their prey under the turret, and they certainly may have a crack.
Here we go. In jumps Rogue, gets a 2-man ult. Kisei's in trouble. Kisei dead! There's the shutdown. Yuri's back in the game. There's the reset! We're looking for another one. He's going to go golden for the meantime. Corporal's in trouble, though. He's a sitting duck. And that's Praetor cashing in more of that money. Winter is just winning the game in his own bot
side.
They
break the bot lane turret as well. The skirmish is theirs. The structures are theirs as well. Pushing mid lane is really all that Puma can do. Does what a Caitlyn is required of him, but the rest of his team, that dive. I mean, that was a reach and a half. They didn't know where Pentanet were, but they knew they were in the area. And still, they took the play.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
It was a long, drawn-out fight. Both teams feeling they had the better opportunity to try and close things out there. And that has done wonders for the economy of the Vex. Suddenly now actually going above Kisei, given how rough that laning phase was, sacrificing CS, roaming across the map, gets the shutdown all importantly. Now back on a level playing field.
Also keep in mind here as well that if a fight happens at the next objective, probably going to be the Drake. Everything but a stopwatch of the Zhonya's Hourglass is going to be purchased from Kisei, so no way to stay alive if he gets locked down as he did in that top plate. BioPanther just going to throw out the ult, say, no thank you, I'm basing. And we will continue business as usual. A minute 20 on the clock until something inevitably happens again.
Good soul to get, isn't it, for a lot of these individuals?
Oh yeah.
Hextech Soul, the annoying slow, the Chain Lightning, the AoE ability just to pack that extra punch that you so desperately require.
Dicey situation though, Skimmy. If Order are going to commit themselves to taking this top lane out of turret, look at the vision control that PGG will now be able to establish in the enemy red quadrant, right? Good wards placed, good deep vision placed. An opportunity to base if they want to get more wards back onto the map. Either way, a free wave to crash in mid lane in the meantime. 45 seconds. Expect to see PGG try and utilize the vision control that they have here. If Order face checks, they should meet the head of an axe from a Draven throwing it at you.
Jumping across the wall, the pinch once again. One target in their mind. Take down this Sejuani. Biopanther is running for the hills right now. He's got no backup.
Teleports
the rest of his team is coming on through, but those are those TPs. We are unleashed. We are excited. We are keen for a bit of action. Can you take the Sejuani down before the Akali gets here? It's a fear. It's a stun. That's Akali dead. He's golden, but he comes out of the statue form, and you are not disengaging away. That's a double kill. And it's served up in a silver platter with Dragon right there.
Herald to be summoned as well. Kisse tries to save his top laner, but they are both made to pay. So the reward is double for Pensinet. Massive, massive moment in this game for them. They'll not just get a 2,000 gold lead, they'll get the second Drake of the game for themselves as well. And they'll really forge themselves a path towards success and a bot lane in a turret. Goodo should not be able to catch him. We'll see though.
Lethal Temple and the Trundle also can certainly pack a fair bit of a punch.
Ooh,
Subjugate is
him
there.
Down.
It's on. He's looking to try and remove him. Winter has to jump away. Ace in the hole.
Oh, he can get Mega.
He just couldn't evolve fast enough.
One auto attack, I feel like, away from hitting Mega there as well, and would survive through the Caitlyn ulti. They'll get a kill, but it is just scraps. They still lose the turret. They still lose so much control over the Rift as a whole. And now it feels like with Winter coming back alive, he'll probably just go back down to bottom lane. And you've got a barren side of the map to play towards for 4 minutes for free.
A much needed punishment regardless though, because after that play where you're finding 4 members swarm around the Biopanther Sejuani pick, you're thinking, we need a way to get back into this one, right? We can't allow Pensinet to get too excited. I feel like they are a team that are very emotionally invested. If they're feeling the crowd chanting behind them, they're going to start to say, we've got this series, boys.
A quick highlight as well, 227 CS for Puma. 21 minutes into this one, well ahead of the clock.
Yeah.
Has himself a shutdown, got the turrets in mid and bottom. Has so much local gold in his pockets, 2 items on the way to the Infinity Edge. It could well be that that's what they wait for. They may give up another Drake, right, if it comes down to that. But once that Infinity Edge comes online, the Caitlyn from range will just one-hit everybody. Rogue, you'd think he's tanky. It's not really the case. Has the Everfrost, so he's looking to help his team do more damage when he crowd controls targets. But if the Caitlyn auto attacks him with a headshot one time, I think Rogue will regret that a lot. Because it hurts.
Order grouping up now. As we fast approach that 22-minute mark with this game still ever so close. Only 1,000 gold, 2,000 gold in fact, separating these two.
Good order. Waiting for a face check, but Belkan, I mean, you've just shown in
We're
mid.
on.
Found him.
They found Belkan. Instant flash away. That was enough between the CC not connecting with the Dark Binding, and just Winter is given so much freedom.
A lot of the crowd control that Order have is stuns, so Merc Treads are really valuable in this game. Belkan has them purchased, is able to get out from the CC lock, and can flash to safety. Meanwhile, like you highlight, the absolute menace that is this Gnar being a split push threat, really trying to keep them busy. Sejuani would love to group, would love to hit the team fight combo with his squad, and is a very important part of their team fight success, to be sure. Winter doesn't need to be there. He can just teleport in when he's Mega now.
He's playing nice with his whole breaker now, even without the item purchase, right? I mean, absolute split push menace at this stage, and you can see Pensinet having seen the play go right. Certainly looking to try and keep Order invested, continuing their presence on the map here, rather than going down to bot side. That's another turret down. Now we are tied at 3-3.
And this split push pressure is obviously immense, right? There was a really nice flank ward there for Order to teleport to if Biopanther wanted to, but he has to deal with bottom, so he can't actually get to the play, and an opportunity goes amiss. Still, Order will acknowledge that they have control of the river now. The resets are presumably coming through. Wards to be cleared out, and an opportunity to stake their claim of the topside river area. Still, I think the play will flip a little bit towards the Dragon, as it is up in 1 minute and 45. But right now, they're able to get themselves just a little bit more back as Sergeant Puma farms everything in front of him like a Hoover to try and get this Infinity Edge as fast as possible.
And that's the big thing for me, right? You already highlighted that he needs the item as quickly as possible. Their mid-tier 1 is still top and healthy, right? And that is so, so important when you want to wrestle mid-lane control to try and contest something like a Dragon. So certainly a big talking point here, a consideration that Pensinet will have to plan for.
And remember, Caitlyn's not like an Ezreal-style champion. You do have a dash to get out of a Jarvan ultimate, but you can get CC locked very easily. The dash can be cancelled. you can be completely locked down and you just throw a net in their face and die. You have to position perfectly. Lots of melee champions here as well for a really key Jarvan ultimate to be found. And Morgana with no flash means the Corporal probably going to get stuck in that storm. Has to zone use perfectly. River control established. Order to play through mid. It is only the third Drake of the game, but threatening a soul point with the Hextech soul is dangerous.
It's face check time. Order must know that something is up. Only Praetor is showing on mid-wave, as he's done countless times all year long. It looks too juicy. It looks too much like a bait. Viper leaps into action. They found Rogue. There is the pillar. When's the ult going to come on out? There it is at the very last moment. He's flashed away for the meantime. Oh, they're going to chase him. He's dead. They're in. Shadow Surge found. There's the Cataclysm. As they're going to go golden. Goodo zapped on down. Yuri with a double. Predator with one twist is now. Oh!
Vex ult hits.
Shadow Surge connected. That's not the one you want to take. But maybe forget the Dragon Rusty. Go to Baron.
The kills don't matter. You've got so many picks now. You go straight towards the Baron. They cannot contest you. It would require a miracle from Kisei. And he knows that that is just impossible. So they will concede the objective. Free Drake to go to after as well. If Bio tries to start that one off, it could take him some time. It should be theirs, but keep in mind that the Hextech Soul gives gates to get there faster. Everything belongs to Pentanet right now.
Well, Pentanet going to want to rush this one. 6,000 gold lead, item spikes, Baron buff, combat stats there.
And I don't want to be that guy, Skimmy, but I'm pretty sure Puma Gale forced into the Vex Shadow Surge and died. Teleport's coming in though.
Sometimes that happens. Shuriken flip goes out nice and early. Kisei would be a madman to commit to that one. Dragon Leash, but has been reset. Everybody here. Flash is up and available for the AD carries. Cleanse there too. Kisei on a wide flank, but being spotted.
Yeah, he's been kept at bay by Winterer. Half health, had to use his Shroud already. Winterer teetering on the Mega Gnar range as well. That Narba primed and ready.
In we go.
They're in.
It's not going to be stolen. Goodo's picked that one up for the team. 2 apiece now for those Dragons. Fight breaks out. Kisei looking for it. Instant bandage toss on his head. You're going to go golden. And Predator is ready to look to try and land as many of those axes as possible. Kisei's gone. Winter is leaping into action. Looking to try and zone them all back. None of them have died.
He just misses.
But Order are down 2 right now.
Takes the shot,
disengage away,
takes the opportunity, Skimmy, but just can't quite find Puma. In the end, it is still Pentanet that win the skirmish, but the Drake goes to Order, and that's what matters. What will the cost be, however, is the question, as 1 turret can fall. There's a Baron buff in pocket still. It could be 2. Praetor 1 auto attack, half health Puma easily. He needs to respect.
It's on a cannon wave right now. You've got Yuri pushing topside as well. Does have the TP to group up if a fight were to break out with Order grouping up and forcing. They got what they wanted. 5 turrets now achieved for them. Still another minute to rock and roll with this Baron buff.
It should just be used to push a couple of waves out, though. I think above all else, that Baron not going to amount to too much more from now on. However, a 3,500 Baron power play is very nice to have. Quick check-in with the total gold here as well. Praetor rising the ranks as you would expect the Draven to do when he gets those kills, but Winterer is the quiet achiever of this squad. Good teleport so far. I would say has outperformed BioPanther as far as map play is concerned. They've really kept this Sejuani down. Infinity Edge done though. 1 big breakpoint achieved. Everybody building magic resistance on PGG's side. There is a Caitlyn angle in team fights, though those team fights are hard to execute. Draven's terrifying, isn't he?
He is. I mean, at this point, 3.5 items complete. Every summoner still an unused stopwatch. Kisei's got his work cut out for him if he wants to try and remove him from the fight very early on. How many times have we seen him go in for a fight straight away? He has to go golden with that Zhonya's.
Yeah.
And the fight's gone from there.
It's so hard to play into the Amumu as well when it comes to these team fights. He can zone you away.
Rogue's done a great job healing.
Yeah, Rogue's done
Job.
fantastically. 0-3 doesn't reflect the work that he can get done in team fights, and of course he is being the target that they're really trying to pick off first.
Yeah.
Because he's the only hard lockdown that they really have, right? Vex needs to have the fear up. Jarvan just locks them in a cage. They can use dashes or summon spells to get out. Rogue is the heart and soul of this composition. Praetor is just the meat and veggies, I suppose. I don't know where I was going. His damage. Puma is the threat.
I just enjoy it when we talk about the Nine, so he's
I don't know where I was going,
kitchen
bro.
Sink
I
and
wish you'd
the kitchen
move
sink
on.
with the meat and veggies, the meal prep. in the gym doing some bouldering with the shoes on. Something along those lines.
Bench pressing, as you say.
Absolutely. Killing that bench press. Well, fast approaching the 30-minute mark. 5 valuable minutes purchased by the side of Order, having denied that previous Drake. No early soul point to discuss, but still a massive divide is starting to take place with these gold leads.
Massive shutdowns as well for both the mid and AD carries of PGG, right? 350 there for Yuri, 550 in the pockets of Praetor. That is a monster Draven. And it definitely means that the scope of Order goes straight into him. They want the crosshairs on Praetor at all times. But there's so many damage threats at this point. I will say that Yuri is the primary magic damage threat himself. He's rushed that Void Stuff, which is a smart call, so they can't itemize any easy magic resistance and remove that from the game. It is not a case of just stacking armor and being successful anymore. This is not a soul point. Once again, keep that in mind. Both teams have done really well in getting the Drakes, but the cost has been higher sometimes for Order.
Lord Dominic's, though, is online now for the Draven. 4 full items complete. You can see now Puma is starting to work his way towards getting some armor penetration of his own. He's been farming up an absolute treat, right? Looking to try and really even out the fact that this Draven is earning so much money, catching these axes, cashing in those kills.
Here's my question, Skimmy, because we know that PGG are a fast-paced team. They love early game skirmishes. They tend to live or die by the sword. Can they continue to teamfight against Order, who slow the game down, try and fight on their terms? Look at this pressure. Teleports are coming in. This is a wide flank.
Where do Order go right now? They look to try and go to Winter. He's not close to Mega, nowhere near right now. Yuri's going to go in for the one-man. Oh, looks to try and lock in place Goodo. Puma stuck inside that Cataclysm. The axe comes back, and the kill is just found. It's flawless. It's easy. Yuri's going to survive. He's going to go golden. Bio's going to try and disengage across the wall.
Winter's got Kisei.
But his old teammate Imperative chucks the axe down. Kisei trying to run away, but Winter with the first ace at DreamHack Melbourne.
And it's not just an ace, it is a clean ace from PGG. Praetor flashes the wall. They're so confident they've got the time to end game number 1 right here and now. Winter teleports top lane. That should be at least 2 inhibitors, but they want to end right now. 20 seconds on the clock till the first damage user of the team is back. Look at the disrespect. They know this Nexus is theirs.
He smells blood on the water. He knows the trophy's there. All he's after is gold. He's going to go golden. He's going to taunt you underneath that turret. He's tanking up the turret. Members are respawning. I think it's a little bit too late at this point. Game number 1. It's all PGG.
A fantastic game number 1 performance from Pensanet.gg. Nothing but respect for how they played that game out. Fantastic early skirmishes. Order showed some defiance. They showed some strength. They kept up with the big dogs, but when push came to shove, they couldn't keep up constantly with the constant fighting, the constant skirmishing that came out from their opponents. A great game 1 in this best of 5.
Certainly was. It really was a game, I want to say, of almost 2 halves at some stages, because I had a little bit of everything. We had moments where you get a very fed Akali early on. You're thinking, okay, this game is a bit of a wash already. I'm starting to get a little bit concerned, but then ultimately it came to a case of, well, can the Akali look to try and even out what this Draven can achieve? And the question was, yes. I mean, when a Draven is able just to walk into a lane and say, come touch me, it's a little bit harder than that. I mean, how many times have we seen Praetor make a play in mid lane? He's caught, he's dead, he's gone, and you're thinking, it's a sad state of affairs.
What was a Praetor issue is now a strategy
saying,
from the team as well. They're all standing there trying to protect him. Yeah, everyone knows, but he played really well this game as well. And I think that's a big factor. You know, in the very long pause that we had at the start, we talk about the Praetor effect, the clutch factor that he has. I think it's a very good example of him coming in, just ice in the veins, plays perfect League of Legends for himself, gets it done. No summoners used in team fights. Yeah. He's just positioning that well.
And ultimately, I mean, it's a champion, once again, that we saw was heavily contested in the last series. So you're thinking, okay, game number 1 under wraps. Draven was contested. Draven was taken by the side of PGG that elected for red side. You've lost on blue side again, a side that just doesn't necessarily seem to lose, right? Yeah. I think the win rate's absurd, something like high 80%. So you're going back to the drawing board and you're thinking, okay, Order, what are we doing again? You'd be crazy to think that they would flip to red side, but you're thinking, okay, what do we need to actually look at? Because we have seen them opt for, you know, first pick Jarvans, first pick Trundles, look to try and give Goodo as much comfort as possible. And I think that's a fair idea, given that, yeah, you can have nerves, but I mean, in that game 1 there, Rusty didn't look nervous at all.
I mean, for me, it felt like they just couldn't play around the Caitlyn and the Morgana well enough at all, right? Their whole composition, an assassin in mid lane was fair and I think got fed, but they didn't have the team fighting bot lane as much as they perhaps would have liked. Sure. And Caitlyn does like team fighting, but would rather siege and get a lead, but they didn't get that lead at all. Yeah. And then when push came to shove with the roaming Skimmy, it was a lot easier to be that Amumu when it came to the team fights.
And I think, honestly, as we already mentioned during the cast, Rogue played phenomenally on that Amumu, right? Completely understood the idea of what are they going to look to try and achieve? They want to try and dive my AD carries. They want to try and dive these major threats. And that there's a bandage toss. And I suppose that's the beauty of this rework support. You know, Amumu, 2 bandage toss charges available. You're peeling here, you're flashing there, you're ulting on top of their head. And suddenly the CC is just unbearable. I mean, the Caitlyn never really got to come online to try and even match the power that this Draven was dishing out.
Imagine being a Caitlyn against that enemy team, though, right? Like
It was an ult bot.
Full team fight dive
Axiom
comp,
arc,
you
lethality build, you're just ulting 30
tears streams
seconds.
down your face just thinking about those team fights, man. It's rough. It's hard to be Puma. He farmed well, but like just can't team fight against them. And that constant fighting that they were looking for, very easy to achieve.
And I think for me, the most exciting part was the fact that they looked to try and really fight Pentanet in the early stages, right? We have seen them be kind of passive at the best of times, where they want to say, you know, 30 minutes in, we're looking at ornaments, we're looking at Kayle, we're looking at Azir, right? Level 11 to 16, that starts to come online. We're chilling, right? We might be down 5k gold. We'll let you have that sort of false sense of security for Pentanet. But this game, they said, you know what, we're going to try. We're going to try and push the boat. We're going to get the Caitlyn to try and come online in the bot lane to try and limit you there with a Draven that we've given across. We've got, obviously, the Akali, which had that insane start, but just never really got to go much further than that, right? And that seems surprising, given the caliber of Kissaid.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a fine draft for them overall. I don't think we'll see the Kate Morgan again, but otherwise, I'm pretty happy with what they went for. And it's interesting because it's not the Azir, but it is still something that we've seen them win with very successfully, even into PGG in their best of 5. I think it was game 2, but it was into something like a LeBlanc. It was a very different kettle of fish for Yuri in particular, who I think team fought really well, showed that he can play the Vex and scaled really nicely into the game, even when he was not put down, but kept at bay by how strong Kissaid was as his opponent.
Is there anything you sort of took away from that game and you're thinking, all right, this is what I want to see going into game 2? And did you really see anything that would scream to me that game 1 was like, that kind of surprised me. That sort of wasn't what I expected. The plays didn't sort of play the way that we've seen them all split long. I mean, I think we looked at Yuri, for instance, and an absolute menace as always. I think we looked at Winter and maybe not as aggressive in his 1v1s, but certainly saying that, you know, if we're not grouping up 4v5s, we're still going to win.
I think it's just the drawing board for Order. I think it's a strategy thing. It's a macro thing. We barely saw Biopanther get involved. We barely saw Corporal get involved. And if you want to try and win those team fights as 5 people, you need to have your top laner, have your support be involved. It felt like Winter put on a clinic and said, this is how you teleport to team fights. This is how you 5v5. And they're going to have to take that away and really think about coming into the next draft and what that identity is, because that, to me, was the point that was lacking.
And I'm really curious to see at what point in this series do we need to look to try and get excited for some of those pocket picks, right? I feel like a game 2, a lot of times teams are going to not go for the necessarily like the salty run back, but like draft wasn't the issue. It was the way we look to try and play. I think you hit the nail on the head though, with like the Caitlyn Morgana. I feel like that's a one and done. Like you give it a try, did it work? Maybe not. Do you reflect on it for the 15 minutes you have in the turnaround between games? What do we think about that one? Do we just decide to try and take the Draven if we are blue side? First pick, debatable, certainly is. Whether or not there would be a conversation about even letting Zeri up and available, I don't even know. Regardless though, we're going to go and jump into a break, and when we return, it's game number 2.
Check in to Melbourne so you can check out all the action after DreamHack ends. Experience Melbourne's laneways, dining, coffee, arts and culture while you're here. There's something to suit every mood and budget. Head to visitmelbourne.com to discover more.
We all love a dare fix here in the studio. But when it comes to those tough moments in life, a dare won't fix it. But thankfully, a conversation could.
Dare Iced Coffee is continuing their partnership with the harm prevention charity Are You OK this year to help us identify the signs that someone in our life may be struggling.
Maybe they've had a really good game, but they just aren't celebrating.
Maybe their team is up, but they are feeling down.
Or perhaps they're just not themselves.
If you see these signs, no matter how subtle, stop and ask, are you okay? Your conversation could change a life. For more info on how to identify these signs and start a conversation, visit areyouok.org.au.
You know what? I'm going to spend some time to sit down with a couple of my mates and have a chat.
But remember, a dare won't fix it. A conversation could. Ask, are you okay?
Actually, and he evaporated.
Oh, Kisei!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LCO Lower Bracket Finals presented by Menulog. What a first game we had between Order and PGG. PGG going ahead and take that first game, which is totally opposite as to what happened the last time that they faced each other in that series. We have a couple replays and highlights that we could take a look at in just a second. But, Kitty, what happened?
What happened? We don't know because we saw the draft coming out of both teams. In my opinion, with Max agreeing with me, PGG actually had a more, let's say, it was more counted by Order with their Morgana and Caitlyn coming in 4th and 5th pick. But locking in Nar for that red side counter pick was a bit of a question mark because Nar is usually a champion where it's a good blind and you usually want to save that counter spot for support, which is exactly what we saw throughout the Kanga series up against PGG.
But from what I understand, the top lane counter pick wasn't the only one that we saw in the draft.
It wasn't the only one, and even with that counter pick, we saw the Gnar actually do a lot. We saw the Draven having the most gold in the game, Gnar following up with a close second, and then with that Jarvan pick on Balkan, I believe he was 100% KP at one point, and he actually was able to affect both bot lane by giving Draven the tower plates and then getting top lane and get that lane ahead as well.
Exactly, and let's go ahead and take a look at some of these replays, Amelg, as I let you go ahead and share your thoughts.
Yeah, I think the Jarvan is really interesting because traditionally, like, Trundle is meant to be a good pick into Jarvan, so having Jarvan picked into Trundle is a little bit weird, but there's two things. One is that, like, Gudo is quite, like, a low-risk player, so potentially it was PG getting a read on that. And also, Balkan honestly just tears it up every time he plays J4, so it's definitely like a super comfort pick for him. So it's good to see him do well on it on the big stage.
Now, Maximize, I'm going to come to you, buddy. We were confident in the 3-0 that we heard from Coach.
Yep.
That dream is dead.
I want to make it clear that I did predict 3-1.
Oh,
You did predict 3-1.
I did predict 3-1.
That's absolutely correct.
But this draft was very much PGG getting what they wanted, right?
Yes.
We talked about it, and Chippy's mentioned it himself, right? They wanted an aggressive comp for game one. They wanted something that had a lot of go buttons, a lot of engage, and they had it here in spades, right? And the Morgana was picked to sort of try to negate some of that, but it just wasn't enough. There was way too much CC, way too much engage, and PGG just kept finding their fights.
Yeah, I think with PGG, they're a team that really excels when they have a team comp that lets them get stuck in with the boys. And, you know, with the easy triggers like the J4, like the Amumu, they kind of just, you know, find a target, pick them, and one-shot them, and that's pretty much the fight.
And in these Dragon Pit fights, we saw that it was call an ambulance, but not for me because you're trapped with a Jarvan, you're trapped with an Amumu, you can't move, especially for Kisei. He picked up those 2 early kills on Akali, which is extremely dangerous for an Akali because Draven, what can you do about a fed assassin? But in these team fights, I believe they made a crucial mistake diving that top lane tower, which snowballed into a lead for PGG, and this Akali with that 2-kill lead just fell more behind.
There were a couple questionable moments that game for the side of Order. There was like the weird teleport bot that we ended up seeing, that dragon fight, as you said, and as we take a look at the end game screen right here, look at that 19-8-47 on the side of PGG. And look at the damage dealt for that. I always look at Draven as the carry, but Vex, 22.4k damage being dished out.
I mean, this is to be expected because you blinded the Akali. Obviously, you're going to get a hard counter, which is the Vex. You cannot play into a Vex as the Akali. You can't even dash in a Melg.
Yeah, it's like, it's really hard because you need the Akali to try and find an angle, right? To really dish out the damage on the back line. And to do that, Kisei needs the back black shield from Corporal, but the thing is, like, into champions like J4 and Amumu, you don't really have the luxury of black shielding someone who's going in, right? You need that, you need to save the for Puma's Caitlyn in order for him to survive, and that's just really rough.
And we mentioned before how the 80 carry pool was going to be something really important to look at this series. I mean, the Draven coming out early, and Order just didn't pick their answer in the first 3, right? Then the bans come out for stuff like the Misfortune, and then it's like, well, what do you go to? Like, Caitlyn Morg isn't traditionally something we see very often in this region. I think it just requires a level of execution and a level of meticulousness that we can't really rely on just due to the spontaneity that's present in this region, right? There's always fights, and PGG's comp was geared for that. Order didn't necessarily get the lanes they needed to ahead, and then going into the mid game versus PGG's comp, it was just so much easier to execute for the side of PGG.
So I feel like since my introduction to the LCO, I've been loving the order drafts. And in that first game, we just didn't really get to see the treat that we were expecting. So what does order really need to focus on going into this draft to try to pull off that first win against PGG?
To be fair, if you looked at order's previous draft, they had a Sejuani top, but they didn't play towards that 5v5 team win con where the Sejuani is supposed to play for those bot lane skirmishes, where we did see the Nara actually expend his TP to make it a 4v5. And then the Sejuani, I believe, was 0 KP until around 20 minutes. So being a tank where you want to be the utility of the team and frontline, you can't be 0 KP, pretty much.
Yeah, I think that, especially for Bio, right, because he's always good in team fights specifically, like he's always able to find angles and do what he needs to do, but like not being involved in those early skirmishes is just like really punishing for him because he's not able to really like give as much to the team as he would want to.
Really quickly, let's go ahead and see the side selection for the... Oh, no, it looks like... Oh, here's the Game 1 draft that we saw. I'm like, wait a second, did we get it to the second draft already? No, but here we go. We could see everything that was picked as well as the picks and bans. And I know, Kitty, you were super obsessed with this draft as we were seeing the picks and bans go through. So just to see everything laid out in front of you, what kind of thing?
We do have Trundle coming in for the first pick out of the game from the side of Order, which Trundle did win a lot of those skirmishes up against that Jarvan in the early game. However, picking the Akali blind one, like I said, into the Vex is very, very, very bad for Kise because he is that mechanical player, but you're just being shut down by tons of CC coming out of the Amumu, and I think even though this Amumu was a blind pick into the Morgana, which is supposed to have a losing lane, the Caitlyn Morgana didn't get ahead because they weren't able to obtain that early Rift Herald, which snowballed into a big gold lead.
Yeah, I did like the idea of it, right? Because you've got the Caitlyn Morgana to sort of challenge the Draven Amumu in terms of like laning power, but as soon as Draven gets that first cash in like really early, it just becomes harder and harder to actually like take the fight to PGG, right? Because you're just weaker and you're getting slapped with the wallet.
And I sort of agree with you there, Amelg. I think they actually had the right idea in terms of their draft. You know, they had the Morgana to enable stuff like the Akali to play team fights, but we never really saw that work out, right? We never really saw Kise be the one getting that black shield, and then every time he just go into the back line, he'd just be hit by a million CCs and just die, right? So to me, it was sort of one of those execution issues. Like, sure, you could go back to draft and draft something different. I think execution as well could have been looked at.
Listen, Maximize, I love listening to you talk. But I think I'd rather listen to a player who's actually playing here today. Burn! We actually have an interview with Kitty and BioPanther, so let's go ahead and take a listen.
You guys are going against PGG very soon, and obviously you've dyed your hair purple for that last hurrah. So what do you think of PGG after their victory up against Kanga?
I think I'm low-key expecting like the same 5-game like fiesta where everyone's just going to be team fighting. I'm expecting Volcan to go from blue to red buff. Like, I think the games against them are very crazy and like it's very, I guess, dramatic is probably the best way to like say it. So I think I'm just excited to play against them again, but I feel like the series will kind of play out the same.
Genuine question though, do you prefer the 5-game series or the 3-game series?
For the fans, I always like 3-1 because it keeps it interesting because there's a like comeback potential, but I don't like the too long series because there's too much like anxiety and I don't like that. So I think 3-1 is probably what I'm looking for.
Anxiety for the crowd and of course for the player.
Yeah.
So, you know, you just played a best of 5 series up against PGG where it did go to the 5-game length.
Yeah.
And, you know, talking about being anxious, you being in the game, you must be the most stressed. So how do you actually deal with the stress? And I do know you have a couple of young players as well in the team. So how do you actually control this emotion on stage?
I think ever since I started playing pro, I usually had this idea of like, why am I playing? Like, who am I playing it for? And like having like the inspiration of family, friends, and like they are like my driving force to like push over like, you know, my nerves and all that stuff on stage. And like, that's what I mean. I'm pulling out Soraka on stage. I'm pulling out random picks. When it matters, like I literally haven't practiced Soraka in a year. So it's like this whole thing is like, it's on the fly and I'll just do whatever's best for the team.
That game was definitely banana diff.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was the secret sauce of Order, and they will have a lot more to show us in that Best of 5 series rematch up against PGG. Best of luck, Bio, and thank you for joining me on this interview.
I feel like he was
That
so
was me.
sweet. That was you. Wait, how did you?
You were on there. How did you do that?
Hollywood magic.
My gosh, I didn't know that you had Hollywood in Australia. I'm learning so much about this place, Kitty. But I feel like BioPanther interviews are always such a treat because usually he's trash talky, but in this one, he seems so nice and humble.
Fire Panther, he's either a 0 on how kind he is, or he's 100 savage. There's no in between.
Absolutely no in between. But I mean, we heard him say himself, he predicted the 3-1 victory. So this first loss, all according to plan. I do like the fact that you got to sit down and speak. Was he the only player that you got to speak with on the side of order beforehand, or?
Only one player.
Only one player. We gotta hear them all. But actually, we have the side selection coming up in just a second. We're gonna find out. Order picking blue side. No real surprise there. Yeah. Again, I think as we've seen throughout playoffs, not a lot of people would be wanting to pick red side, just not a lot of opportunity for them. But now as we do have our players getting ready behind us, loading into the lobby, stretching the fingers, getting ready to pop into that game, what should be the thing on Order's mind in order to get them that first win of the series?
I think it's really going to be really important for them to focus on that bot lane pool because they had the Caitlyn Morgana, right? But it really just didn't feel like it worked. Either that needs to go or something else needs to change within the team comp. Like, I feel like he says Akali, right? He's well known for it. It's banned a lot against him, but it just doesn't quite fit, especially when you know that PGG are going to be drafting a lot of easy go buttons. You need something more to be able to counter that.
And Max, for you, if you were able to, you know, just run up on stage, grab all of your fellow companions and squad mates and just tell them one thing, what would that be?
Probably peel it back a little bit to that 2-3 like you were saying. I think, you know, I don't know if we want to go around changing our first picks. I don't know if that was the biggest problem in draft. I think, yeah, securing a good AD carry matchup, making sure your bot lane is stable in that first 3 is going to be really key. Because like we've seen, like if Draven comes out and we don't have a really good answer to it, it's just going to take over the game. It's going to become unstoppable. So, yeah.
Okay, and actually, Kitty, before I let you get your point in, I think that we have another interview from you, Kitty. So you're about to go jump into that interview with Rogue.
You are about to play your best of 5 series up against Order, which I believe is a rematch because you guys had a 3-2 scoreline last time. So what has changed for the team overall?
Well, that series was a banger. I think
it was a banger.
We did interview drafts. We did do a few ints. I think you look at that series, and I think you can probably see that we're the better team, even though the result didn't go our way. So just tried and true, hold it still. Don't need draft this time. Play a little bit better. I think it's pretty clear. Pretty clear from that series. The boys are good. Coming to this one, absolutely smash it.
Because I believe that you guys actually brought back the series. It was a 0-2 start, and you made it a 2-2 start. However, you guys did slowly slide off in that 5th game. So what do you actually think happened particularly for that 5th game that made it a 3-2 series?
Well, I'm actually surprised because I didn't think our team was like the mental team of the league. I didn't think we had I thought we had the worst mental of any team. And I'm like, oh damn, if you're like 4 down 0-2, it's doomed. But it wasn't doomed. The boys came back. Everyone just wants to win, like really badly. Everyone wants to win insanely badly. So when it's a stage match, when it like actually matters and it's playoffs, people don't get tilted, which is the opposite to every scrim and every regular season game we've ever had ever. So it's good to see. And I think that it shows good things for live matches, because live matches, emotions are so important, so much more important than regular ones. And so if we handle ourselves back then, and now when the emotions really matter, that's one of our strengths.
Best of luck, Rogue. We will be watching you in the live crowd and cheering for you.
What a sweetheart right there.
He knows what he's doing. And I think it's funny that he mentions like hinting draft, because I'm sure if you like took the team names off, you would look at PG's draft and you'd say, oh, that's a bit of a roughie. But they're really just sticking to their guns, right? And that's the whole idea of like team identity, because they know what they're good at and they're doing it.
There's something that I wanted to pick out from that interview that you had right there, where he said that he thought that his squad had the worst mental. What did you think when you heard that?
All right. Worst mental? Maybe. We don't know, because we will see from this best of 5 series, because this is just attrition of mental. But from that first series, you know, winning, whoever won that was just getting the moral high ground, because first games in best of 5 series is so important. But, you know, Koreans, they have their hissy fits. We all know that. Not calling out any names or anything, but it happens. It happens to the best of us, and gamer rage gets to us.
I totally get that, and especially him going on to say that, you know, emotions running on high, especially when you are sitting up on that stage right now, getting ready for this huge rematch for the first series that knocked you into the lower bracket to begin with. Players have got to be, you know, a little bit on edge. They've got to have like that, oh, we're going to get them back for that vengeance, and then also Order trying to get back into the upper bracket to also get Chiefs for the rematch of their own. So Maximize, I mean, listen, you had something to say. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, what a good way to kick it off in terms of nerves,
Yeah.
in terms of confidence. You have a whole crowd cheering for you, and you're winning on stage, right? Like, that's a pretty good way to start this series from a momentum perspective.
Absolutely. And something I did want to ask you as well, just from a player perspective, is once you're up there, they've now played their first game on stage. They've heard the crowd, they've heard the casters, and like the vibrations from being in this arena. Do you think that the nerves are maybe a little bit more heightened after the first game, or do you think they're settling in?
It's probably one of those things where it's sort of settling in games 2 and 3, and then as it comes back towards, you know, the end of the match, it picks up again. But like we were talking about before, a lot of these players actually have played on stage before, right? Be that at MSI, be that at other international events. And so I think that, you know, hopefully Gudo, I guess the rookie on Order, and then I think it was Praedith and Winter on PGG, starting to settle in, starting to get used to the environment. But yeah, they didn't play like they were very nervous in game 1, so I guess it's only up from there.
Absolutely. Now for everyone, we are going to be taking a quick break while we fix some short technical issues, but don't go anywhere, because when we get back, we're going to have game 2 of Order and PGG.
Check in to Melbourne so you can check out all the action after DreamHack ends. Play on and explore Melbourne's vibrant art, theatre, sport and culinary experiences throughout the city and beyond. Head to visitmelbourne.com to discover more.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LCO Lower Bracket Finals. This is delivered by Menulog. We are just a few minutes away from getting into our second match of this day. Order versus PGG. PGG already taken that first game, guys, but lots of fans are hopeful to see if Order can go ahead and bring it all back with game 2. Now, that being said, I'm going to bring it back really quick because I ate some chips. I ate some chips between that last game, and Amelg has been scooching away from me. I think I have some bad breath, so I'm going to go ahead and break out a stick of 5 gum, and I'm going to go ahead. There was only one left, so no one else can have it. It's just me. Split it?
Oh, wait, actually. Neither?
Friendship. Same time? Wait, like this?
Oh, like this?
1, 2, 3.
So good.
Tastes like friendship. Speaking of friendship, let's go ahead and throw it over to our 2 friends at the caster desk, Rushy and Shigemi.
They just keep getting better and better, don't they, these transitions? I mean, Maki Jahada, he's been absolutely outdone there by the power of friendship. But what a series. I mean, 1-0 so far. Pentanet came out the gate swinging. Didn't really show too many weaknesses ultimately. They got exactly what they were after. Aggression. They played aggressively. They found the moments, right? And I think for me, Order can just go for the run back, maybe make a few tweaks here and there, but I don't think they're going to change the entire playbook.
Yeah, no, I think the word I would use for Order is hope, right? After that first loss, you don't feel like you're defeated. You don't think they were the better team, right? You definitely go backstage and say, we can fix these things. We can come back in very easily. I will say, I felt like Pentanet had the read on what Order were going to pick, which is really important for that red side. And so they were able to read them well. They had a draft that they were comfortable with. And that is something that may change in this coming game. As, of course, the interesting Nidalee Hover, remember that he always plays it with the Renekton, and that is banned. So don't get too much hope just yet.
Yep. But a few adaptations have been made in that pick and ban phase, right? Especially the Draven being denied away, right? So maybe Caitlyn is still on the cards. Order going to open up their accounts once again with another jungler. Not going to be the Trundle this time. It's going to be the Wukong, a champion that Goodo is very, very proficient with. Feels much at home. Very comfortable utilizing that one, but instant response from Pentanet. All right, Kisei, you've shown us what you can do on Akali. My time to shine now, says Yuri.
Yeah, I love the confidence pick of this Akali. However, I think for me, the biggest adaptations, the Jarvan and Draven bans are huge, right? Yeah. Wukong's still a very top-tier champion, very easily able to first pick that jungle role. Opting into the Jinx Lulu, if you watched the LCS this morning, they played this game 5, TL went crazy with it. And no surprises that I think Order have said, we don't hate that we went for the Caitlyn Morgana, but we want to have more of a reliable scaling, team-fighting ADC option, not so much the Siege playstyle.
Yes.
And then Corporal can just be the little kitten for Puma as he enchanted him.
Well, this is an interesting turn-up, right? Because right now it is a bit of a bot lane meta, right? You can literally play anything you want, every champion be it viable. We have opted now into the hyper-scaling AD carries in that regard, but the difference for me is PGG aren't going to go for the Enchanter pairing, right? Once again, Rose got his hands on that Amumu. They want that aggression, and straight away, if we're going to lock in that Akali nice and early, we're not going to give you the ability, the luxury, right, to play those comfort champions. So Vex, Ahri gone. This Akali will be a menace.
And they're not going to ban away any support from Pensinet with the Amumu being locked, right? So it's interesting they've gone for Aphelios Amumu, because I do think Aphelios has a better laning phase, just a little bit over the Jinx. And Amumu, of course, with that kill threat, not going to have a Morgana spell shot this time around. Skarner, straight up locked here, basically removing Cleanse as a great option, but you need it into the bot lane. Makes the itemization of Puma really difficult in this game. I'm sure Captain Flowers over in North America quietly cheering at the fact that we have another Skarner here in the LCO.
And he certainly will be. The presence of Ovally down under has influenced the ability for us to draft some of these champions. There is the Aatrox now coming out to play. Get to see what that one can look like. Obviously, we're still quite excited to see if there will be that Aatrox-Gnar matchup, if we will ever get into some of that crazy Arcane Comet tech. But regardless, Swain will be the final pick here for Order. A composition built to be aggressive, built to find picks, built to allow this Jinx to get resets and run like the wind.
And they are looking for some kind of damage in top lane. Some kind of physical damage would be super nice. That's where Gnar does come into play, right? Winter was exceptional in that pick in game number 1, but the Aatrox says, I dare you.
Sure.
Right, you lock in that Gnar, we go for the Eclipse Comet build, we just bully you in lane, we dive you with the Wukong that is there. As the champion select has disappeared from us. Magic.
It is the Cursed Lobby remake, as it came down to that final pick, and you can see Winter on your screen deciding, what do I play? Well, ultimately, nothing at this stage. So we'll wait to see what will, in fact, be the 5th and final pick here for Pensinet.
It's just a lobby remake, guys. It won't be too long. Winter, the last person left to pick. You have to assume every pick that we saw so far is going to be confirmed in this game, regardless. So what is left is to see what that top laner will be. Knows that his matchup is Aatrox. You could have a tank up there, to be perfectly honest. Ornn banned away, so they're not going to allow Biopanther, first of all, to have that tank champion. He's just too comfortable on the pick.
Sure.
But now they get the opportunity to pick some other tanks themselves, right? The Sejuani, the Gragas. Those options Winter has looked fantastic on. And can still contribute really nicely to those team fights with.
But that's where it gets a little bit dicey, right? Because you were saying there's a glaring need to get some attack damage up in that top lane, right?
Yeah.
If you do look at what his repertoire has been, you're looking at that Gragas that has gone full AP damage as a result. You've seen him flex his might into Rumble, for instance, as well. We've really seen a fair degree of flexibility from Winter as to what is needed and what he can go for. But if it has been limited down to this one, you're saying, well, I dare you, as you much mentioned, lock in that Gnar, see what you can do. Or would it be something a little bit crazier? I mean, what else would he really look to try and have up his bag of tricks?
Well, Renekton was banned.
I mean, are we looking at like Camille Fiora territory at this point?
I mean, Camille's one of the other potential options, I feel like. Jungle Skarner is with... You know what? Does Belkan play that?
It doesn't seem like a Balkan champion, does it?
I don't recall a time where I've seen him play this because he can't dive bot at level 3.
It's true.
Which is a very key factor for him, is it not? To be able to go buff, dive. It's just how he plays. Skarner does like a meaty 6 camp clear, get level 4. Fight on the Spires, of course, as well. You can duel decently well. Might even look for invades, perhaps, but...
Well, that's what my main concern is, right? Because obviously Gudo is pretty at home playing the Skarner. He knows what happened. Obviously, he found out in game number 1 up against the Chiefs as well with that very early Trundle invade, right? And you think in a similar story, right? Wukong would fit the bill to be aggressive, look to try and go for a cheeky invade as well. So potentially something is on the cards there to bring Gudo into the fold of things, to bring Order into a very comfortable early game position and give them that driving lead, right? The fact that you have made that tech adjustment to say we need to ban away the Draven, we're going to find ourselves a much more akin bot lane as a result.
One of the reasons that we do look for an AD top lane champion here for reference is because the Akali has been locked in for mid. Oftentimes when you play an assassin, whatever type of damage source that is, you do like to have that as the sole damage source of that type, because then they don't build resistances against you, and assassins like to build pen items, so that magic or lethality, of course, if it is there. So Akali does enjoy that if it's a possibility. Double AP can make things quite dicey, but the interesting thing is Winterer, formerly a mid laner, having switched to top, has obviously picked up the role very nicely.
He has.
Sometimes we'll just pick up a mid lane champion or pick up a magic damage champion because that's his comfort zone.
You know what I would really love, now that I think about it? Coach is an ex-top laner. Coach was a very proficient top lane Olaf.
Olaf player, yeah.
Can get a little bit of top lane Olaf. That would be the AD fit the bill.
That would
get
be
it done.
juicy.
Wouldn't it not?
Very unexpected. I feel like Chippies would sooner sub in to play it. This is how it is done.
Kicks him off.
Yeah.
Super subs
Let
himself
me smoke him, Winterer.
But I
Just
mean, you look down
remaking
the
that
list.
lobby, guys.
You look down the list of sort of champions that Winter can play. Obviously, another champion that we're just really hoping to see more of is the Kennen. Himself and Tapoon, the only two individuals that have really showcased the ability to want to actively push towards that one. Obviously, the recent patch was a slight adjustment to try and make those energy-based champions a little stronger, a little more fluid.
Or Akali goes top, AD mid laner.
For sure.
Yuri does play a lot of assassins.
He could.
Never want to discount that as a possibility. However, with the Swain locked in, that does make it a little bit harder. Swain in particular as well, it feels like one of the few times we've seen that from Order. A lot of different champions. I feel like style is the same across the board, but champions themselves, I just feel like we're getting a couple of unique ones.
Tony, what you want to see going into a series as we wait for that champ select to kickstart once again. There it is. It's the magic. The magic of production. I say the word, the thing happens. We're back to where we were once before. So we're going to whiz through this one with some jungle bans on the side of Order and some mid lane bans targeted towards Kisei instead. Order had their full comp revealed, and we were once again just waiting for that fifth and final pick up there in the top lane, or potentially, as you mentioned, now could be a bit of a flex with Akali.
I mean, we'll have to see where they choose to go. We know it's going to be the Aatrox. We know the composition rounds out with a Swain here as well for Order. This is where the draft continues. And it is going to be the Jace. Okay, so a champion that came to mind but has not been seen. You can see that reflected through the pick ban and win percent, zeros across the board, just a bunch of goose eggs. Jace is the AD damage that I think their composition needs, but how Jace operates with all of their champions feels a little bit off, right? Jace does like being able to be in a poke composition, can split push really nicely. There's some Blade of the Ruined King builds that are always going to be out there right now, but doesn't get to operate in a sieging sense, right, with that comp. They have a Skarner and Akali, they want flanks, they want picks more often than anything else, and then Amumu and Aphelios are going to be their team fights, so how Jace fits feels a little bit off, other than maybe a bit better than the Gnar.
And that's the baffling thing for me, right? Because you look at Order and you can clearly understand what they're after, right? The Infernal Chains, the damage, the grab back when the Nevermore from, say, a Swain or Wukong engaged with a Cyclone. Everything to try and make sure that Jinx has ultimate uptime with that rocket launcher, finding resets, getting excited, whereas for the side of Pensnet, you're thinking, well, are we just looking for a fair bit of poke, a bit of bullying tactics to guarantee some early pressure to get those objectives, to force them with that QSS tax?
Coaches will shake hands. Winter says, hold up.
Come back here, Chief.
Bro, fist bumps. Coach does a detour. Of course, now has to walk back down the stage. Game set. Ready to go for game number 2. Draft's locked in. Pentanet 1-0 up, Skimmy.
But they certainly are in a very comfortable position for them. They've changed their style coming into the second game, however, giving us a taste of something new. It seems to always be stemming from Winter in recent weeks gone by. Rogue going to run it back on the Amumu. Looked ever so good before. And for the rest of these individuals, it's a complete shake-up. New champs, new ideas, and for Order, potentially this is the way they can tie up that series.
And BioPanther's signature picks are the tanks, but this time around has the Bruiser. So big statement game to be made from the top laner of Order, starting this game off 0-1 down.
Well, let's see what I can do as we do load into Rift once again. Game number 2 on the line. A chance to see really what these teams are made of. A chance to see, have those nerves settled at all? Have they heightened? Much like the analyst desk questioned, and will we ever get those crazy 1v1s? We keep asking for them. We keep asking for the level 1s, rather, as to what could happen, especially in a stage environment. What prep have you done? What have you analyzed from some of your scrims?
And we do know that Order are very capable of those level 1 plays, right? We've seen a couple of nice strategies from them. First and foremost, when Skarner is on Summoner's Rift, the minigame is hold on to the shrines, and then Skarner is weaker. It is just that simple. So they will start the game off, both teams just going to split the map to get a bit of extra money into the pockets as well. First thing that stands out to me here as we get into this game is the cull start from the Aphelios. So it does seem to signify that he thinks this lane is pretty free. We'll be able to get to that 100 CS without any real risks at all. Does get a fair chunk of health back with the red weapon activation as well, right? A couple of procs on that back-to-back. But it is bruisers, it is skirmishing on the Order front. Their composition will love to have a biff. Level 6 is going to be very important for them for sure. Aatrox does start a little bit slow where Jace starts strong, so might see a bit of strength there for Pentanet and a place for Belkan to play.
They need to find a place to play right now because Kisei is exerting his pressure as a ranged champion, weaving in multiple auto attacks. Yuri already down to 50% there. It's only level 1.
But he missed that range minion, Skimmy. Equal trade. Lots of pressure though, lots of health. We've seen this 2 times in a row, right? The Akali's definitely starting to struggle a little bit early. But still, eyes go towards the junglers and where they are pathing. Puma and Corp are going to be left to the wolves. as their jungler is pathing away from them. Gudo goes towards top lane from the looks of it with the red buff start. Meanwhile, Balkan is going to do his full camp clear. 6 camps most likely, down towards bot lane. Look for that level 4. Some Skarners, especially with Predator, will do a 3 camp into recall for boots 1, and then perhaps look for a gank instead with that red buff. That sounds like a Balkan thing to do, more than a full clear.
If nothing more, you just protect your bot lane, anticipating that the Wukong would be there with a little bit more ability to try and make something stick. Big wave going to crash underneath this turret there for Yuri. He's going to have to do his best to try and hold as much of that as possible. In goes the bandage toss. There's the sniper. There's the damage all the way onto Corporal. Drop down, 22 life bars. He's feeling the pressure.
Does get the shield up for the last auto attack, but definitely starting to feel that health bar dwindle further and further. Ignite is there for Rogue, where it is a heal and a cleanse from Corporal and Puma. That means no exhaust. Balkan has those boots. Apparently they're made for diving.
Undetected, they have no idea. Pentanet are priming this wave to crash in. They're looking for that 3-minute dive. It's going to be a 3v2.
They have to go for
the
Corporal.
Predator is active, the TP goes in. There's the bandage loss, there's the kill. They're looking for Corporal. It's going to be found by Predator of all people. Now the Graviton comes out. Puma, you're not chasing. Rogue wants to deny. It's not been long enough. It's a 1-for-1.
And really nice use of the W from Kisei, right? Make sure that it is a 1-for-1 trade, but the teleport gets expended. It means that Yuri gets some time in mid to re-establish himself, get a base off, maybe use that teleport himself. Still feel like that is a nice play and win overall for Pentanet. That's a dive that you expect from them, but it is successful. But the farming Wukong does prosper.
Tony does. He's claiming Scuttle Crabs, he's claiming Vision, he's claiming ideas as he looks to go for a bit of counter jungling right now. I'm also just Vision laying, setting the trap, keeping tabs as to where the Skarner could be at any given moment. You made the call. Would it be a case of get the boots online and go for that bot lane play? That's exactly what flourished. And once again, it's Pentanet in that prime position. But here we go.
Corporal sees Rogue, so this is a counter gank. Rogue, no flash.
He's going to jump on towards Lulu instead, but he's been collapsed upon. He's got nobody here to back him up. The Demon Eyes are going to slow him down. He's going to try and run as fast as he can. There's the flash, there's the track, there's the kill.
And just great placement from Order, right? Lulu, right place, right time. Corporal tracks Rogue. They know they're looking at mid. They're doing it without their jungler, so if they make that play, it would have been a 2v3. Rogue realizes that that is the worst case scenario and just sacrifices himself, tries to run down the river. The flash used from Kisei confirms it. Unsealed Spellbook is there from Kisei, so at 6 minutes will get himself an extra summoner spell. Still going to be relatively strong in his 1v1. Yuri looking for that level 6.
He certainly is. That's when the Assassin really starts to come online, the perfect execution to remove a lot of these very squishy targets. I say that, the question for me, a lot of bruises. Will Praetor debut the Blade of the Rune King Rush build once again? He showcased it up in
he
one
also
of
flamed
the
the
final
entire
games.
server because people disagree with the build.
No
He's
one
like,
knew.
nah,
We
hold
were
this L.
surprised. He said, have you not been watching the LPL? Viper's done it. If he'd done it, I can do it too, right? And I found the merit in it.
Rogue holding the heck out of that wave. He's going to pop his potions, has the refillable, so he'll be okay. Puma is now the one that struggles to crash this wave as Corporal in base. Still should be okay as Belkan's not really here. It is just threatening a couple of minions away from him. A couple of face tanks at the zap there as well. Get every advantage you can. Every CS counts when Puma is a farming monster.
Puma and Kisei both are actually holding the highest average in the entire league. They are a force to be reckoned with. Balkan has been spending an age on that pixel bush. It was warded. They knew exactly what the play was. He's going to walk straight past Gudu. I don't care. I got one target in mind. Remove this. Swain. There it is. Gudu, what can you do? Can you answer back, or do you become a second casualty here? It's a little bit too much, a little bit too topped up and healthy, and well, he can emote and he can run away.
And I mean, the big thing we have to look at here is when Kisei respawns, how close was he to level 6? Because he did not try and win that fight. He tried to push the wave. And that makes me think he must have been a minion off, right? As that crashed, he must have been a minion off. Maybe it's a different skirmish. Look at his experience bar in the bottom left. He is 1 minion away.
Yeah.
That's how tragic that is. And is punished massively now. Yuri, a 2-level lead for himself, but gets the kill, gets so much control over mid lane overall. First successful use of that ult as Akali. Can't ask for more.
And he will be kicking himself, as you say, right? The fact that you're really 1 minion away from that, the fact that they've managed to find that small, minute window in which they can target you, take you down, and prevent you from holding the lane advantage as a result. So, situation, even Stevens, but ultimately, Pentanet still finding themselves in a position where they can prosper.
I think a quick and important check-in as well with top lane, because you'd expect the Jace to have a bit more control super early. Just being ranged, having the ability to switch between weapons as well for more DPS output. Bio's done pretty well for himself, right? He's only really 10 CS down in a very isolated matchup and lane. Has persevered as you would expect, as Praedyth with his red-white don't fight combo annihilates the turret.
It's just gone.
It's just gone.
It is the dream weapon set up to take those plates. Uncontested, nobody in the area to even stop him. So much of a CS advantage, now with the plates too. Let's check in with the gold, and he's in a league of his own.
Yeah, Praedyth absolutely skyrocketing in this game as far as gold is concerned. He's definitely going to be the point of strength for them, and is also a scaling pick. That is the thing that Order do have this time around. Gudo also has his sight set on Winterer. Flash
There's
is
the clone. In we go. That's the bonk. That's the cyclone flashing out of those infernal chains. There's the world ender, and they want to end Winter as well. That they do. It's Gudo that picks up the kill. Now he's 2-0. What is Pentanet's answers? They're grouped up here in mid.
Balkan level 6. Herald is alive. And Wukong no ultimate means they might have considered, but instead they're going to walk towards the bottom side of the map. They're just going to take the Drake. Kumi will get himself a cheeky turret plate as he's forced to run away, knowing that they've come down here, but Herald goes the way of Order. They get the objective, they get the pick. This is a big gold equalizing point for them as well. It is only really 700 separating them. That Herald equalizes everything.
Trading on two separate halves here as the first Drake, the mountain one at just that is going to be achieved here by the side of Pentanet. Balkan going to make light work of that one. Similarly, rushing his way towards the chem tank as well. Make yourself run as quick as possible to find those avenues, to find those pick targets, to really try and take down any crucial carry before the QSS comes online.
PGG, of course, with the standard assist me pings on their Nexus, knowing the state of this game. Looking towards bot, flash in.
There's the flash. That is the pulverize, that is the kill, and that is Puma lights out. No chance to play, no chance to perform.
And the Jinx is simply gone. Flash is there, but you can't get away from the Skarner. Wave to crash bottom as well. Gudo thankfully going to be here to collect all of this money, but that Jinx now falls even further behind. Praedyth is an absolute weapon in this second game. It's going to be utilized perfectly if Pentanet continue on their current path.
I mean, he's already up like 1,200 gold. That balloons even further. I mean, we're starting to look at a very similar story to game one, right? Where it was like an item, in some cases, an item and a half ahead. I mean, when it is the battle of the two hyper carries, the scaling individuals, we've talked about it in the past, right? Aphelios is there for the laning impact. We've talked about what a Jinx can do in the team fights, but if the Aphelios matches you blow for blow, then suddenly you're thinking, well, what's up?
It makes you wonder if the Draven ban's even worth it.
Well, that's it.
If he's able to do this with Aphelios as well. Maybe you try and force him back towards a champion like the Sivir, right? Try and give yourself an early game strength instead. Instead of banning the Draven, maybe you look towards it as a first pick, but so far it's proven that if they gank bottom, it's going to work, and Pentanet will find those leads, forge those advantages. They found Yuri.
They found Yuri indeed. He's going to jump across the wall. No, he wants more. Sugar can flip, disengage away. Ult flash! He's out! Gudo's looking for him. The vision goes down. There's the shot. Yuri wants a little bit more, however. Balkan's already burned his flash bot side, so he's just here to say hello.
But that was just a magic maker.
That was some wombo combo happy feet.
Yeah, just puts in the work, gets the flash, R2 out to safety. Yuri very well played there. The fact that he's able to save the Shroud and put more damage afterwards, kind of an insult to injury situation. 10 minutes into the game, Cull not finished. Give me a Gale Force is done for Praedyth. Both summoners there as well. Waiting to see where Order summon their Herald. That's really the only port of call right now strategically. Bit of damage top.
Bit of a biff in the top lane as both bruisers trade fight.
Balkan, what are you up to, buddy?
He's going in blind. Oh, the Chilling Smite was there onto Puma. Decides, well, if I drag, well, who's there to buff me up? Praedyth much more interested in taking those minions underneath his own turret.
He's not going to let him base. The shield will stop any damage application. That is smart from Corporal. Corporal, I will say, playing with fire, even staying here instead of walking all the way back, this does feel like it's going to be the whole turret.
Itemization check-in, given that Yuri's got his first item complete. Kisle's actually rushed the Rylai's, right? We have seen a whole host of different builds for the Swain. Imperial Mandate, perhaps sometimes the Leandries. No, he just wants that slow. He wants to make sure you're locked in a spot, and you can't do much about it. Order pushing topside.
And it is going to be a Herald summon. However, Rogue going to be here early. They're going to have to disengage. It's not going to be the full structure. If they're lucky, it charges.
It's gone.
And it's just dead.
It just did nothing. That is
Herald.
worst case scenario.
Herald wasted, order in shambles. Minute 30 to the next objective, and so far, so good. Pentanet continue on this path. There's no way they lose this game. Order are the ones that have to do something special, have to step up a little bit here, because there's just so much control being given over.
I mean, once again, just checking with that total gold. I mean, it's just ballooning out of control. The coal has now been complete. The gold is already insanely large in his favor, be it CS leads, be it kills as well. So first item complete. Second might be done by the time that Puma even has a look at a mythic item.
Especially with the Jinx being one of the scaling options. Corporal has seen a monster out of the river. We'll be all right, though. We'll be granted safe passage. Yuri not going to go too hard, right? Has not got level 11, also doesn't have the flash, so any kind of mistakes there gets him caught. And a simple polymorph could be more than enough if the reinforcements were nearby. Kisei has completed his item here, though, Skimmy, right? Riley's Crystal Scepter to be done first.
Yeah.
Wants to be that utility Swain from the looks of it. Isn't going towards the Leandri's Torment by any means. Or is it Anguish? Leandri's.
In general.
Just that one.
It's just
Just
Leandri's.
that one.
The Burning Mask.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I've rather quite a fair up here in the top lane, hasn't it been?
I think both champs as well wouldn't mind having a bit more mid-game influence, so I wouldn't be too surprised if the Mythic gets completed from BioPanther and he gets involved. Keep in mind here as well that it is not the Eclipse Aatrox like we have seen pretty much everywhere all the time, regardless of the runes that you've gone for, what those summoner spells may be. Eclipse for the one item spike has been the go. But now both teams, they set up in mid lane. Drake is on the board.
Now, worth noting, Balkan has his flash. He's got 2 movement speed items ready to go.
This is a 5v5, Skimmy, 100%. Balkan is the person to keep your eyes on for Pentanet. Gudo looking for those flanks, wants to stop Winterer from sieging. He is your engage source as well for Order. Drake has been started.
Yuri on a wide flank. He's going to be completely unspotted. Bio's going to look to try and come in through now and prevent that happening. Down goes the Demonize to Drake down to 2k. Looking to try and put this one up. It's a bit of a 50-50. The Moonlight Vigil goes across. Yuri and Biopan having a bit of a 1v1 right now. It's going to get stolen. That's a 1-for-1 now on the Drake front. There is the ultimate. Curse of the Sad Mummy. Locked them all in place. There's a suppression. Corporal dead. He's being dragged back into Narnia. Yuri's not here yet. Now he's looking for the fight. Prediv's flashed across the wall. No more damage can be found. The Shock Blast is a passing gift, but ultimately, it's only a 1-for-1.
Somehow, that's only a 1-for-1 trade. The Drake gets stolen, so Order will be happy with the outcome, but still, they were so close to so many more kills there. Balkan seems to be patiently waiting in a bush. The question is for what? No one knows. He's just going to show himself.
He's going to say, look, have you seen my DPS Skarner? It is a carry.
Garen cosplay.
Not phased by a Swain. A mid laner of all things looking to try and push out away. But absolutely. I mean, the fact that that was a 50-50 where you could see that Balkan had one idea in mind. I want to go for the ult, but at the same time, we're the one with the inline track to claim. 2 Drakes back to back.
And Rogue was going for that big hero moment, right? Tries to find the flash ultimate, tries to lock everybody down. But the reality is, unlike last game, if you catch Kisei, he's not just going to fold over. He's a Swade now. He presses R and he's a big boy.
Sure.
And they just couldn't kill him. He finishes that fight almost the same health that he started it. And Praedyth is the one that has to flash away. This near 2 item Aphelios is the one that has to be afraid. And a non-mythic Jinx contributes to a winning situation.
How many times have we seen it happen before, even with a Sivir, where they've not had that mythic item complete, rock up to a team fight, Ricochet goes across, and suddenly a triple kill's been found. You're thinking, that shouldn't really be happening, but it's what these hyper carries can do. And it certainly keeps this game on a bit of a knife's edge, despite Pentanet still having that major gold lead.
BioPanther now the current prey for Pentanet. Balkan hovering Winter's side of the map, as is Rogue. Very hard to kill this Aatrox. They'd have to do a lot of work really quickly, especially now that he's got that ult ready to go for the full heal combos. But he's not going to face check them, so they are going to be reserved. They are going to back away. This is the point in the game where you want to see some strategy from Pentanet to continue to solidify the lead that they have, right? Get further and further ahead. For Order, they just want to sit back and scale. That Jinx Lulu starting to get online, right?
Yeah.
Item 1 of 3 basically done. The Swain has a fairly cheap item build, is building towards Azonia's next. That's a big team fighting spike for them.
Once you got the Zonyas, once you got the Shrelia, suddenly orders comp really starts to come online. And they won't be too keen to shy away from the fact that an Impale is always being presented there by the Skarner. They'll match you.
Predator deciding to collect some trophies here with this Collector second. Balkan constantly hovering lanes. Very rarely have you seen him farm at the moment. It feels like if there's a jungle camp, it might just be the Aphelios taking it, but the Herald to be summoned.
It's round
and
two.
Puma already low.
This time Shelly will commit, and that turret will still survive. It's taken a beating, but it's still intact for the meantime. Now Yuri is pushing top lane. He has the TP the group up, but he wants to even out by putting some pressure here as well. Cannon Wave is actually going to pack a fair bit of a punch. Going to sidestep out of that one. No stacks here for Kisei.
He got the cannon though. Kind of take that. Just a lot of pressure now going to go towards top lane. Pentanet going to bring everybody here, 5 members strong, towards Yuri's lane to confirm the turret that was basically already dead. Biopanther does have teleport. If Order were to try and make a play, he's going to be at his strongest, fresh off reset. Mythic's just recently purchased as well for Puma. Cleansers both available. All summoner spells by the flash of their jungle and top are here for Order. Absolutely a point that they could look towards. And Winter is definitely a likely target to be preyed upon, especially a flashless Jace.
Third Dragon up and available in just under a minute now. Last one was a 50-50. Split decision as to what we'll be doing. Fighting, contesting. Ultimately, another Hextech Soul. Could you believe it? I mean, we're just really going straight in with all the combat damage to really bolster these teams' ability.
Looking at the setup for this Drake as well right now, there is an incredibly strong Aphelios to try and get through. Face checking Pentanet's comp is really difficult. You don't want to walk into a Skarner ultimate. You don't want to be accosted and just pull back to your death. You would rather have vision first, and a blue trinket is going to kick this one off by Biopanther to see if he can face check and clear out some wards. Keep your eyes on Rogue. The surprise party of Mumu may happen at any moment from the fog of war that he has found.
Yuri spending as much time as possible to try and push out that top side. Doesn't want to group up just yet. Doesn't want to commit that TP until the very last moment. Pentanet now mounting at assault. Going in. They found that one-man pick. They're onto Kisei. Instantly he goes golden with the Zonyas. The Dragon's still there. Yuri jumps in. He cannot steal it. But can he steal a kill instead? He's gone to the Shroud. Goodo's there. Yuri flashes in. Yuri with the ultimate. Goodo, where are you going? That's the clone. That's not what you want. Praetor, he's got the 2 items. He's collecting a double kill.
Oh, Puma knows he's so dead. Can the man catch more?
Puma's like, I'm dead. Take me down swiftly. I'll farm some minions whilst you try and farm me.
17 skill shots later, they will still find the Jinx no matter how fancy the footwork is. He was completely caught, and they'll get the picks that they're after. They find a 4 to 5k gold lead as well, as they're able to crash more minions and get further and further ahead. But the Drake did go Order's way. There is still some hope yet for the comp. But that is an absolute monster of an ADC on PGG.
Great disengage away there. Goodo with the ultimate. He's got a flash. He's not going to commit for that one. Despite Kisei just making his way to the mid lane at the same time. Not too sure exactly where Pentanet are. As we know, they've just gone for that fresh reset off vision.
And that's the thing, it was never a fight for Order at the Drake. It was just a disengage at all times. Goodo has ult and flash.
Yeah.
There is still the Jinx ult and the cleanse available. Flash ready for Corporal. They just found Kisei in fair play. They locked him down, and that was really it. The call was run away at all costs. Unfortunately for Order, their cost was high in that call.
And what a change of affairs coming into the playoffs. The fact that we've been singing the praises all year long, really, of Yuri and Balkan being this absolute weapon, this duo from Korea that have just exploded into action. And Predov's like, have you forgotten about what I can do? 5-0, a champion that he's incredibly comfortable. And the Aphelios is there. You're saying maybe the Draven needs to be banned away. I mean, once upon a time you're talking about Kaiser as well.
Yeah, this is one of his signature picks, to be sure. Not something we've seen too much recently, as Bio might have a crack here.
Ooh, fancy feet, dodging over that first charge, missing the Infernal Chains as well.
Missing.
Oh, and Bio just can't find him. Yuri will just disengage away, keep the flash intact, not under really any pressure.
Yuri using every ability he could possibly have, none of them connecting, but still was focusing on using that R2 to disengage. So just a couple of Hail Marys in there to see how he goes. Turret to be taken in mid lane in the meanwhile. That was just a 1v1 bottom. It wasn't too much expended for the play. Look at the collapse here from Pensinet. They've found Kisei.
Here we go. The Predator's on. The Chemtank is there. The target is in sight, but they decide at the last moment that's not what we want.
They stare him down. They see that there is a bush in front of him. And if someone's in there, that's not it.
We're not flipping the game.
They
We're up
choose not to.
5,000 gold. It's once again our game to lose. And I mean, what a start here in this series.
Yeah, they're, I mean, on the precipice of being 2-0 up in this series. Certainly a momentum team. Lots of experience still in the roster. Remember Praedyth, one of the MSI heroes with Pensinet years ago. That's in last year, not years ago.
It feels like years
ago. It does, though.
It really does. But wouldn't that be a narrative, right? The champions of yesteryear making that late surge once again. Can they upset the apple cart? Well, certainly they are on course for a 2-0 at this stage. Can Order do anything to mitigate those losses? They're still searching for that first tower. They just can't find it. That's a clone. That's an ult! Good with the clone. Going to try and provide some protection to Bayou. He's going to jump back in. Here's Kisei. What can he do? Not much.
And it's just a disengage. Everybody stays alive. Ultimate's used. Flash expended as well. That's 3 ults gone. Gudo, I think he was using the Cyclone to try and perhaps cancel the R2 from Yuri to make sure that never actually hit him. Try and minimize the damage. Maybe he survives that one. Either way, an incredibly farmed Akali is able to just body them out. And once again showing that he is such a good Akali player, and it is a key pick in this series.
And you look at Baron for sure. You've just seen 3 crucial ultimates being burnt from your opposition. You're thinking, let's begin the dance.
They 100% can go for Gudo if he's not careful.
Oh.
He's going to use a Hex Gate. He sees the health. He's in the pit.
Oh, nearly. So close. Gudo's won those before, but not today. He's stuck inside the pit. Balkan is zoning. Yuri is literally 1v4ing in mid lane. He is the conductor, and he's conducting them all to do his bidding right now. You can't contest us. You can't do nothing. Balkan dragging in Kisei. There's the shot blast. It's not lethal. Rogue with the bandage toss. Jars agonizingly close. Praedyth with the Moonlight Vigil. But the Gale falls to get that kill confirmed.
And Praedyth is the confirmation that they needed. Baron buff in hand. They will push down mid lane. Still threatening. Still looking to push forwards. The inhibitor in their sights at the very least. Balkan tanking needs to be careful. If that confirms it should be just an inhibitor. The star of the show today, it is all Praedyth right now.
Without a doubt, 7-0-1, a 1k shutdown if you can just remove that Aphelios from the game, but that is so much easier said than done right now. 3 items complete, Infinity Edge is there. I feel like his summoners are just never being used.
Yeah, he just doesn't need to. He's just too strong, has the full team protecting him. It feels like Pensinet protect him with violence, though. They don't have enchanters. They just stand in front of him. Drake there's 100% Drake number 2 belongs to them. Now a healthy 9,000 gold lead as well to boot. To say they're in the driver's seat is putting it lightly.
And they're just too late, Rusty. I mean, Kisei's TPing in to try and put up a bit of a contest, but by the time they're in, the empowered recalls from Baron means they're back in the base. We can once again check in with the gold. I mean, look where Praedyth was at the start of this game. He was already up 1,200 gold. That ballooned to become 2k now. At this stage,
that is a lot of
he's
them.
up by 4k.
They've got Gudo.
Curse of Sand Mummy goes onto Gudo. That's the target you're after for the meantime. Trying to look to try and force him out. That was a potential target, but no damage to bolster it.
It's good vision. They will find him. Biopanther going to try and be here to make sure that Gudo stays alive. Grump not theirs. Corporal also found himself in a very compromised position, so had to reroute, walk the long way back to get to his team. This does mean that they will be bodied out of the blue side quadrant, and meanwhile threatening on the bottom side of the map with teleport in hand and a Baron buff in tow. Yuri presses forwards.
And that's just how strong they are at this stage of the game, Rusty. They're up by 10,000 gold. They can afford to go for a 4-1 split in the furthest parts of the map. What do Order do? They're shell-shocked. How do we answer back? We haven't hit the break points to really contest you. We are terrified of that Skarner Impale at any given moment, and if it's not to be that, then that Moonlight Vigil with the right weapon setup, currently blue and green, or blue and red rather, it's going to destroy.
Yeah, blue-red really nice for team fighting as well to activate the red weapon and get that life steal. This turret, stones throw away, the cannon minion putting in work.
Crowd rallying around this one. They are invested in that one cannon minion that believed. But whilst that 1v1 takes place bot side, another wave crashes in top side. Pensinet looking to get themselves a second inhibitor. Order, they just have to watch. They have to sacrifice their base. The inhibitor falls on Dan, as does the Baron buff now. It's another reset. It's another big surge of items.
and no Quicksilver Sash is purchased by Order. They're so far behind, they don't have the money to afford that item. They need the LDR, they need the full items on this Jinx. Mikhail's won't work, but if you don't get a QSS, Belkan will always have a target on your head, and it is so hard to leave your base. I think you realistically just play for the Baron. You might have to sacrifice another Drake to be sure, try and get 3 items onto your Jinx, but maybe now it's 4. This game goes from bad to worse. And a stone's throw from losing Corporal.
Oh no. The damage at this stage from Akali is just a little bit too much. Corporal, fearing for his life, has to self-cast. Oh, he didn't even have flash.
Manages to keep the heal, but did get the self-cast with the ultimate now used. It means that Belkan, though he doesn't have flash, has a lot easier time finding a pick.
Oh, they're going to drag by Panther. They found their target. He's going to go golden. What can they do to try and turn things around? Oh, the cleave damage with the blue weapon is a little bit too much. Biosave, please back me up, boys, but they just can't. They are completely routed from every avenue they look. Yuri underneath your door. The stopwatch, the disrespect. Yuri, stop it. You're so sexy. What a perfect ace.
And that's all 5 dead, straight to the Nexus, game number 2, well and truly in the pocket of Pensinet.gg. And they do not look like slowing down.
Unbelievable. Oh, Belkan denying himself to the fountain. He's feeling himself right now. And with a swing of the hammer, with another clean ace, Pensinet now lead this series 2-0.
And a 10-0-3 scoreline to end the game for this Aphelios. Praetor comes into this series red hot and is legitimately unstoppable right now. And that's where the drawing board has to start. That's where the playbook needs to start here, Skibby. You need to look at this ADC in Pensinet.gg because he is a weapon today.
He needs to be addressed. They haven't found his mark. They haven't found a way to try and shut him down consistently. Laning phase has been his kingdom. And I tell you what, Mark on form is one to really be feared upon, right? Slept on, the sleeping giant, comes to play, comes to land and says, look at me now. Look what I can achieve. You ban away one champion, that's not the problem. I've got 10 more ready to go.
And we've seen this before, remember, when these two teams go head-to-head. It started 2-0 last time.
Oh.
It was brought back to a game 5. It's always going to be possible, but so far, so incredibly good from PGG. And it's a reinvention through the jungle as well, right? Still being aggressive, but not just playing dive champions and throwing haymakers and praying they stick. This is the best we've ever seen Pensinet look.
And it's just so surprising because we asked the question during Champ Select, does Belkan play Skarner? Well, apparently he does.
Apparently
It looks phenomenal.
Yeah.
And I mean, for me now, you're saying that, is this a Pensinet that have, I mean, we've had lots of conversations with Chippies as the split's gone on. You know, the draft was a little bit too convoluted. It was a little bit too difficult for us to execute. Looks like they've hit the nail on the money this time. And I mean, for me, you look at the response now from Order, elimination potentially on the cards right now. We need to see something spicy, and I guess that's the question we can throw across to our analysts as we break down game number 2.
Thank you very much, guys. PGG up 2-0, 2 games in. Can you believe it? This is a complete, total opposite from the series that they had against Order before. And now, as the caster said, Order just 1 game away from having their playoff dreams absolutely crushed and shattered. This is not what we were expecting, Mr. 3-1 prediction.
No, it is absolutely not, and it's a bit scary if you are an Order fan. I mean, PGG have just looked night and day from their last series. I mean, the general consensus, and we'll probably get into this later about the draft, was that it was definitely out of left field from PGG, and maybe not in a good way, right? But they came out of this game, and they just seem to be the ones, they're going for all the plays, they're being proactive, and it doesn't really seem like Order has a response.
Exactly. I want to go ahead and take a look at the replays and highlights from this series when we do have a chance, or from that game rather, when we do have a chance. But yes, completely out of left field. We saw some of these major fights where, you know, you would see Yuri come in and do a lot of work. We see Order is the one who actually secures the dragon here. But what happens in this fight exactly?
Honestly, it's just so much, right? Like, Yuri's got this wide flank, and he's just slowly walking up, but ultimately, Order coming out on top. And honestly, it looked pretty good, but I don't even know what happened. Like, Yuri on the Akali, kind of just ego checking Kise, to be honest, after game 1, saying, you know, look, I can do this, I can do it better. And yeah, helpless ratio.
And Kitty, this Aphelios coming out of nowhere. I see it get picked, and I'm going, wait a second. You're like, no, that is his pocket pick. Tell me about it.
That is, you know, we were all a bit sus seeing an Aphelios in 2022. You know, it is patch 5.15, I believe. Yes, and then we have a Jinx responding. It's like shooting back to 2021, which is exactly the year that Praetus attended MSI. And this Aphelios was the champion that brought PGG to that MSI and to the international stage, where it was still being picked thoroughly throughout those international games. And obviously it works. It is his pick. And we did see a 4K gold lead throughout the entire game up on this Jinx, where I actually believe I picked up on this characteristic where Balkan is constantly giving that Rift Herald to bot lane, where he is able to pick up those extra plates and just impact the overall map.
And that's exactly what happened this game, and I think was the big difference between these two AD carries, the Jinx and Aphelios. PGG just did a lot better job of putting pressure on Puma. A lot of these fights, he wasn't able to hit at all, and I'm sure when we look at the damage later on that we're going to see a huge discrepancy right there. It's night and day, right? And Jinx just isn't able to play versus these champions. Like Balkan getting on top of him with the flash impale. Same with Yuri doing a really good job of always finding flanks. And if Jinx cannot play front to back, she just can't play the game.
And I do have some extra points to add on this, where we have seen Lulu at least 6 times. I believe this is the 7th game in the playoffs for Split 2, and it is currently sitting at a 1 win and 6 loss win rate. Ooh. So Lulu is not the champion you want to be leaning towards, because obviously the results show. And I don't think just we saw throughout the entire game, Rogue had that map impact on this, and he was stopping that Herald from hitting top lane. Well, you know, Corporal's being a little cute kitten in bot lane holding his ADC's hand, but not the best we want and not what we want to see as a viewer.
Exactly, yeah. Get off Lulu. Just because it worked for Team Liquid earlier this morning doesn't mean that it might work for you. But Melg, did you have something to add there?
Yeah, I think honestly, to go to Balkan, like the Skarner pick when I first saw it, I was a bit weirded out by it. But then I saw him like vroom in for that level 3 gank, and I was like, okay, I get it now.
Everything starts to make sense as soon
click.
as you see Skarner just start to run and go, get over here, pull him around. But yes, great performance on the side of PGG. Again, I think we did say it was a little weird seeing Order lose with that draft. But guys, 2-0 right now, only one potential game away for Penta to be moving on to the upper bracket finals. We've got to talk about what that loss or what this third game potentially means going into, or I'd say rather for the series. So Katie, what I want to say is like, Order, what have they got to be focusing on right now? Because they had the draft, what happened with the gameplay?
The draft from last game was particularly good. Max also agreed in the green room, where we actually thought they had a lot of potential damage. Like the Swain was actually really ahead in those team fights, and we talked about how the Swain matchup into the Akali, it basically makes Akali useless in those team fights. However, we just don't see that proactiveness coming out of Order compared to PGG. PGG is the first one to engage. Order's always on the receiving end, and they're just being very reactive, which is not something you want to be doing in a competitive game.
Yeah, everything kind of just feels upside down, right? Because we look back at like the Split 1 lower bracket final, and it was Order 3-0ing, and now it looks like potentially a PGG 3-0. And I'm praying to whoever or whatever's up there that doesn't happen, and we get more of a series. But ultimately, Order looking a little bit shaky.
Praying to the drop bears above
Yeah,
in the ceiling, in the rafters, as I'm like looking through the hallways. But yes, we're just going to have to find out as we get into Game 3. But before we do that, we are going to take a quick break. But don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we could have potentially the final game of the day, but not if Order have anything to say about it. Stick around.
Check in to Melbourne so you can check out all the action after DreamHack ends. There's always something new to discover in Melbourne's hive of creative laneways, from an ever-changing outdoor gallery of street art to hidden boutiques and hole-in-the-wall cafes and bars. Head to visitmelbourne.com to discover more.
We all love a dare fix here in the studio, but when it comes to those tough moments in life, a dare won't fix it. But thankfully, a conversation could.
Dare Ice Coffee is continuing their partnership with the harm prevention charity Are You OK this year to help us identify the signs that someone in our life may be struggling.
Maybe they've had a really good game, but they just aren't celebrating.
Maybe their team is up, but they are feeling down.
Or perhaps they're just not themselves.
If you see these signs, no matter how subtle, stop,
and ask, "Are you okay?" Your conversation could change a life. For more info on how to identify these signs and start a conversation, visit areyouok.org.au.
You know what? I'm going to spend some time to sit down with a couple of my mates and have a chat.
But remember, a dare won't fix it. A conversation could. Ask, "Are you okay?"
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LCO Lower Bracket Finals, delivered by Menulog here at DreamHack Melbourne. Look at me, Melbourne, not Melbourne. I'm a proper Australian now. Goodbye, American accent. I'm Ovly. We've got Amelg, Maximize, and Kitty on the desk here today, or rather, should I say, the comfy couches. 2 games in, PGG is up 2-0. Order, where are you right now? Are they going to be able to pick up the next win and make this a series, or is this going to be a quick 3-0 for PGG? Those are questions that I've asked, but I have yet another question to ask, because I was paying attention to the chat during one of the last games, and I was told, and I quote, someone should Menulog Ovally an HSP. What is an HSP?
The Australian crowd is extremely concerned. But don't worry, an HSP stands for a halal snack pack, and I'm sure we will get one for you on that Sunday broadcast. So don't miss out on Ovally trying out an HSP for the grand final.
Repeat that again, a what?
Halal. Am I saying it right? Halal snack pack.
Halal snack pack.
Meat, chips,
Halal.
sauce.
That's easy.
Oh, that sounds delicious.
That's very good. That's too good.
Okay, Sunday, I'm gonna get one of those.
On broadcast.
Oh, Menulog. Where's Menulog Man? Where is Menulog Man with an HSP when you need one?
He's clocked off.
I don't see him.
He went home for the day. All right, well, we'll make sure that we get him for Sunday. But one thing that I do want to take a look at is the Game 2 draft, because as you said, Order seemingly got what they had wanted, and yet it just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, they had a lot of good pieces. I really like this topside trio of Aatrox, Wukong, Swain. It just feels like a very meatball-style comp where if you don't have a lot of damage coming through, if the Aphelios hadn't gotten as bad as he did, it's just very hard to deal with and actually kill. And I thought, you know, stuff like Skarner, stuff like Jace, they're not picks you see very often. And that's kind of for a reason, right? Jace, very high execution champion, and then Skarner, you know, really testing Belkan's champion pool. But like Amelg was saying, he looked very proficient on the pick. He was definitely making use of all of his windows whenever he had flash, whenever he had that impale up. So I guess this is something that they've brought out of the wheelhouse, and it's seeming to work.
So Kitty, I'm going to ask you this. If you could jump into the mind of Series right now, coach of Order, what are you telling your players to draft? What are you telling them to focus on getting into this third game? Because it all comes down to this for this squad.
It is, and to be fair, we've seen a lot of reverse sweeps in the LCO so far, so I'm not too worried for Order just quite yet until they start losing the third game. But before that happens, let's talk about drafts. So if I was Coach Series, I would say to my jungler, camp bot lane, help Puma out. My man's 2v3ing in that bot lane. He's getting dove at level 3, quite illegally, might I add. And it's working for PGG as very, very well.
But it's a gameplay, or it's a game plan, rather, that's been working for them. And we actually do have the side selection result right here that we could take a look at. It's blue side. It's blue. Might as well just like paint the entire screen blue at this point whenever we have a side selection, because no one in their right mind would be picking red, especially for what we have seen so far. So really quick, before we get into this next game, I'm going to give you each the chance to revise your predictions. We had a lot of 3-1s for Order, but now that we're looking at a 2-0 right now on the side of PGG, do we have any flip-floppers or thongs, as you call them in Australia? I learned today. They aren't sandals, they're called thongs. Either way, culture shock, I'm learning. But Amelg, for you, flip-flop?
Nah.
Nah?
3-2 Order. They got this. That's all part of the plan. Don't worry. Look, here's the thing, right? Yeah, exactly. Thank you. The Game 2 draft Order, right? It was good, right? They had, who are you guys? They had like a solid top side, and it was all good, right? It was very normal, and I feel like Order, like, one thing that they do really well is like interesting drafts, right? And I feel like they still have cards to play in this match.
Really quick, Max, before I get to you, I do want to shout out the Dare fan vote. Remember that if you guys are watching right now, you could use all of your Twitch channel points to predict and to vote who you think will be taking this next game. And again, potentially the entire series if you are voting on the side of PGG. Ooh, you guys have to do the cute arm link that we did with the gun.
I don't think it's physically possible.
Not with that attitude. I want to see the effort. I want to see the drive, the motivation, the dare chug right there. And there's the sip.
Love it.
Kitty,
Most village.
can we do that with an HSP on Sunday?
Yes, of course, my queen.
I'm so excited. We're hearing lots of do-its. We're going to do it with the HSP. Is that what they're cheering for?
Fans want it. You got to
Guys?
deliver.
The fans want it. They want to see the HSP, but Max, for you.
Yes, 3-2. I
3-2
agree.
for
I think
Order?
it will be a reverse sweep. I am confident in the boys. I don't want to see a 3-0 tonight. I'm adamant that Order is going to find something. I think their draft was good. I think they've fixed that aspect. Now that's just gameplay. And then, whoever wins game 3 in a series generally wins. So I think if Order can take this out, they'll be good to go.
Kitty, really quick from you.
I'm gonna be a negative Nancy. I'm switching over to Pentanet.gg. 3-0, it's going to happen.
3-0, that's what Kitty is calling for. You heard me. I got very swayed by that early coach interview at the beginning of the game, but there's only one thing left to do, and that's to get into game 3 and hand it on over to our casters. So gentlemen, take it away.
Very much there, Overly. Yes, we got some believers. We got some reverse sweep hopium huffers. I guess we got a little bit of everything on the couch.
Just want to clarify something really quick. You guys weren't saying do it, you were saying shooey, right? Yeah. Yeah,
Where's
now
that
you know what
Shui,
we're
Max?
talking about. So
Where's
maybe,
that Shui, brother?
Maybe hit maximize up on social media. Sunday, he might.
Sunday, it
That's
has
all
to
I'm
happen.
saying.
In his DMs, make it happen. The peer pressure, absolutely eat your heart
Plenty
out.
of peer pressure out there
Why,
right now.
why not? Everyone's here to talk about it. Situation though, 2-0.
Yeah.
Crazy circumstances, pretty convincing wins, very fast wins, right? Very much a PGG mentality of 30 minutes done and dusted. And, is this really how we expected, I suppose, given the fact that they are able to play their style, that Order haven't really shown any difference in going for the red side either time? Surely now you reveal every single card, whether or not it's enough to try and stop Chiefs looking and saying, oh, that's interesting.
I mean, normally when I approach a best of 5, I would expect there's something different in game number 1, because that then affects the whole landscape of pick ban beyond that for your opponents. So I don't know exactly what Order would have ready in the arsenal for this third game, and I think the reality is they're not upset with either of the drafts that they've had. Ultimately, they've just been beaten on the Rift by their opponents. Yuri just too clean on this Akali, Belkan, not on the Skarner, but of course with the aggressive Java in game number 1, constantly finding those angles. For me, the thing that needs to change is Rogue on a Mumu. He is just constant. He's a constant performer, and I think that maybe make him a little bit less comfortable, give him something that can be more beaten, and you might have a better time down there, because so far, I haven't seen enough from Corporal either.
Mean to lock in that Lucian army. Put him back in the Enchanters, right? He put in a lot of effort in this season, right, to try and become as proficient as possible on it. Obviously, we know him for the hook champions, the heavy engaged champions. We sit and play the turret, we sit and play the Alistair. There's a lot of discussion as to how they can look to try and make Rogue's life a little bit more difficult. But coming into game 3, it's time for Champs League. It's time to see what changes, because we did see a few different changes from Order last time. This time, they've actually removed Akali. Game 1 played by them, Game 2 played by Pentanet, Game 3 off the menu.
Yeah, big adaptation here for them to get rid of that Akali. Nothing changes from Pentanet.gg so far. So standard. Looking at this first pick, it has been a jungler every single time. It could be a Wukong, it could be a Trundle, to say the least. You know that Belkan will consider the Wukong, so it might still be worth picking that one up. And just quickly as we get into this champion select, I walked past Gudo in the hallway, and he said, get ready for a long night. Oh. He's a very confident man, still thinks the reverse sweep is entirely possible. And Azir first pick is a solid way to do it for Kissei, because he's carried games solo with this champion.
He certainly is. It's a champion. He certainly is bread and butter. A lot of different builds you can play with it as well. We have seen in recent weeks across the world globally the more battle mage focus, right? We've got the Banshees Veil into the Zonias. What it does mean, though, is that Pentanet will get their hands on that Draven once again. If we talk about Rogue being a star of the show, their bot lane as a whole, the combination of Tenno with Philios, back to Draven, back to business.
Yeah, back to what works for him and has through the entire playoffs so far. This Draven pick has been prolific for Praetor, to say the least. Still have the Sivir option available, but not really wanted into the Draven matchup.
No.
The question for Order is, what will you play bottom? Nothing seen yet with the Draven as the Wukong. The expected pick gets locked in. And it's going to be the MF in their second pick, presumably with an aggressive support, to be sure. Yeah, with this Leona. Last time that they drafted the Draven, they banned MF in their 4-5 bans. So changing up the draft a little bit more here. The comfort, I feel like, that this Mist Fortune provides, the fact that it diffuses the Draven for the most part with the Make It Rain, is quite a powerful pick for them.
Certainly wanting a little bit more lane dominance, right? Make life a little bit more difficult in that bot lane to try and start things off. Aurelion Sol, that's Cap, but maybe this one isn't. Ari, totally another champion which literally will do anything. Fits the bill, nice and safe, up against Nazir. you're going to be fairly comfortable about your chances. Now, my big question, right, is it's 2-0. You're down at the moment if you're Order. Where would that wild pick come from? For me, my eyes always look to the top lane. BioPanther has an encyclopedia of what champion do I feel like playing today?
Yeah, BioPanther's got plenty of options. Doesn't know what his opponent will be, and the question remains on will they actually go for the 5th pick for support. I think the fact that Sylas is banned means that Alistar is a really good strategy here for Pentanet into the Leona lane. However, the Alistar can be kind of kept at bay with the Misfortune Ease, with the ability to just try and zone them off. But I think Alistar's the logical choice. Looking beyond that one, the question for Order is, do they go for something like the Gnar themselves? Like, if this Alistar gets locked in, do you take the Gnar away from Winterer? Because you know BioPanther can play it. Your composition has scaling in mid lane right now. Your AD carry is a team fight champion. I think Gnar fits that bill quite nicely. And then a jungler that goes with it, right? Trundle Vi taken off the board, Jarvan removed as well. Starting to be a little bit more limited in that champion pool for the jungle specifically.
Whether or not we ever start to dive deep into any of those AP junglers. This is another champion that Gudo's put a lot of hours into, especially when it first came into the limelight, was at the very forefront. Once upon a time, Order were first picking this champion. They believed in it that much. There is obviously a lot of mobility, so Poppy can certainly find its merit. Our biggest concern has always been when it's been a solo Poppy. This time with the Leona, you're feeling a lot more confident.
I think as far as I know as well, Hex Flash is disabled, so just keep that in mind for the Poppy pick. That's one of the things that makes it super powerful, as is with the Alistar for sure.
Oh!
Kennen. Okay, so channeling a little bit of Topun energy here, it feels like. Kennen has seen some buffs and is a very good pick into the Gnar. So we'll see if Winterer can replicate that of the Chief's top laner, because he always picks Kennen to Gnar and it always works.
He certainly does, and this is just really teed up right now for the perfect wombo combo success of Pentanet, saying we got a Cyclone, we got a slicing Maelstrom, and let's not forget what Rogue's done up against Order in these series before, right? 3-man pulverizes. Huge impact on the champion that really sees a niche performance, a game here, a game there, but ultimately, I mean, you're looking at Order saying, okay, we're going to take a few measures as to what is our first pick priority. Nah, we need to go towards Kisei. We need to limit exactly what they can do in that bot lane. You can have your Draven, but it's just not going to be that fun.
I would say without a doubt, we are just looking at two team-fighting teams clashing in mid right now, right? That's basically the team-fight identity. A bit of flexibility comes from things like the Poppy ultimate, the Azir ultimate, but the MF Leona is stand and deliver. And there's flexibility there from BioPanther. So when all things are considered, their comp makes sense, but there is still a lot of skill expression there for the Order side. For Pentanet.gg, it is the exact same thing, right? Cannon with those big flanks. Alistar has so much creative expression. We'll see if they can make it happen, as obviously the fans very much behind them.
Yeah, they are all rallying around the perfect 3-0 Storm. They want to see it happen. And maybe that is what will take place here as we lock in and can confirm the final rosters going into that third game of the night. Order on the flip side, though, have changed their tune. They found success with a composition based around a Misfortune in the past. Perhaps that could be the lucky charm to bring them back on that potential reverse sweep. Let's load into the Rift now for the third time tonight. It is that lower bracket elimination game to kickstart DreamHack's finals. And maybe, just maybe, the magic continues.
And starting this one off 2-0, the first match point of many. Order need to win 3 games back-to-back if they want to progress to the finals and take on the Chiefs on Sunday here in DreamHack Melbourne. First things first for Pentanet.gg, everything to prove for Order, their opponents, but business as usual for the squad that you see on your screen right now, because they have looked unstoppable.
They certainly have, and that's a force to be reckoned with. I mean, when we sort of talk about teams and their identity as a whole, some teams really emotionally invested. When you're winning harder. When you're down and behind, I think that's why we put a lot of emphasis on that initial game run, right? As it could really set the tone. Here we are, though. Finally locked on in. We've yet to see any crazy level 1. Neither team really willing to risk the game's success based on that fact. Want to play standard.
Does make you wonder if Order will be even slower now, right? Everything's on a knife's edge. Any mistake could be deadly. Can't lose a single game from here on out. Has to be stated that Gudo does love this pick. Gudo very good with the Poppy. And unlike a jungler like Kevy that you saw from Order in split number 1, Gudo tends to play for his laners quite a lot.
For sure.
Almost entirely. And the laners don't necessarily play for him. And for me, the difference maker is the person on your screen right now in Corporal. If he can get active around the map, if he can actually match Rogue with Roams, there was a couple of really good tracking movements from him in that second game, but beyond that, nothing really to report, no proactive moves too much.
And I will say, the predictions for the Dare fan vote have been neck and neck all night long. Real split decision as to who will take this one out. People believing in the miracle reverse sweep. And that's what this bot lane can look like. You make it rain, you Zenith Blade, you say, Praetor, have fun playing this lane. He certainly can answer back because you are the Glacial Augment option.
Yeah, without the Aftershock, of course, does mean that you'll be able to put some damage back, still catch those axes, but you're going to be stuck inside the Maker Rain, stuck taking damage from that Comet Misfortune. It's so frustrating to deal with. And the fact that the lane starts with a potion burn is not ideal for Praetor at all, as Puma just getting those pot shots in. Things start rough. Alistar is not a champion until level 2, so just keep that in mind. And if Leona uses that E to go forwards as Rogue has a headbutt, you just kind of die. Corporal is the one with the hardest role in this lane.
Good-o.
Well, he finds Belkar.
On a bit of a scouting mission right now. Primed and ready. There's the wallbang up against the wall. There's the flash! Zenith Blade across the wall! Balkan, you're just dead! It's Corporal that's going to pick up the first blood. Disaster there for Goodo, but what a heads-up play. Now can Pentanet's bot lane salvage anything? There's the flash, there's the pulse, there's the exhaust, and there's Praetor dropping his axes. He's cashing in the gold. He's got the money. Goodo, get out of my swamp. What are you doing?
Does have Puma, does have Kisse able to move now, so Pensanet will disengage. A tragedy that, of course, the money goes into the hands of Corporal. But very early on, a support taking money isn't that bad of a thing. Get some boots and be able to get down here faster. Caught Puma.
We are certainly looking for more, and
Ooh,
many flashes being burnt. Not one to be found now in this bot lane.
If Rogue was level 3, that could be a dead Puma. Has to be super careful, or would have at least used the heal, but no trample. No ability to lock him down with that follow-up stun. Aggressive start. I like the killer instinct. The question was, will Order be more passive? It seems to not be the case so far. Instead, it's the opposite.
Lurking in the shadows there, potentially
Look at
teeing up a charm.
Balkan.
Balkan on the widest flank right now. Corporal's committed himself to the play. Praetor and Rogue down to 50% right now. Goodo wrapping around onto Balkan, so he's completely cut off right now. Gonna be stunned against the wall. No, he's not. Just gonna be shoved for the meantime. Puma, with the move speed to run him down, is gonna choke out the clone.
They didn't know that he failed. Doesn't matter. They just assumed he made it. Fair play. He'll get out with his life. Flash is not available for Balkan from that earlier skirmish as well. No summoners really anywhere. No surprises that they're going to continue to come bot lane with that in mind. Constant action, such limited kills though. And I do think that an isolated top lane matchup, and you're seeing it, starts to reflect really nicely for this Kennen. You can't ask for much more if you're Winterer.
You certainly cannot. We've seen this matchup take place multiple times throughout the regular split. The Kennen will find moments to get excited and try and take that 1v1 in isolation. Group up to the team fight. That exhaust is going to be of the most paramount importance. There is no unsealed spellbook. It's all on Corporal to make sure that exhaust is there for Winter.
This is actually really dangerous for Goodo as well. If Balkan wanted to, he has so much priority in top that he could have just walked into that blue and contested everything. I think Goodo should be really happy that that doesn't happen. Kisse wouldn't have been there to help. Biopanther was dealing with minions, so he wouldn't have been there to help. Nevertheless, the 16 CS Poppy will manage to clear the rest of those jungle camps and be in relatively good stead. Corporal and Rogue find each other. I feel like much improved overall from Order, even though Corporal goes down. It's the fact that they're hunting for these opportunities. Tracking each other means there's not being isolated in some kind of bot lane 1v2 or awkward 2v2 where it feels like Order aren't doing anything.
Feels to me like a reminder back to game one where they were really challenging them at every given moment.
Rogue
waiting.
Like he has
doesn't have a flash.
Yeah.
So he would have to reveal himself to try and catch out Kisse, who is level 6, has flash, and now has the ultimate, and that would have been a very dead cow.
Rogue unfortunately positioning like he could have maybe had a Hex Flash play. Doesn't have Hex Flash. That is not available. It's going to clear out some wards inside the Drake pit. Both junglers going to reset and deploy towards the bottom side of the map. Top continues to be isolated. Bio just doing the best he can with that early Merc Treads purchase. And mid lane still happily farming, still happily scaling. Level 6 comes across, so kill threat increases. The longer the game goes in a steady state, the stronger this Azir becomes.
Does make me wonder what variation of this Ahri we will be getting here today. Will it be the Luden's Echo? Will it be the Everfrost? You need that extra level of CC shutdown.
Junglers actually just mirroring each other's paths. all 6 minutes of this game. You walk into the river, the other jungler's there. So Belkan knows that he's been seen. He's just going to walk down here and say g'day. Rogue's flash is up in about 10 seconds. Belkan's flash is up right now.
They're on. They're not going to catch out Yuri for the meantime. Very close to the wall once again. It feels like we are ramping up our efforts towards that very first dragon. Multiple members in the area. Top lane still isolated. Dragon now having spawned.
They know Gudo's in the bush. Be escorted out. Belkan now going to look for him, see if he can get an ability off before the Steadfast Presence is available. Will still happen, but it's just a bit of extra damage. Oh, bottom.
Damage onto Rogue now, who's going to headbutt Corporal away from his teammate. The Ignite goes out. There's the trample, there's the stun, there's the damage. Does he have a flash? He does at the very last moment. Yuri with the Spirit Rush.
Oh, Yuri, you're a madman.
That's absolutely wild to me.
That is insane. He did that completely blind. He just Hail Married under the turret. If it works, you look like a genius, but now you're just a madman.
He took a risk, and I tell you what, I commend him for it. The exhaust is now being burnt.
Rogue basing. Praedyth has to really respect this now for sure as Gudo clears out and sweeps vision. Drake not likely on the cards, but this is a skirmish that happened before Puma had that bullet time. And objectives become much more likely as Gudo hits level 6, but they're still going to have a crack right now. I think no chance they'll really get here in time, so it should just be a first Drake skip.
We're going to make light work of this one, as Rogue is going to hold that mid wave for Yuri, who had to go back to base, does not have the TP, just going to hold it out of range.
What a good bloke.
The ultimate support player right there. As we now look to try and tackle 2 raid bosses, increased HP on these major objectives now. Going to take a while for these junglers to do them in isolation, but ultimately will be claimed at the very last moment there.
And you know, it's only going to be a single Mountain Drake for sure, right? Infernal the next that spawns, but a single Mountain Drake's actually quite nice against the high burst, high cooldown damage that exists in Pentanet's composition. With that in mind, 4 members strong up here. Bio hunting for Mega Gnar. Is probably not going to get it in time. Waves crashing.
He might do.
He does get Mega.
He's got flash. He's got
Bio!
He shoves them into the wall. Slicing Maelstrom. Pounce away from that one.
Bio's
In
insane.
we jump. There's the knockup onto Bio. He's tried his hardest, but the aggro of the turret's being juggled superbly.
He could not do more to try and outplay that. Any worse an opponent, he might even get 2 kills for the trade, but instead they're just going to get plates mid. They're threatening plates bottom as well. God, Bio tried his absolute best, but it just wasn't enough.
You're now praying, if you're Bio, that the rest of the team can flourish as a result. A turret plate found here in the bot lane for the bot lane of Order, as you see Kisei unattended, able to crash another wave in the mid and find a plate of his own. So gold being distributed elsewhere. Still the game dead even at that 10-minute mark.
I mean, essentially 300 gold for 320 gold with that in mind, right? But a bit of extra CS into the pockets of each respective person involved with that play. Rogue also farming support because he can. Also, take note, support mains, he's actually last hitting.
The crowd loves that one.
Unironically hyped to see a support not miss last hits.
Oh, Kisei! He was teeing up for the Emperor's Divide, decides against it. Yuri still with the Spirit Rush. He's trying to taunt him. Kisei! He will not be disrespected and just outright destroys Yuri.
You give him the Sand Emperor, he's going to make you pay for it. Just a straight solo. That's with the ultimate in hand from Ari. Kisei just plays him for a full, goes in, baits the ult out. Saves his Emperor's Divide and still gets the kill without using it. Means that Belkan cannot engage onto him. In fact, it's a bait.
Oh no! He's flashed over the charge. He's just jumped into an Emperor's Divide. It's a catastrophe.
Like a book. Absolutely hard red. Or to kick off this 3rd game with their sight set on victory. And a renewed vigor that we didn't see in the first 2 games. They're hard reading their opponents.
A complete awareness as to where Belkan would be, what his next move would do, and how he executed it. You can flash across this wall, but the ult is there, primed and ready to go.
I mean, we've seen this in the regular season as well, right? A part of the recipe for success for beating Pentanet.gg was to invade or keep Belkan occupied. If he's unleashed to play his own style, he's unbeatable. But you can keep him down. It is effectively what we have seen so far. You pick a utility champion like the Poppy, you just meet him in the middle constantly. Yuri not having his best game so far, but has absolutely gone for the 1%ers. Good hovering.
Nowhere to go here for Balkan now. Even Biopanther is zoning him away. Hunting for an opportunity, hoping to assist Winter, who's found a commanding lead now in this lane. Ever since that 4-man dive, this cannon is really looking to try and showcase what it can do. Now, Praetor also goes for the axe. Someone a hill for the movement speed to dodge out the return.
That was 240 stacks on the Draven, so you have to be super vigilant of the execute. The lethal range of that Draven ultimate is plus 240 damage. Yuma taking 0 chances. Meanwhile, top.
Slicing Maelstrom goes out. He's going to get the aggro for the meantime. In jumps Balkan. They're going to summon a Herald as well. The aggro once again is flawless. That turret is gone, so is Biopanther. A 1v1 now in the mid lane. Kisei flashing away. Rogue, you wouldn't dare go for the Pulve now. Gudo going to try and play cleanup crew, but has he bitten off more than he can chew? I believe he may have done. Down to 50%. The headbutt goes off for a second time.
Charge is confirmed. Gudo does keep his life intact, however, he's able to just walk himself to the structure. And it does mean the Pentanet will take the charge very happily at that and disengage, but on 2 fronts. They start to find their angles. They get the flash from Kisei. They get the turret in top. Game starts to stretch to a 1,000 gold lead. And keep in mind that if Draven gets a kill from here, that stretches even further with the amount of money that he has. Order's game plan has to be to shut this Draven down.
As for Pentanet, you really want to keep this first pick Azir in check. 600 gold higher than anybody else in this game.
Winter is walking mid, a clear indicator that they're going to be looking towards the Drake potentially. But Biopanther's done the exact same thing, and it gets started super early. Balkan in base, can't be contested.
And he doesn't even have to slice him Maelstrom available right now. Flashes up in 10 seconds. The timing isn't really too good. They will sacrifice that one. First 2 Drakes do go the way of Order.
And I think once again, you have to clear this mid wave. You have to come back bottom to try and help them out, try and protect them. Order terrified. Pentanet not necessarily on the prowl, but dangerous right now. 40 CS lead for top is sizable. We shrunk to like 30, but large enough that those item spikes come out too quickly. And if Winter is involved in a team fight right now, even though he doesn't have teleport, can just swing the fight completely.
That has to be the major concern right now. And a point I believe you raised during the drafting pick and ban, right? As to we just have 2 team fight comps built to do just that. Big skirmishes around key objectives to try and dictate the pace of this series.
They're just dipping their toes into the water of this team fight. See if they can find purchase on anything. Biopanther loses his Mega Naba. He's all tired right now.
Winter on a bit of a flank right now will be revealed by that 1 blue trinket. Gudo gonna go in for the dive. Gudo, that's a little bit crazy by him, but he is popping. Soliflay goes down, there's the slicing Maelstrom. He flashes in, there's a charm, there's a damage. There is that whirling death, and that's getting money. We are cashing in on that trade. Now Kisei, he's trying to do it all on his own. They're making it rain, they're flashing on in. Here we go, shove them back, bring them back. Do what you can, there's a disengaged charm. It's casualty time here, as it is just that 2 for 2.
Praedyth and Winter are due for, but Praedyth gets the stacks before he goes down, so makes all of the money that he needs. Will not be upset at that death by any means. However, Kisei 3-0-1. The X factor of Order has come to play in this 3rd game. And they have their sights set on Pentanet inside this Herald pit. This is not their objective at all.
Very tough now for Pentanet to try and put up a contest for this one. And it just feels to me like every single situation we've seen has been Gudo jumping in brazenly in a situation you're thinking, that looks illegal. Limps away, 50%, my job's done, you'll compromise your position. You don't want to be here. Off you go, Mr. VIP and Kisei. Do your best work.
I'll be the first to say it. Corporal's having night and day performances in this 3rd game as well. This is a much improved showing from the support of Order. Obviously, a lot of things do seem to feel like more in tune for them, right? Kisei being 3-0-1 a clear factor, but the owner's been active. Rogue's been kept at bay. I think that Amumu ban has proven to be quite useful.
Going to be the Leandries picked up this time around by Yurizari, so opting for a lot of burn damage, given there is a lot of tanky members on the other side. Rotate through those base cooldowns. Look to pad up somebody squishy to take on down in a swift beat.
Rogue standing right next to Vision means that he would have been spotted there. Nothing doing really on this side of the map. 1 minute and 50 seconds until there is an objective to play for. And so both teams are just going to put more of their efforts towards the mid lane itself. Try and crash those waves. But the fact that there is still outer turrets standing makes it very hard to find purchase in a push.
Well, that push is going to exist right now here in the bot lane. It is going to favor PGG. Yuri's going to make light work of that one. Only caster minions left.
The
So
goal's
it
to
won't die
trade,
this
though.
wave.
They are pushing top. It's going to be very much behind in terms of tempo for this push. But Gudo is protecting and Corporal is protecting. This loses them a lot of control over the Drake area and the bot side river. If Order want to contest for this Drake, it is the third of the game that they would secure. They will be walking in blind. So they're going to prioritize the gold instead and prioritize the structure and trade those turrets.
So 2 turrets for 1 now, as the foundations of these sides start to crumble. The map starts to become just a little bit bigger now. Avenues in which they can attack, primarily looking at those support players to find those wraparounds, those pure engages to set up the likes of a Gnar and a Kennen.
Big point of note here as well is that Praetor has 2 items completed. He is the strongest player in the game right now by far. Death cap in the works for Kisei, but not done. If Order choose to fight for this Drake, I think they are taking a risk. A risk in that they know that they could lose the team fight and it could snowball away from them. But they don't have to force the fight. And I think this is smart from them. They've got time to push this. Find flank angles, create more avenues for themselves. The tragedy is that Bio is about to lose Mega as this Drake spawns.
Trying to keep eyes as to where Balkan could be. Yuri going to taunt them across the
Teleport on
ridge.
a big flank here as well, Skimmy. This feels like Pensinet are taking the fight all out.
He doesn't have flash though, Rustin. There is no blast cone. Bio's out of the fight straight away. The fight is going to begin with the Spirit Rush. Gudo misses the whack. He's not knocking back anybody this time. Winter
Look at Winter.
is sitting on a control wall. They have no idea until Gudo wraps around to scout that one. Yuri with a flash and a charm, and Balkan's going to make it rain. There is that 2-man pole. There is that Willing Axe. There is that Solar Flare. They found that initial kill. Predator's found the kill. Kisei is forced to run away. There's the Slicing Maelstrom. But it's not to be enough. It's a zoning tactic to guarantee that Pensinet get at least 1 Drake.
I mean, absolutely chaotic skirmishes back and forth. It felt like Pensinet were just outright winning that. But they just can't find kills. Praetor goes down, Winter drops. It ends up being just a 1 for 2. By some miracle of magic, Kisei lives. Flashes and gets the full distance dash away. I can't think of a worse way to start a skirmish that somehow works out really well for Order, even though they lose the Drake.
They found their moments in that one, but they were certainly pushing it to the limit. And a great chance for them to go back to base, in particular Puma to first get that mythic item now here. Match that of the power of Praetor Straven.
Absolutely looking at trying to complete that death cap before you fight right now if you are Order. Funnel money into Kisei, give him a wave to farm for free. They're going to protect him right now in top. A lot of this game comes down to, and keep this in mind, if Winter is team fighting, can Corporal exhaust him? It's the tax that you have to pay. If you waste your exhaust on someone else, then he can just rip through you, 1v9 a team fight.
Well, Bio's going to staunch them out of this topside river. Kisei's here with the Emperor's Divide.
He's got him.
There is that Slicing Maelstrom once again. Is anybody getting stunned? I don't think so. Winter is dead. Balkan's in trouble. Flash away. Rogue says, I'll play Zone D. You live and I'll die. But that's a double kill for Bio's Gnar.
They keep their jungler alive. Yes, the shutdown doesn't go over, but the cost is so high. There is a Baron staring them down. Teleports are going to come through. They are committing themselves to this jungler alive. No flash. Poppy can stop you from getting over the wall, and the helicopter can be used.
Flash just burnt there by Balkan. There is no blast cone. He's going to have to dash on in and might just have to dive for that attempt.
They're holding it at 4K Skimmy. It looks like they don't want to flip the Baron at all. They'd rather zone him away.
Bio's wrapping around. There is
That's
the helicopter.
one gone.
There is the knockback. Prediv's gone out of this fight. Corporal's so low.
Corporal's
They're dying
dead.
to Baron.
Corporal's dead.
He's dead. He's lost to the game itself.
Baron from downtown just absolutely owns him. Leona gone. Orders play for the Baron in shambles. Outer turret drops. Balkan hunting.
Does
and
he get
finding.
it? Oh, he does! I don't believe it! Balkan, with a split-second decision, walks in, interrupts the bases, and said, oh, you thought that was your Baron. It's certainly ours now.
Yeah, catches them slipping. Baron on the cards, 100%. Misfortune in mid lane. The only threat is going to be zoned away. The play is over. Pensinet come out on top. They have a 3,000 gold lead before the Baron is secured. Balkan's so confident. He's going to smite early just to show off.
A crazy set of circumstances there, Rusty. I mean, that Baron really was wearing a Pensinet jersey to take him down with the spit of the hot fire. And you suddenly start to feel like Order will be thinking, we got robbed. This game is just completely flipped around. We just found so many fantastic flips and great skirmishes all going through Kisei. And it's all fallen on its head.
I mean, a lot of the skirmishes they found never really netted a gold advantage. That's the crazy thing about this game. It has been close. It has been back and forth. Order have looked significantly better. When push comes to shove, they have not done enough to take down Pensinet yet. And now they are the ones on the back foot. Fantastic team fight composition. 2 massive items done for Puma. Level 11 on this Misfortune as well means the team fight ult utility is very high. Kisei has that death cap. It needs the Zonias now. And they may end up losing a couple of thousand worth of gold, falling further behind, which means items could be going over. So much to respect right now, so much to be careful of. Question is, how careful are Order going to be?
Well, Order have had to take the most careful route down to this bot lane.
Bio's about to tick over to Meganar, does have teleport. If Pensinet are not careful, they could be punished. But they're not going to take any needless risks. They know they're in the lead.
Certainly in the comfortable position. Would have loved to force out some pressure, so Biopanther had to use that TP, so then they are the ones in the driving seat with a teleport advantage. Not to be the case. Is going to escort that wave into that top turret. That is going to force Winter to respond. That is going to be Pensinet now as a 2-man squad taking another turret bot side. That's now 4.
Charm just goes wide. Right between 3 people. Drake in 8 seconds until it is up. PGG inside track. All of the ability to move in the river and the jungle belongs to them. Order are going to prioritize the mid wave first. Kennen threatening a side lane, however. Presenting multiple issues, and they're just going to look for Kennen. They've decided to all in on Winsora, but he's got a Baron recall.
Yeah, Blow
There's
Trinket's
no
just not going to be
shot.
enough. Yes, the Azir can travel quick. He can dash across those walls, but it just does not matter. Winter is a living and breathing ward. That is the freest Drake they'll ever get.
2 clouds on the way to a 4-cloud soul confirmed. I do think Order have kind of reassessed the state of this game right now, and they have said we will just scale, right? They have said we will just get to 3 items, get to level 16, get to those team fights, and be as strong as we possibly can be. But it is Pensinet in the driver's seat.
They certainly are. The pressure continues. Bio is mega, has that flash, would love to flash into action and just isolate a key member as Pensinet continue the squeeze, attacking all 3 lanes at once. Right now, Praetor forced to group up with the rest of the team. Baron buff is gone now. And then Magias has been picked up here by Yuri. 7 stacks complete, he's feeling himself.
But he's nothing if not confident. He has been the entire game. Certainly knows that the upside of that Magi's is extremely high. Tower's just starting to continue to fall even without the Baron there. You have to respect the damage of Kisei right now. It does seem like the gameplay will just fizzle out for a little bit here. It is up to Pensinet if they want to take a fight. I don't think Order will do anything crazy, anything rash, unless it is a mistake that they capitalize on. The game may slow down for the next 2 minutes, but Baron on the cards, Baron to be threatened. Certainly going to be an issue that Order have to contend with.
On the precipice of another fight breaking out. There's no objectives, at least for another 2 minutes. That's when Baron's up. Teams would love to get to level 16. You already touched on it before, 3 items. They're starting to come on through now for a lot of these members. Kisei jumps into action, can't spot out Yuri. There's the charm, there's the disengage away. He's got a flash, he's got an ult. He's going to have to burn that one early. Can't afford to take any risks at this stage.
Yuri is playing so absurdly aggressive, super greedy.
Yeah.
Hasn't been punished too much just yet, right? But the reality is he's able to get away with it. Why would you stop doing it?
Apart from that one death in the start of the game, right, when he just disrespected. Hey, Kisei, you really going to go for this?
This is why Ari is the easiest champion. Balkan. Ooh,
oh,
that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage indeed. He's just gone. He flashed as well.
And Balkan just has a moment. It happens at the worst of times. Baron in 50 seconds, jungler dead for 40. You'd have to imagine control of the river now belongs to Order. 5,000 gold deficit means nothing if your jungler is not alive.
Is that the golden ticket back in here for Order to try and say, Baron number 2, this one for sure goes our way. Unfortunately for them, yes, they can set up quite nicely, lay down the vision, set up the trap, but Balkan will respawn in time.
Praetor's also stuck in this very awkward period where his only item is a crit cloak. On the way to an Infinity Edge or a Last Whisper, is so far away from having all of that money because he's stuck with a stopwatch looking for a snowballing team fight. As it does hit 3 items, Misfortune does hit 3 items. Order are getting as strong as they possibly can be with how this game has played out. Still dealing with absolute titans on the opposing side. Guardian Angel now done for Balkan. Team fighting is the name of this game, so expect to see it resolve through a team fight.
And par for the course, given the trajectory of these games so far, they have been very quick. Fast approaching 30 minutes into this one, 3 items. Stopwatch is complete, Zonias are there, all summoners up and available for the majority of them. Exhaust to counteract that cannon ult. This next team fight really could spell doom.
No real flank wards available for Pentanet at the present moment. There is one in that blue buff if they draw Order into the river. But so far it feels like we are existing in a stalemate. Nothing too much happening just yet.
Here we go, Praetor gonna waddle his way out of that Make It Rain. Such an annoying combo between the Make It Rain and the Bullet Time. So hard to avoid.
That was nasty by Rogue, by the way. He used the Pulverize. Stopped himself from being stunned against the wall. Saves himself from having to use potentially an Ultra Summoner spell. Balkan has...
He's very behind enemy lines right now.
Really ventured super far behind enemy lines. Any deeper and he'll be joining Order.
He certainly is on a bit of an OE.
He's just...
The Sunnies are out. He's on a holiday.
He's set up shop.
Who dares face check me?
Well, he's about to find there was a ward there, and they see him. Fight's happening.
Fight is happening. They all jump straight on towards Rogue. That's not a target you're after.
Winter are gone.
The knockback of Winter, that's huge. They love to try and force the fight regardless. Balkan's going to try and zone out Biopen for the meantime. There's the clone, there's the disengage away. Drake is there. 2 apiece right now. No soul point to be taken.
Biopanther ticks over to Mega. There's no flank. Winterer!
Winterer! Flash in! Slicing Maelstrom! Oh, that's all you want! That's all you need! That's a fantastic bullet time, though. Everybody becomes a statue!
Oh, Bio!
Oh, Bio! What a gnarls against the wall! That's happening enough. Look at their HP bars. They're all so low, Rusty. They are all so catastrophically low.
Everyone just limping away. No health left. Balkan, the last man standing with enough HP to perhaps consider the Drake. If they contest him, he would die. But they don't know that he's by himself, so it does seem like the third Drake will go their way. An incredibly close skirmish. Incredibly close series of events. Puma plays his heart out in that fight. Bio holds onto the ultimate for as long as he possibly can. Clutch plays from both respective teams. The fact that Winterer finds the angle. This could go either way.
It really is. This would be, without a doubt, the closest game we've had in this best of 5 tonight. Both teams really showcasing their expertise, their mechanics. You saw the massive cannon ult followed up there by the Gnar with everybody up against it.
I know there's a lot of Pentanet fans in the crowd, but you all low-key want 5 games, let's be honest.
Yeah, for sure. You want that 5-game banger. You want all the drama. You want it to evolve and feel like finally 3 years has
Baron
been
started.
made worth it.
Kennen not here, teleport available. Yuri has teleport as well. They're trying to bait out some summoner spells, it feels like, but they do this Baron so quickly. That's one teleport in.
Rogue might just be dead before the fight even begins. He's going to get zoned away. Bo's going to become Mega. He has to do something. That's a 2-man pulse. Solar Flare in his head. Yuri is just gone. It doesn't matter. Kisei's deleted from the game for 50 seconds. Corporal's flashing away. Balcon's knocked you up. Shut down for Mr. Mark in Praetor.
So low still though. Praetor is really the bastion of hope. Yuri full health. Q gets dodged. Charm connects.
Ooh! It's a fadeaway charm. Yuri can't follow it up. Just that range with that Orb of Deception.
Puma just kills Winterer. I think he died to Baron. Balkan at risk of dying to Baron as well. Puma full health. They're contesting.
Make it rain. This is close. Can they disengage out of the pit? Or will they fight themselves out of this one? Corporal jumps in. Gone. That's more gold. That's more damage. That's more fun. One Baron buff removed.
Puma's dead.
Can they find more? He's gone to the afterlife. And Puma really wishes they have one more chance. He finds one.
And for no good reason, Yuri goes down with him. 700 extra gold in the pockets. One man left standing, and that is Praetor, the star of the show for this entire best of 5. Constantly rising above and beyond. And he wants to face the Chiefs on Sunday.
He certainly does. 16 kills to 16. It really is all about these AD carries, isn't it?
Misfortune teamfight presence has been unreal. Puma, even without mobility, has been expertly positioning when it comes to these skirmishes. That last fight was without their mid laner alive from the get-go.
We saw 0 damage, right? And that
Zero
just shows
damage
how
mid laner.
much the team is strong, even without their mid laner.
And that just shows you, I guess, as a taste test of what Order could do if a team fight happens in a 5v5 of their own choosing. Because right now, Pentanet have chosen every skirmish. They've isolated, they've removed members, and that's why it feels so much easier for them. And for Praetor to freely hit, as he has been.
Tell you what though, I don't envy these support players. They've got their work cut out for them in terms of finding that ideal engage. They are squishy, they are resource staff, they have 1 OM to their name, and they're going to have to work their absolute hardest to make that fine value. But this one is going the distance. It is slowing down. And it may just all culminate in 2 minutes' time for that next dragon.
And one Baron buff means they're not really going to be able to split push or have any presence there with Winter. He also has no teleport, so it is Yuri that is going to be assigned to the side lanes. Just say, completes that 4th item. Is so large on this Azir. If you disrespect him, he hits a Q and an auto attack, your health is gone, and he deletes you. One mistake in a misfortune ultimate now that she's level 16 and you lose. But it is still Pentanet.gg in the driver's seat. They are getting to choose their skirmishes. And right now they're choosing to protect their teleporting member, so no intent to teamfight.
It's the calm before the storm. Both these teams very patiently waiting. Assert vision control, wait for those summoners to come back online again, manage the waves, prevent the split push pressure.
1 minute on Drake, Flash will be up for Praetor. That's what they're after. Flash will be up for Winter as well. They use those summoners at the last Drake skirmish. But this time around, there is a Cloud Soul on the line. A much larger reason that Order have to fight.
And we've certainly seen in the past teams say, it's a Cloud Drake, we can give that one up. We'll play for the next Baron, we'll play for a potential Elder, but in this situation, it feels ever so dicey. Imagine the rotational strength for Pentanet squad with 4 back-to-back Cloud Drakes. They're fast, they're in your face, you just can't slow them down.
They're also being funneled really heavily here. Pentanet's vision control is dominating the red side quadrant. Order have to go through mid lane. Fire Panther going to show up close to Mega. Best case scenario for him, but they have to face check, and someone's got to take some damage for this fight to start. Rogue on an extremely wide flank, and Winterer can have one himself. Good teleport wards around them. Bio's going to scout them out. He will find them.
Good bit of damage on Togetto straight away, so he's down to 50%. Yuri going to deny that honey fruit.
Look at Order, they want to collapse perhaps on these flanking members. If they can find Winter or Balkan, But Gudo's already half health.
Yeah, red buff stolen. Gudo in trouble. The charm's going to get sidestepped. Gudo could just be removed. In they jump. There is the whirling death. There's the axe. Emperor's Divide. Gudo's still alive. Not for long. Solitary comes on down. Bullet time interrupted. That is the Gnar ult. But it's a sad, sad dream because it just doesn't amount to much. Yuri, he's just going to wipe the floor of Kisei. You can go golden. Unbelievable.
Incredibly close. Teleport's going to come straight into bottom lane. Kisei dies to push mid minions out. They're going to dive Biopanther here. They want to keep him at base, stop him from stopping these minions. They are looking to end the game right now.
That they certainly are, and they pounce upon him. He doesn't have the luxury of a Guardian Angel. That is another perfect ace. When we've seen these before, that's the game ending.
15 seconds on just the Poppy and Leona. No damage there. There should be more than enough gas in the tank for PGG to win now.
What it looks to me is if Pentanet have finally found their due reward, their vengeance. You 3-0'd us back in Split 1, but this time, we're 3-0'ing you on land.
Huge game 3 from Pentanet. A couple of dicey moments, but never really looked like losing. Big moment of celebration for the first stage game that you get to see from them here as well. No hesitations, no issues. Just a strong showing on the Rift. The big 3-0 and showing that the absolute demons waiting for them on Sunday in the Chiefs, that they can take it to them.
They were the fan favourites from the crowd. They never showed any signs of slowing down. Quick games, that third one, the one that really had it all. There was a moment, a potential glimpse when you thought Order might just start to bring it back, might just start to make magic happen. It just wasn't to be. The inaugural LCO champions have taken down the reigning champions. It won't be the perfect year for Order, but Pentanet will get that reunion, that one shot, that potential best of 5 that went down in history last split up against the Chiefs.
And when push comes to shove in the second split of the LCO, the two super teams destined to meet in the finals will eventually meet there as well. And for me, it is all about Praedyth. Everyone played well on Pentanet, but Praedyth was the star of the show from Go to Woe. Absolute hero for the roster. Rogue, you can see, tied without his orange juice.
He needs that
Can't
OJ.
get that on stage.
But obviously commiserations there to Order. Been a rocky few months for these boys. But they've grown from strength to strength, bringing in a new jungler. They showcased that, look, the squad itself, mechanically blessed. We can look to rewrite the script as to how does our team function as a 5-man squad. We can rally around different individuals. They will pick up the slack, rise to the occasion, and put us in a situation like this, right? They got to land.
I mean, it's a heartbreaker to go out on. Nobody wants to be 0-3. Definitely a lot of emotions on the line for Order, but they showed what they can do. They may not be able to get them that victory, but in that third game, they showed that they can take it against the best. They did the same thing against the Chiefs. Every game was better and better, but unfortunately for Order, just a little bit too slow when it came to those best of 5s to actually get to their best.
And for me, a historic day really for Pentanet, right? We're back on LAN. They had never beaten Order in a best of 5 before today. What a way to do it. You cement it in very fine fashion. We're here with a crowd. We're not nervous. A perfect 3 of all things. And now the demons of Split 1, surely dismissed.
I mean, without a doubt, after this performance, we're looking forward to Sunday's matches because we've seen the best of Pentanet.gg so far that we have seen of them at all.
Yeah.
And if anyone was going to take on the Chiefs and give us a 5-game banger in the finals, has to be that squad.
I'm keen for that one. I just feel like the volatility of what Pentanet bring to the table might just be enough to try and upset the Chiefs, but who knows? The perfect split still could be on, but as for the perfect series, that was all for PGG. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you so much. We came into today expecting to see an exciting revenge match, and what a match it was for PGG. 3-0 over Order. They said 5-game series? Nah, let's do it in 3. Let's talk about that game, though, because this was probably the closest game that we have had all day. Back and forth, back and forth. A couple very close fights at the end there, especially with the Baron fight, the Dragon fight. So Kitty, help me as I'm getting my stuff together. What went wrong? What went wrong for Order, and why were PGG just slamming it?
PGG was just slamming because they were slamming on Order's mistake, quite frankly, because we did see a lot of late backtimers coming out of the team, and those team fights for PGG were just played perfectly, where Kisei died quite literally twice in a row with flash up on that Azir, and you know, Kisei on the Azir, it was first pick blind, which reasonably is because it is a very good champion in that mid lane. But I did not expect PGG to turn up so good on today's best of 5, where they were able to actually 3-0 order. So do not underestimate Angry Gaming, guys. And they're out for revenge up against the Chiefs very soon.
And what an opponent to take on for the Chiefs. They're like, Order couldn't cut it. I think we're going to go ahead and take a swing. But as we're looking through some of these replays, Amelk, I kind of want to come to you. Just walk me through what we're seeing and kind of like the journey of this game. And this is a good top
this was
fight.
Nice. Yeah, honestly, Kisei playing so well. He decides he doesn't want to lose lane anymore, and he wants to carry a lane, but ultimately just not quite enough. That ult he just did was sick. But yeah, just a lot of Baron skirmishes really, and they were really exciting. Like I was actually like jumping out of my seat watching it, thinking that Order was going to make a comeback, but then stuff like this happens, and then I sit back down. It was just.
I sat back down.
It was so
and this
exciting.
dragon fight right here, so pivotal because watch what Puma does. Kitty, so perfectly lined up.
This game is a prime example of Puma refusing to lose. He does not want to have a quick series, and I really respect him for this MF pick. He got so many amazing ultis, turning at the Baron, even though, like, you know, Kisei was the main character. Puma made it a show about him.
Yeah, and this was a very messy game. There was so much fighting going on, but ultimately, PGG just seemed to be more consistent. I mean, we see here Puma being really the last stand for Order. I mean, time and time again, Order found these plays, right? We saw that amazing Azir scoop into the Baron. Order just weren't able to secure it, right? And not being able to get those concrete leads, PGG were always able to fight back. And then in fights like this, they had really good target selection, always making sure Kisei had to get out of the fight, always just one-shot instantly. And, you know, even though this Azir was incredibly fed, he wasn't actually able to get off as much damage as he would have liked to.
Yeah, I think as well, like PGG just doing so well at finding these amazing flanks. Like Falcon and Winter both like going just so deep into the jungle without being spotted, and really just setting them up for success.
And you can even see the damage being dealt on both sides. MF with the 33.7k and the 24.6k on the side of PGG. Just high damage. 10k gold league just about, again, securing that Cloud Soul. But still, what a win for PGG.
With Puma doing 33k on this MF, it was actually a really hard game for this champion in particular because we have so many gap closes coming out of PGG. It's pretty impossible to play an immobile ADC up against an Ahri, a Wukong, and now Alistair in your face. How are you supposed to press ult? So really commend Puma for even getting to this point in the game.
Absolutely. I know we have something very special being set up behind us, but before we jump to that, again, just do feel bad for Order. I don't think that a lot of people expected this.
Yeah, look, I think we'd always hoped for the full 5-game series, and obviously as an Order fan, it's a bit disappointing, but I think, you know, given all the stuff that the boys have gone through to come out and have a showing today, and particularly that game, I think that's a game that they'll be, even though they lost, you know, it's not one of the bad games, you'd be pretty proud of going out on that one.
Yeah, PGG definitely just like informed today, right? Like it's such a statement match heading into the grand finals because last time it was Order, right? Doing their hard work, getting the 3-0. This time it's PGG. It's almost poetic, right? And now I'm just hoping PGG can challenge Chiefs. And the way they played today, I have faith.
Yes, the way that they came out swinging today, I'm sure inspires a lot of faith in fans, hoping that they are the ones who can take down the Chiefs as they move into Sunday's grand final games for the LCO. But guys, that's enough for us on the couch right now because I do believe that we have an interview with the winning team on stage right now.
Yes, we certainly do. Praedith here. Congratulations, firstly, on the victory, 3-0. Maybe surprising a few people. Does it surprise you?
Yeah, it definitely surprised me. I didn't expect a 3-0 at all. Just came into this with a lot of confidence and just don't really care. I think today and on Sunday we're the underdogs, and that feels a lot better.
We were just sort of chatting there for a second, and you were talking about maybe stage buff. Did you really feel that today? Feeling, obviously, you've got quite an audience here supporting you guys, obviously. Does that just give you that extra motivation really in these kind of games to get over the line and take down Order?
Unlucky. I honestly forgot that we had a stage on the first game. I took my headset off and yeah, there was like a bunch of screaming. I was like, oh my God. But I think like our top laner, he's like his first stage appearance and he performed really well. I was gonna swear, but I'm not gonna. And like shout out to him. Like he was like carrying comms. He was, you guys could probably hear him, like he was yelling the whole time. Like he was really hype.
Now, obviously, you guys in this series brought out some interesting picks. We saw the Skarner come out. Take us through that sort of decision-making coming into a match like this, into a series like this. Was that something that you had sort of planned, that you were maybe going to pick some different things that many wouldn't expect?
I think our like plan, at least on red side, was really obvious. We just went full dive. Luckily, we 3-0'd and they picked blue every game, so we didn't have to show our blue side. So that's a pretty big thing going into Chiefs game, I think.
Speaking of that Chiefs game, of course, that's got to be on Sunday. Now, you were kind of the slight underdogs today, let's be honest. Order maybe were a little bit ahead, especially in the fan voting. On Sunday, though, you're going to be full underdogs. Do you just sort of take that in stride going into the grand final, knowing you're up against it, but you use that as motivation?
Honestly, this series today felt like 5 games because it's like 10:30. So we basically played 5 games. Like we were up here for like 4 hours. So I think we have a lot of like momentum and experience on stage coming into Sunday, and I think we're going to play with nothing to lose. And Chiefs are really cocky, so it's going to feel good beating them.
They did lose the Split 1 playoff grand final. Could they lose the Split 2 playoff grand final as well? We'll see. Before we let you go, of course, so many fans here for PGG. Anything you want to say to them?
Honestly, it's a bit overwhelming, but it feels really good. So thanks, everyone.
Maybe a shoey at the end of the grand final if PGG take down the Chiefs. Of course, that's on Sunday. For now, though, we go back to the couch.
Thank you very much, and again, congratulations to PGG. Now, one thing that I kind of want to point out there that he said in that interview was that, yes, luckily they 3-0'd and Order picked blue each time. And we were kind of memeing on, yeah, who would ever pick red? Remember when PGG selected red side and lost? But they just 3-0'd each time on red. So are they actually the ones who are metagaming red side right now?
I have no idea. They've somehow manifested the red side prophecy. It was red side all along. That was the one.
That was it. Well, we do have our Dare MVP, and I just want to ask, who do you guys think it should be? And Kitty, we can start with you.
The man, the myth, the one that was just on the stage talking to us. Of course, it's going to be Praetor for me.
Absolutely.
Yep, no disagreements there. I mean, played a very consistent series, all series long, and I think really stepped up this split, really shut down all the haters who have been saying he's having a bad split. I mean, he's showing up when it counts.
Yeah, that's got to be Praetor, right? He's just been playing so solid today. Just looks completely at home on stage.
All right, it's just unanimous Praetor. I'm gonna say Winterer. I liked that it was their first stage game and that they were popping off in the comms. That's my MVP. But we could definitely go ahead and take a look at who our MVP is right now. And oh, wouldn't you know it? Surprise, surprise. Dare, most valuable player. And look at that KDA and kill participation, 75%, and that damage share as well. He contributes 39 wards placed. That's a team player right there, ladies and gentlemen. But
honestly,
again,
just look at the picture. The picture says it all.
That's a very cute picture. I do like kind of like the cocky little, like the.
Oh,
hey.
Was that me?
Yeah. Oh, is that me?
Oopsie, did I just kill your carry?
And your entire team? Ooh, did I just break out the Aphelios pocket pick and crush your playoff hopes and dreams? Ooh, sorry about that. Ooh, our stage looks nice.
Wow.
I got distracted by how nice our stage looks right now. That's actually pretty cool. I want to go stand on top of it. But again, yes, congratulations to our Dare MVP. But with that, we're coming to the end of our first day for DreamHack Melbourne. I mean, our playoff brackets have been updated that we could take a look at in just a second. But again, they're going to be moving on to Sunday's game, facing the Chiefs. And what's their record right now against the Chiefs currently? How have they been doing?
The split, they have not won a game against the Chiefs.
Oh no. All right, let's take a look at the bracket really fast. So here we go, our updated bracket. We had the lower bracket finals right here. PGG smashing Order 3-0, which means that they are moving on to Sunday's grand finals to take on the pretty much undefeated Chiefs. And as you said, and as I just asked, this is going to be a mountain of a match for them to climb. But again, as they were playing today, Max, I feel like they've got a shot.
It's a different beast, right? Compared to what we've seen all year, this PGG is just completely different. They are starting to reach that level that we expected from them, right? The PGG that actually can go toe-to-toe with a team like the Chiefs. I mean, earlier in the year, they gave us probably the best of 5 our region has ever seen. And, you know, to have a repeat of that on this big stage in front of this audience will be insane.
Yeah, I mean, the PGG has always hyped themselves to be a grand finalist up against the Chiefs, and that's exactly what they proved. They've stepped up during playoffs, they've reformed and become this better version of themselves where they are peaking currently in from this best of 5 series.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at our play of the day, the one that stood out to all of us here watching, and of course, it's looking like it's going to be the fight around Baron, and oh, here comes the TP. Kitty, take us away.
Here comes the TP. Rogue is getting getting owned, honestly, and he gets booped away, and MF gets a really sick ultimate. But look at Praedyth. He is just DPSing after DPSing, and Praedyth just gets to everyone on that Draven, and you guys should look out because it's the League of Draven.
Yes, and of course, we see, I think it's Winterer goes down here to Baron, which kind of gives Order what would you say, the confidence to turn back around and say, hey, maybe we can try to find something, maybe pick something up. But you can see, as they do, here comes Puma. Puma tries to find a pick, but the Baron is able to be secured on the side of PGG. A kill goes down. We do have Goodo trying to find a kill there as well, but unfortunately just not going to work out for the side of Order, and that was ultimately one of the last fights that really secured that series victory for the squad. And oh, the poor MF! You had to do her dirty like that, just the slow zoom as Puma hits the floor. But guys, what an amazing first day that we got to have here.
Yeah.
I know the crowd, the fans seem to truly enjoy it. I know PGG really enjoyed it. So just as we kind of come to a close today, just picking up the final thoughts.
Honestly, sucks for Order, but at least, you know, they lost this match knowing that they really sent a very good team going into the grand final, right? At least they're promising a banger.
To me, this is a PGG coming in for Sunday who's found their identity. They've been searching for it all split long, and it feels like, you know, in this best of 5, they really have cemented themselves. And like we talked about before, they haven't shown anything on blue side, right? They've only shown their red side drafts, and that actually can be pretty big in a best of 5. So I think it is going to be really exciting. It's going to be really close on Sunday.
You know, we are coming from Pseudo to DreamHack Melbourne, and we do have a live audience where PG actually thrived off this audience energy, and I believe this might be a buff for them on the Sunday because Chiefs actually hasn't seen a live audience in quite a while as well, so maybe they're just used to it getting settled in. It's just a part of the plan.
Absolutely. If this audience shows up for PGG's game on Sunday, finals day, I'm sure that they are going to be pumped for the match of the year for them. But with that being said, look at the fans, look at the crowd, look at everyone in the audience right now who tuned up for DreamHack Melbourne. I just do want to say, Kitty, Max, Melg, thank you all so much for joining me on the couch. I'm Avalie. Thank you all so much for joining us in the arena today, and everyone who tuned into the stream and was watching. This was the LCO lower bracket finals delivered by Menulog, and we will see you all on Sunday for our championship game, the Chiefs taking on PGG, our victor for today. So we will see you all then. Make sure you watch.
Hey, look, menu pop.
If you haven't seen a good coach chair slap, I got one ready for you. It's right here. Ready? Let's go, boys!
Head to visitmelbourne.com to discover more.